This October, as Halloween approaches, something strange comes from the shadows. Something sinister. Soundout's Month of Monsters.
Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome to the Month of Monsters. Yes, in fact, I am doing a daily video series for the month of October that'll either be a huge success or an absolute failure and probably nowhere in between. But I hope you'll stick around for the entire journey. Every day, a brand new monster. Every day, a new surprise. Every day, a new mystery. I'm sure nothing eventful is going to happen over the course of this month. I'm pre-recording some of these will happen as things go along. It should be pretty normal though. I don't think anything's going to happen to me beyond just hosting this thing and drinking this mug. So on that note, I gotta say that I'm really excited to kick off Month of Monsters with someone special, because who better to introduce a series of monsters than Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. Debuting in 1981 in her own show, Elvira's Movie Macabre, Elvira is a transcendent character in media. While she started as hosting old B movies and monster movies and just different types of, sort of acquired films on local TV, Elvira became a pop culture icon, even starring in two films. 1988's Elvira, Mistress of the Dark was revealed that she was descendant from an ancient witch, and her ring has magic powers, and 2001's Elvira's Haunted Hills, which most people have never even heard of. But that being said, Elvira's been in the business for over 40 years now, and she's had such an illustrious career. Cassandra Peterson has played the character since the beginning, and it is a different form of her own persona. Elvira also is a prominent figure in goth and horror culture, as well as just being an icon for so many people. So naturally, she's had a lot of merchandise over the years. But in terms of general action figures, Elvira's not had too many. However, in 2022, Neca partnered with Elvira herself to create an 8-inch retro cloth action doll style of Elvira. So let's take a look at that and see how it turned out.
The first Elvira we're looking at today is made by Neca and is the 8-inch retro cloth version. The 8-inch retro cloth line has had many characters across many different properties, and Elvira is one of the newest ones to join the lineup. Releasing in 2022, this was a figure put out at retail for around $40, and it replicates the look of Elvira down to a cloth dress. There's plenty of accessories inside the package, and it comes in a window box packaging, which gives it a nice, solid look. Elvira does include a stand, which is definitely helpful for support and balance of the figure. Looking at Elvira herself, I think that Neca replicated her look quite well. She's got the beehive wig, she's got the long flowing dress. She has the dress cut in the waist so you can see the single leg from it. The head sculpt has a great likeness to Elvira herself. I think the eyes may be a little wide, but it is very expressive, which is nice to see in modern action figures. She's very well detailed down to the bracelets and the rings on her fingers, especially the red ring here featured prominently in the Mistress of the Dark film. And she does have the spiked bracelet, which is also painted in addition to all of her fingernails. Around her waist, she does have the belt as well as the little loop for the knife. And that knife can be held in her hand quite easily. Very good paintwork on the legs to give her the stocking look without necessarily having to put an extra layer of cloth over her legs, and the heels have been well rendered. Articulation for Elvira includes a ball-jointed head that can look left, right, up, down, side to side, all that good stuff. Her shoulders move out. They move 360. It's a little tricky to get them around, but they do move all the way. Elbows bend, pretty good. You also have a wrist joint, so it pivots in and out as well as turning left and right. Her hips move out, they move forward, they bend at the knee, then they also adjust at the ankle, and the ankle slightly tilts left and right. She also features a torso joint where she can have a ball-jointed, articulated look. Elvira's accessories include an ornate goblet with a green smoke coming from the top, and a skull that sort of looks like the Crypt Creeper. Elvira holds the goblet really well, and I think it just adds to her personality and her overall style in a very cool way. She can hold the skull, or you can have it on the floor, and it just really does look like the Crypt Creeper from Tales of the Crypt. It just so strange. There's also an alternate head included that swaps pretty easily that gives Elvira her iconic single eye wink, and I actually think this is quite cool. It gives her an extra expression to her and allows for more posing options. Speaking of posing options, if you did have an 8-inch scale couch for her to lay on, she would be able to pull that off with the articulation present, which is definitely a positive as it's an iconic look for the character. The only downside to the figure is her beehive is very heavy, so it can mess with her stability if you're not careful. Scale-wise, she is 8 inches tall, which means she can present other monsters, such as a 6-inch scale Frankenstein, or she can present a 7-inch scale Frankenstein, but she'll still be towering over them. She'll even be towering over what is known as an 8-inch Mego figure, even though they're not quite 8 inches. Naturally, she does look more in scale with somebody like Bill and Ted, who's from that same Neca Retro 8-inch line. Overall, this is a fantastic Elvira figure. It's totally a win in my books, and it just captures the character really well into an action figure. However, that's not the only Elvira we're going to be looking at today, because Neca made another Elvira, the Toony Terrors Elvira. Distinctly based on the movie for the movie vibe that the Toony Terrors line has. You can see that it's got the Elvira 40 Years logo on the packaging and has a really nice marquee of a really cool looking spooky theater. Elvira herself is rendered in a cartoon style and just looks absolutely fantastic. I feel like they got every single detail right. And the card back does have her iconic couch and candelabra, so you have that option as well. The nice part about Neca's offerings is you get Elvira in 2 different styles. Whether more realistic or more cartoony, there's something for everybody.
So ultimately, both Elviras are honestly pretty cool, and they're good representations of the character. While I would like to see something in the 6 to 7 inch scale just to kind of fit in with more action figure lines, the 2 Elviras we did get from Neca are honestly pretty cool, and it makes a great start to this month of monsters. So I'm glad that Elvira got to begin our daily mission. What discoveries will we discover tomorrow? What creatures and what monsters are we gonna find in day 2 of Month of Monsters? Well, everyone be careful out there and don't get too close to lagoons, because you never know what might come up.
Unpleasant dreams.
So I was out last night prepping things for Month of Monsters. Something weird came up and bit the back of my neck, and I don't know if it's going to result in anything, but we'll see what happens. But let's get on to day 2 of the Month of Monsters. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome to day 2 of the Month of Monsters. It all kicked off yesterday, this daily video series, but today we're going to get to an actual monster. And this monster is known as the Gill Man, or more famously, Creature from the Black Lagoon. This is a monster that was created by Universal and their Universal Monsters, where other monsters they had were sort of adapted from books and other novels, and trust me, we'll talk about them too. But debuting in 1954, the Creature from the Black Lagoon is sort of a different type of tone because it was made later in cinema. It has kind of a different vibe to it, but it features the Gill Man as the prominent monster character. There were a total of 3 Creature of the Black Lagoon films, and there is a continuing arc for the Gill Man throughout all 3 of them, which is honestly pretty impressive. The Gill Man himself is described as being from an Amazonian rainforest and being a subspecies of an aquatic human, which is honestly really cool, and there's a lot of good sciencey stuff that comes up in these films that I don't think they get credit for due to the sort of cheesy nature of the Creature films. But in terms of the overall series, having that continual arc is actually kind of important, because you essentially see the creature become from just a monster to being more of a man. And that is actually a different arc than most of the Universal monsters get. However, those are the only 3 appearances of the Creature of the Black Lagoon in his own standalone films, which is kind of a shame, because I think the Gill Man deserves a little bit more. He's one of the most iconic monster movie designs we've ever seen, and yet has not appeared in many things. Though I imagine if the Creature from the Black Lagoon had a modern remake, the Gill Man would be much more monstrous, much more terrifying, and maybe lose a little bit of the charm. Now, there has been a ton of merchandise for the Gill Man over the years, and today's subjects are going to be from 2 currently ongoing lineups. One is going to be from Jada Toys, and the other is from Mego. They both take different approaches, and one of them is maybe one of the best action figures released in the last decade. So let's take a look at some creatures from the Black Lagoon.
Jada Toys' recent line of Universal Monsters was quite a surprise when it came on the scene last year, but they've slowly become something I've really enjoyed. The packaging has a lot of flair to it. I love the Gill Man artwork on the side of the box. It's very classic and very cool. Even the back of the packaging having the lineup of the first wave of figures, and that being the same on all of them, isn't too bad and actually shows off what the line will have in store. And I appreciate the side of the box being 3 different character portraits. Unfortunately, I think having Frankenstein and Bride of Frankenstein design is a little redundant, but hey, look at that, creature made it on the side. Looking at Jada's version of the Gillman, he just looks fantastic head to toe. Lots of really nice green shading and lots of really nice color usage throughout. Taking a close-up at his head, you can see that there's not only a lot of great sculpted textures, a lot of, sort of rib design, but also you get really bright and vibrant colors, as well as a really nice expression for the Gillman. Looking at the legs, you can see that the colors sort of peter and gradient their way down the figure, which I think just works really well. You've got those greens, the brown accent, and it gets all the way down to his toes, which just looks phenomenal. Even the back of the figure is really well painted, having a lot of details and having a lot of that look that makes it sort of look like a guy in a suit. For articulation, head moves left and right, up and down. The shoulders move out, the shoulders move 360. The bicep swivel, pretty good. Double jointed elbow, really good. Wrists that pivot in and out as well as rotate. You got a torso that ball joints left and right, up and down in 2 different places that allows him to crunch forward as well as crunch back. The hips move out, the hips move forward, the hips move a little bit back, and the thigh swivel is really well disguised. The double jointed knee moves really, really far and gets as close as you possibly can. The ankle pivots forward and back and also left and right. The articulation on the Gillman allows him to pull off high martial arts poses. He's as articulated as a Power Rangers figure, which is really impressive for a guy that's mostly a slow mover in the movies. The detail and the articulation together just make this a fantastic looking figure. However, that's not all he includes, as he does have several accessories. So naturally, there's the default head on him, which is the standard sort of Gillman look that you would expect. And then we have this alternate look with his mouth closed, which makes him look a little bit confused and a little bit scared. I don't see myself using this one as much. He also includes an alternate hand as well as a harpoon gun. Looks really great. I love the silvers and blacks used on the weapon, and it is a nice addition. He comes with a fossilized Gillman hand, which is actually part of the key to learning the backstory of the Gillman within the creature from the Black Lagoon movie. The last accessory is quite impressive. It's a net. This net is properly large and looks pretty great. And honestly, it just covers the Gillman really well, and I think it's just a great inclusion. The Gillman stands around 6 inches tall, which means he will be scaled sort of to Marvel Legends and that sort of scaling ratio for other types of figures. Overall, the Jada Toys Gillman is absolutely phenomenal. Great range of articulation, great detail and accessories, and perfect likeness to the character. I have absolutely zero complaints with him. Now, this isn't the only Gillman we're looking at today, because another Gillman came out recently that I thought was worth covering. The one from the revived Mego line. Yes, somehow Mego returned in vintage style packaging, in vintage style figuring. They returned to their style from the 70s and 80s. Looking at the Mego Gillman, he has such great greens and colors that I wasn't expecting from Mego. I thought he would be more overly cartoonish. This one goes for more earthy tones. His head sculpt's pretty good. It's got that Gillman look to it. Not exactly film accurate, but something that, you can see it. You can see the creature from the Black Lagoon in his face. He doesn't have the normal hands and feet that you would see on a Mego, which means he has a better look to him than other Mego figures that look like the same guy just dressed up in multiple costumes. This is distinctively the Gillman. And looking at the back, it's a little bit messy because of where the Velcro line is for the bodysuit, but I think it does work out hiding it behind the frills. And that plastic collar piece helps as well. For articulation, the head moves left and right. The shoulders move out. The shoulders also move 360. It's on a rubber band-like system, and you get an elbow bend as well. The wrists do pivot, and you can actually pivot them in and out as well, which is a pretty nice point. The torso has a little bit of a ball joint sort of action, and the hips move out, move forward back, and the knee, as well as an ankle. Pretty limited, but pretty classic. Overall, the Mego Gillman is going to give you a vintage, retro-inspired look. Not necessarily something film accurate, but something kind of fun in the style of older figures, and that's pretty cool.
So that does it for our versions of the Gillman we're going to look at in this series. I hope there are more on the horizon, especially from Neca, because I really love the Jada Toys version. The articulation, the accessories, the way that just comes together as a full figure is amazing. The Mego does have that vintage style, and Neca's probably going to meet somewhere in the middle where it'll have more movie-accurate details, but it won't be as articulated as the Jada Toys one. And that Jada Toys one is so good, I wish they would make more of them, but there's not more Gillman to make. Unless they make somebody from the Munsters, but maybe more on that later in this series. And in fact, stay tuned, as tomorrow we will be starting the first of our themed weeks here on Month of Monsters. You'll just have to stay tuned to find out which thing you'll want to sink your teeth into. In the meantime, I'm going to figure out why my neck's still hurting, and hopefully it doesn't turn into something bad. And thus, Hey, you can't talk in these things. And thus, I have become a vampire, and I welcome you to Vampire Week on Month of Monsters.
Come.
Welcome to day 3 of the Month of Monsters. Today we are talking about an exquisite, a valuable, an iconic vampire that many have known over the years, Dracula. Count Dracula of Transylvania debuted in the novel Dracula by Bram Stoker in 1897. This is a character that has been prominent across many forms of media, appearing in movies, television shows, parodies, spin-offs, comic books, any media you can imagine. With a novel that old, the inspiration can come from anywhere, and licensing is not a problem. Dracula, of course, is most famously portrayed on screen by Bela Lugosi in 1931's Dracula. It also featured a Spanish version shot at the exact same time using the exact same sets and props. The other important versions of Dracula that have come over the years probably include Christopher Lee's performance in 1958's Dracula with Hammer Films. That was also the inspiration for Count Dooku in Star Wars because George Lucas was a nerd and thought it'd be funny if Count Dracula played Count Dooku in Star Wars. On that unrelated note, Dracula has had many different action figures over the years. The ones we're looking at today invoke sort of a general Dracula vibe. Jada Toys, in fact, made one that's not so Bela Lugosi, but more general Dracula. Sort of like the Dracula you run into at the Universal theme parks. And Mego has produced a Bela Lugosi Dracula from the get-go, which is very amusing considering a story we'll share later in this month. But now let's take a look at these two different Draculas and see what makes them great.
The first Dracula we're looking at is Jada Toys' Universal Monsters Dracula, coming in a very nice window box. Much like their Creature of the Black Lagoon, this has a nice portrait of Dracula looking very impressive and very intimidating, as all vampires should. The back of the packaging features a cross-sell for the others in the wave, featuring Frankenstein, the Bride of Frankenstein, yours truly Dracula, and the creature from the Black Lagoon we looked at yesterday. There is also a lot of legal text, maybe too much legal text, it just depends on who you are. If you really love legal text in many languages, there you go. On the side of the box, illustrious monsters, but no Dracula on the side? Blasphemous. Looking at Count Dracula himself, he is exquisite, from head to toe, dressed to the nines, looking dashing, especially with a fabric cape. From the back you can see that cape hangs fairly good over his shoulders and down his back, and not too long as to not interfere with his leg articulation. Looking at the head sculpt, while not a likeness resembling any particular actor playing Dracula, it has the Dracula vibe, it has the Dracula energy, it is Dracula. Looking towards the front of the figure, as you can see, a very nice suited body, very fit suit, looking great, and that red in the middle of the cape is fantastic, even if those seams are a little unsightly. Chest details are painted well, the medallion, the bow tie, the pocket cloth, everything just looks fantastic. Articulation-wise, Dracula's head is on a ball joint, so it has a full range of movement. Underneath the cloak, the arms extend out, they are stiff. They rotate 360, they have a bicep swivel, they have a double jointed elbow, and of course, wrist articulation with a turning and pivoting wrist. Inside the torso, there is minor waist articulation and a little side to side. He has hips that move out, forward. There is a thigh swivel. There is a double jointed knee, giving him more range than he ever needed. On top of that, of course, he does have ankle articulation with a forward and back pivot and a side to side. Dracula's articulation range, of course, allows him to go into fighting stances. He is a martial artist, famously. Wait, no, he's not. In addition to his default hands, Dracula comes with a couple options. One reaching out, looking to communicate with you. one that holds his cape to drape it over his shoulder dramatically. He is also including a candle with a very ornate holder. This gives him that creepy sort of, I'm going to invite you somewhere in my mansion vibe, which some may be into. He also includes an alternate expression featuring his vampire fangs, which I can guarantee he doesn't talk as well in. Naturally, as a vampire, he does include his bat form. It holds in his hand if you really want to, but mostly it's just a nice little bonus of a transformation option. The Jada Toys Dracula stands at about Marvel Legends size, meaning if you want a Marvel Dracula, this might be your best bet. But of course, today on Month of Monsters, that is not the only Dracula we are looking at, for we have one who is much larger, maybe more intimidating. We have, of course, the Mego Dracula. He has the likeness of Bela Lugosi and a lot of style. Opting to go for a heavier makeup look, this Dracula honestly captures a unique vibe amongst Dracula figures. The details around the cape, which is a very soft, plush, soft cape that just looks like you could hug it. But remember, there's a vampire in there. Articulation-wise is limited as it was for the time of Mego. While this is a modern-day Mego of the 2020s, it still articulates like a Mego figure of the 1970s, and keep that in mind with all of these. They're not really out for posing, that's more the Jada Toys version job, but this gets the job done and makes it sort of work. Posing options with the Mego Dracula are a bit limited, however he can do the cast out hand pose, and he does look pretty good with the layers of fabric making up his costume. He honestly has a stellar look. Now, which of these two vampires is the best one? Well, it's going to depend on which Dracula style you like. Do you like more cloth goods? Do you like more retro style? Or are you really into articulation? I mean, this is the only Dracula that can do a karate kick, so keep that in mind as well. Naturally, both are great for what they do, but both should be commended for being well-represented versions of Dracula.
Now, while there's been many interpretations of Count Dracula into toy form, these are the two we'll be looking at this week. For vampires reach far and wide, and tomorrow we'll be looking at someone who resembles Dracula, may have even borrowed a few elements, and may have gotten in trouble for doing so. Stay tuned. Who's that flickering the lights? Nosferatu. Welcome back to Month of Monsters. Continuing on Vampire Week, today we'll be telling the tale of Count Orlok, better known as Nosferatu. This was a version of Count Dracula that was produced in the 1922 film Nosferatu. This German silent film was very inspirational and created a lot of filmmaking techniques that we would later see in future cinema. This incredibly influential film, however, featured a licensing problem with the estate of Bram Stoker after he passed away, as his wife wanted all copies of the film destroyed as it wasn't a licensed work of Dracula. Now, Count Orlok, of course, is not Count Dracula, and many changes were made for the adaptation of this film. However, it was close enough that Bram Stoker's wife decided that I want every copy of this film destroyed. Luckily, preservationists, or people that just didn't want to give up their copy of the film, ended up keeping the film, and 100 years later it's easily available and ready to inspire a new generation of filmmakers. Now, Nosferatu's legacy does not end there. There was a 1979 remake by Werner Herzog, and he actually produced a different sort of version that became more of a romance tale in a way. This also had an unrelated sequel that was a couple years later, using the same starring actor, Klaus Kinski, but not having Herzog return to the director's chair. Adding to that, Nosferatu probably made its way into sort of the more prominent minds of a younger generation, appearing as a one-off gag in the SpongeBob episode Graveyard Shift. And I think the design enough of Count Orlok, the original Max Schreck design look from that 1922 film, is absolutely iconic, not only for cinema, but for vampires everywhere. He's creepy, he's kooky, and altogether ooky. That's the wrong reference, but we're going to look at two different toy versions of Count Orlok, also known as Nosferatu.
Our first Count Orlok is the Mego version. Of course, being in a classic Mego style, he was never made in Mego prior to the modern line. However, he actually turned out looking fairly good. His overall head sculpt definitely emphasizes the Nosferatu ideas. The two sharp fangs in the front of the teeth, the pointier ears, the bald head. He's not sort of trying to entice you with his looks like Dracula would. He is sort of repulsive, but in a charming way. The buttons down the front of the coat are meticulously done with stitching, and I think it looks fantastic. It could have easily been some kind of sticker, some kind of overlay, but instead the stitching actually gives it a more premium feel. The jacket has Velcro holding it together, and opening it up you can see that there is sort of the standard Mego body underneath, covered in black clothing to preserve the look. All of his fingernails are painted black, which is quite an impressive detail to add. In addition to that, he has the black and the gray on the sleeves, allowing for that contrast of color. This is definitely more of a black and white Nosferatu, but it really does play to that element, and having the different color shades is important. Naturally, Nosferatu has the same articulation you would expect out of any Mego figure. It's going to be limited, it's only going to work in some cases, and it'll only do so many things. It's vintage style, and it's vintage articulation. That being said, while he can sort of do the iconic Nosferatu pose that casts the shadow of the long fingers, his fingers aren't nearly long enough to do it quite right, which is an unfortunate thing. Now, a Nosferatu figure that can replicate the finger shadow across the wall is the Toony Terrors version. Portrayed here in a cartoon style, this version of Nosferatu has a brown jacket, which I actually think adds a lot of contrast. Articulation-wise, he's even more limited than the Mego, but Toony Terrors aren't going for articulation, they're going for style. They're definitely more of that cartoon look than anything. Nosferatu also includes a rat, and this rat is cute, it's adorable. It probably runs around his coffin at night, but that's the cool thing. It's a rat, and it's kind of a neat inclusion, because otherwise Nosferatu figures typically don't get any accessories. So which is the better of the two Nosferatus? Well, it comes down to personal preference. The Mego's gonna have that cloth styling, the more black and white look, the more realistic tones in some ways, but the shorter fingers. And then the Toony Terrors version will have less articulation, but more of a solid look to it, and it does have the long fingers, but he is exaggerated into a cartoon style to match the Toony Terrors. So it's going to depend on what your personal preference is, and it may be neither of these, and hopefully more companies will bring Nosferatus to the table. Of course, the Mego Count Orlok will face off against the Mego Count Dracula quite well. Or is it a legal battle, or is it a battle of wits, a battle of vampires, a battle of charm, a battle of wisdom? Who knows?
That concludes today on Month of Monsters, as we told the story of Count Orlok, who is only here because people pirated media back in 1922. Think about that one as you take a sleep tonight, and come back tomorrow as we'll be looking at a vampire created in a different land, in a different part of the world, but has a lot of the same influences that you might expect. Tomorrow, we enter the dark. My powers as a vampire are growing, the dark has spread across the land, and the Darkstalkers have come to play. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to Month of Monsters. Today we'll be talking about another vampire, this one being Dmitri Maximov, Lord of the Darkness from Darkstalkers, also known in Japan as Vampire, appropriately for this week. Dmitri Maximov is the rival of Morrigan Ainsland, also known as that character you've definitely seen fan art of, even if you didn't know she was from Darkstalkers. But Dmitri is technically the series lead alongside Morrigan. They are two halves of the same coin. Dmitri wants to invade the land that Morrigan's family rules over, and Morrigan wants to make sure Dmitri doesn't get that power. Dmitri Maximov, story-wise, has had a long history of being an aggressor in the Darkstalkers world. He wants power and he will take power. However, he is afraid of a few things. That being said, once Morrigan's father Belial Ainsland had passed away, Dmitri took that opportunity to spread darkness across the land, allowing the rise of the Darkstalkers and the beginning of the game's story. There were multiple Darkstalkers games released. The three main ones would be Darkstalkers the Night Warriors, Darkstalkers Night Warriors Revenge, Darkstalkers 3. These three games make up the main story. There are other versions of these games that brought in new fighters, but Darkstalkers is actually something that should very much fit the theme of Month of Monsters. You have vampires, you have werewolves, you have zombies, You have Frankenstein monsters, you have succubuses, there's cat people, and then randomly there's a small child who's totally not carrying guns in her basket. Anyways, Darkstalkers is kind of fun. Dmitry Maximoff, though, has a legacy outside of it. While not as prominent as other Darkstalkers characters like Morrigan appearing in Capcom crossovers, he did appear in SNK vs. Capcom, as well as Capcom Fighting Evolution. He has been restricted from being in crossovers simply because Dimitri's signature move, the Midnight Bliss, is a move that turns his opponent to the opposite gender, and modeling all that for a crossover game with having to deal with other licensors and other creatives doesn't always work out. However, Dmitry Maximoff was the first release in Storm Collectibles' Darkstalkers action figure line, and that is our main subject today.
The Storm Collectibles release of Dmitry Maximoff comes in a beautiful box, having the sprite work of Dmitry as well as the Darkstalkers logo prominently present. On the side is Dimitri's Vampire Savior key art in an iconic Dmitry pose. On the back, we can see that Dmitry has multiple different posing options, multiple different accessories. There's quite a lot to this guy because he is quite a hefty price of a figure, but he definitely makes up for it in accessory count. The interior tray of the box features a cardboard backdrop based on one of Dimitri's stages, which would be his castle in Romania. What's really cool is the instruction sheet that shows on how to use all the accessories for Dmitry is really stylistically appropriate to Darkstalkers, specifically being the Vampire Savior character select screen design. Dmitry stands at a very intimidating 7.5 inches tall. This is a large, very beefy, very weighty figure. As you can see with him next to a Marvel Legends figure, he's going to be sort of a 6-inch to 7-inch scale, even though he is quite large, but he is quite large in the games he comes from. Looking at the details of the default face, Dmitry has a very stern expression. He's not happy, but he's not quite angry. He's just displeased. A lot of the accent details of Dimitri's suit are very well done. The white trim around the collars of the wrists, the buttons down the sides of his legs, and the color separation in general is very good. Dimitri's cape is a flat piece of plastic, but it isn't too heavy and it does stay out of the way pretty good. While there is not a cloth option, this works fine for most poses. Articulation-wise, he has a fully ball-jointed neck that can move in several directions. His shoulders move out, they wiggle around, and they pull forward on a butterfly joint. They also can pivot all the way 360 in addition to a bicep swivel and a double-jointed elbow with a wrist joint. His torso crunches forward pretty good. In fact, it's actually kind of amazing how many joints are in there to allow for the crunching of the torso, and that is due to the rubbery chest. Hips move out, forward, they move back, the thighs swivel just slightly, double jointed knee, a lot of muscle meat there, and of course ankles pivot forward, back, left, right, and he has a toe joint. Like I mentioned, the chest on Dmitry is very, very rubbery. It's a soft plastic and it's going to move out of the way for any pose, but it is kind of interesting because that whole torso piece is quite a soft rubber and it has a bit of pushback to it. Hand selection wise, Dmitry comes with a pair of fists, a pair of open grappling hands. These hands are also a bit squishy if you try to squeeze them. He has another set of gesturing hands that are specific to certain attacks, and he has a set of open hands with 2 extended fingers. Swapping heads on Dmitry is a simple task. His first alternate head is definitely an angry expression with his teeth bared. Very, very dynamic and very intimidating. His other expression is probably my favorite. He's in full laughing mode. He is laughing at everything you're doing. Nothing phases him. He is confident and he is laughing at you the entire time. With the extra head and some extra hands, you can actually recreate the Vampire Savior key art, which is on the side of the box for the figure. Dmitry also includes 2 energy effects. One is a fireball and one is a bat. These are rendered in a clear orangish yellow plastic and they feel pretty sturdy and they look really, really cool. However, they're not something he can hold. So to accommodate for that, there is a stand with multiple rod options to raise those effect pieces into place for whatever you need them to do. Fire! And once you do, you have Dimitri's fireball ready to go and up on a stand, and it looks really good. Now there's not a smaller fireball option, which I would have liked, but it is just this larger one, but it's very dynamic and you can see the heat trails coming off of it. Add in the backdrop and you get the fireball in a very dynamic sense, and it looks like it's just straight out of the games. And I think that's one of the really cool things about this figure, is that you have that overly muscular style of the artwork. Fire! The bat is a great touch because in Vampire Savior, he throws a fireball that turns into a bat and bites into his opponent. Here it is just a bat. I think it looks great and it's really dynamic and really fun. Dimitri's articulation and his rubberiness does mean he can do certain poses like him bowing, but it's going to be a little stiff when you try to do that. He can cross his arms as a typical Dimitri pose, except once again a little bit restrictive due to the over muscle mass of the figure. He can perform the uppercut that he is known for doing. He can also do the sidekick pretty good, and the figure, while being incredibly hefty, can still balance on one foot, which I think is incredibly impressive. Usually a figure this muscular and this beefy would be toppling over in one way or another, but he is perfectly balanced, which is really impressive. In general, Dmitry Maximoff just looks fantastic. He just has that confidence, the swagger, the feeling of Dmitri that you would really expect when playing the Darkstalkers games. It is translated really well into an action figure form, and having all those accessories and articulation points just gives it a full rounded experience. I also love the fact that Dmitri is just so expressive. Having that laughing head is just excellent. Like, you can do different poses besides him just fighting because of those expressions, and that's something that's really awesome. Let's play. So overall, while there is articulation limitations due to the muscular design of Dmitri, honestly this figure's pretty cool, and as a longtime Darkstalkers fan, it's nice to have a really articulated, fully featured figure like this. We know Morrigan is in the works for this line, but hopefully more Darkstalkers are on the way, because it's such a cool character design pool to pull from, and it really just deserves a great action figure line.
And now that concludes this day of Month of Monsters. Darkstalkers is quite fascinating, and I would have loved to include more of it here, but there isn't much merchandise for that game series. However, tomorrow we will be talking about something grander, something relevant, something that many people may be familiar with. Vampires in comic books. Which ones? You'll have to wait till tomorrow to find out. You know, the story of Batman becoming a vampire in order to defeat Dracula, it really does hit different in my situation. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to the Month of Monsters. This time on Vampire Week, we're looking at comic book vampires, mostly from Marvel and DC. These are going to be characters that feature vampire-like qualities or are literally vampires, and that makes it for a fun experience. First up, Marvel Comics' Morbius, the Living Vampire. Created by Gil Kane and Roy Thomas for The Amazing Spider-Man, this is a character who is a living vampire, in the sense that he created himself into a vampire in order to cure a blood disease. Which is kind of ironic, isn't it? Need to cure blood disease, need to drink blood to survive. But anyways, Michael Morbius was a doctor, and he solved his problem. Sort of. He gave himself enhanced senses, enhanced speed and skills, things that would appear like a vampire, just without the undead stuff, and he actually made for a very interesting foil for Spider-Man. Science-created villains often do. This character has appeared in animated form in 1994's Spider-Man the Animated Series, where they changed him from sucking blood to sucking plasma out of his hands, which is honestly more terrifying than the Fang thing. But he also appeared in the Ultimate Spider-Man vs. the Sinister Six series later in 2016, and of course, he was in the smash hit, mega million-dollar box office, twice flopped Morbius starring Jared Leto in 2022. Morbius has had a history, and today we're going to look at one of his Marvel Legends releases, because honestly, he's still a vampire.
Today's Morbius figure is the 2020 Marvel Legends release as part of the Venom Pool wave, possibly inserted to tie in with the then upcoming film. This is based on Morbius's 90s look when he was part of the Midnight Suns, a team that also featured Blade and Ghost Rider. Looking at the design, he's got a really dynamic head sculpt. I love the way the hair is flowing, the fangs are out, he's got a really good pale complexion, he just looks really spectacular and dynamic. Looking at the torso, it's a unique torso for Marvel Legends, and he's got kind of an Edward Scissorhands-esque vibe going to him, and I like that they added the new sculpted parts for this figure. The hands are unique, I believe, to this figure still, and they have these really cool claws to them that give him very much the Morbius look you would expect. Adding to that, the tattered cape off the back is one of the more dynamic capes that we've seen in Marvel Legends. It's not too big to get in the way, and it's not too small, but it's got a nice, like, wind-blowing effect to it. Articulation on Morbius includes a head that is on a ball joint as well as a socket. He's got shoulders that move out 360, bicep swivels, double-jointed elbows, a wrist pivot. He has a torso crunch. He has a waist swivel, outward hips, forward hips, no back, thigh swivel, double-jointed knee, which is a little stiff. And then he has a boot rotation despite not having a boot, and then an ankle that pivots forward and back, as well as left and right. This allows Morbius to get into a lot of good crouching positions, something that is reminiscent of the 90s comic art. He has kind of that gargoyle-esque vibe when he's sitting on a rooftop. This Morbius can face off against a Dracula, in this case the Jada Toys Dracula we looked at previously this week. Though I will say that Morbius's claws do remind me of Nosferatu's claws a lot, because they could definitely have a long finger competition. E actually is pretty cool, and it's nice to see, sort of different vampires interacting, and Morbius is a sort of unique vampire in that sense.
Our next comic book vampire is a vampire hunter. A lot of oxymorons in these Marvel guys. But from Marvel Comics brings us Blade, also known as Eric Roberts. Initially a human that could not be turned into a vampire, he was later adapted to be half human, half vampire in his appearance in the Spider-Man the Animated Series in 1994. Originally created in Tomb of Dracula by Marv Wolfman and Gene Colan, this is an iconic Marvel character who has appeared many times across multiple shows. He has appeared in many different animated incarnations, but most famously was played by Wesley Snipes in a trilogy of films in the early 2000s, the first of which ushered in a new revival for superhero films that could be taken more seriously. Even though that movie is coated in a ball of cheese and it's wonderful. And the thing is that the Blade movies were successful enough to spawn a live-action TV show that ran for 13 episodes, minus Wesley Snipes. So Blade is honestly one of those characters that has had a long history, but has never really had a long history of solo titles. He's been on the Avengers, he's been on the Defenders, he's been with the Midnight Suns, but he's never really had too many solo outings. But that does not stop him from getting a movie in the MCU coming in 2023, where he'll be played by Mahershala Ali. Blade is an iconic character, and unfortunately, most of his Marvel Legends figures are absolutely terrible, including this one. So let's take a look.
So this Blade figure was released as part of the 2016 Man-Thing wave. The figure itself is in a more modern appearance. He doesn't have any overcoat, he's got a sleeveless look to him, a vest, and he reuses a lot of body parts for some other figures, such as Paladin. Head sculpt-wise, I think he looks pretty great. I love the expression, I love the glasses, the hairstyle, it's really awesome. He does come with an alternate head, which unfortunately doesn't have a different expression, just a different haircut. I like the detail of having the stakes across the chest and that some of them are missing. That kind of looks like he's an active vampire hunter. And I like that the stakes continue to the back where the sword sheath is, because that kind of just adds to the world building. He does have these darts strapped to his side, which look like silver bullets, even though he doesn't have a gun, so I'm not exactly sure what they're supposed to be. He does come with the sword, which is honestly pretty cool, even though it is kind of the same sword we see with almost every sword character. Articulation-wise, this is where some of the limitations come in. While he's got the standard Marvel Legends joints you would expect, a lot of his sculpting, especially from the waist down, is a problem. So while the arms work really good, really nice, the torso moves pretty good, waist swivel, the hips are assembled backwards, which is a major problem because it throws off his stability and it makes him feel really stiff and weird. Because as you can see here, in order to get him standing up straight, you have to kind of be lunging his torso out because his hips are put on backwards. And this is such an unfortunate thing because I've seen this happen with every copy of the figure. Now this Blade can face off against Morbius, which is an in-universe other vampire, and he looks fairly good doing so, assuming you just want him posed with the sword. Same thing, he can face off against the Jada Toys Dracula, which is currently a good stand-in for the Marvel Dracula. Again, you can only use the sword. The problem with this figure is the backwards hips, the more reused design, and the lack of any weapon options or any hand options or any head options that allow him to do anything besides just hold a sword a couple ways. Blade has so many different weapons in the comics and in the shows and the movies that it's just kind of a shame that we got such a limited release.
Now we transition to DC. In 1991, Doug Minch and Kelly Jones made Batman and Dracula, Red Rain, the beginning of a three-part trilogy of stories. In Red Rain, Batman became a vampire willingly in order to fight Dracula. And unfortunately, even after defeating Dracula, he became more monstrous, started attacking his supervillains, becoming something that he could not control any further. It's a tragic tale, and one that has spawned many ideas, including that trilogy. The universe of Red Rain has appeared in future DC events such as Crisis on Infinite Earths and Convergence. The animated version of Vampire Batman has gone on to appear in Batman the Brave and the Bold. However, the greatest inspiration that this trilogy provided was The Batman vs. Dracula, a direct-to-video movie tying into the Batman TV show where Batman faces off Dracula. Luckily, he doesn't become a monstrous vampire that starts eating anything that gets in his way, so it kind of worked out for the better. Now, Mattel did produce a vampire Batman figure distinctively based on Red Rain. However, it wasn't fully based on Red Rain, and we'll get into that. Here's 2013's Batman Vampire.
Released in the Batman Unlimited line, the Vampire Batman is distinctively based on Red Rain, as there is Red Rain artwork on the box. However, it doesn't quite pull the look off. You notice the figure itself uses the skinny body mold from DC Universe Classics, which means he looks more decayed, yes, but he doesn't look right. The artwork in the comic is distinctively a very huge, very muscular Batman, and this guy is super duper skinny. And it doesn't match him later in the trilogy when he is skinnier, so it's kind of weird. We're just going to ignore that and look at the figure on some merits and go with it's inspired by Batman Red Rain. The head sculpt I do quite like. It's got the nice sunken-in features, it's got the really exaggerated proportions, the nice red eyes. It does look quite good. The torso itself, while it is that skinnier body mold, does provide a vampiric look, a more drained vampire, one that's not so beefed up like he was in the comics. The feet are very bland and have nothing really to talk about. He does have two wings on his back, which is a rarely seen feature within the Dracula trilogy of Batman, but it actually adds a cool thing to the figure more than just having a cape, so I'm going to give it a pass for slight inaccuracy, but it makes for a cool action figure. Articulation-wise, he's got the head that's on a ball joint, just kind of standard stuff, shoulders that move out a bit, they sort of would go 360, but wings, double joint elbow, wrists that pivot in and out and turn, ab crunch that moves forward and back. He's got a waist swivel, he's got outward hip movement, forward back hip movement, thigh swivel, and a knee bend, and an ankle bend. So despite the limitations, he can do some cool poses, a little bit hunched down, not quite anything that's going to match the comic, and not anything that's too stable. So while he does look okay in a pose, he doesn't really invoke a lot of the features of the Vampire Batman from the comic, but I think he actually makes a cool Vampire Batman action figure if you sort of separate from the comic inaccuracy. Because when you put this Batman next to a normal Batman, he does look like a more vampiric, a more malnourished, sort of I desire blood type of Batman, which I think is definitely cool. If you are trying to get a Dracula that scales with your Mattel DC figures, that Jada Toys one is definitely going to fit that bill as well. The thing is really versatile. So overall, it's not a great accuracy to the character, but it's kind of a neat figure that I can appreciate on its own merits. It's got some cool sculpted details, it's got some nice paintwork. I really do love the shade of blue they used for the bodysuit. It does look quite nice. Overall, these three comic book vampire figures are all various stages of quality, but I do think Morbius was probably the best of these, and the Blade and the Batman just leave something to be desired. But that being said, vampires in comic books, always a cool thing, and hopefully there are more.
Other vampires in comic books include Marvel's Dracula, who is essentially the standard Dracula you'd expect, except he interacts with the entire Marvel universe, and I think he owes Moon Knight money. On the DC side, Sergeant Vincent Velcro from the Creature Commandos is another vampire created by science. In the Elseworld Justice League Gods and Monsters, Batman is a vampire, and Batman is not Bruce Wayne, but instead Kirk Langstrom. And Kirk Langstrom himself in the DC universe proper is Man-Bat, who has vampire qualities but is a giant monstrous bat, and us vampires like to go for the suave demeanor here where we might suck your blood and turn into a bat to fly away quickly. Not so much be a giant bat all the time, it's just one of those things. But that concludes today on Month of Monsters. I hope you learned something, and stay tuned for tomorrow, as we'll be looking at probably the most unique and the most interesting vampire of them all. Good news, my audience. I found a cure for my vampirism. I'm told I just need to get more sunlight. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome to the final day of Vampire Week on the Month of Monsters. Today's vampire is unique. It is a robot, a transformer, if you will. Transformers Collaborative Draculus is a new concept based on an old idea. It is taking the idea of a transformer that is also Dracula, and thus Draculus was born, for he features a transformation into a bat, which is the most appropriate thing a vampire and a Dracula could do. But did this concept come out of nowhere? Was it suddenly like Universal said, hey yo, Dracula's 90 years old, and Transformers was like, hey, you know, Transformers exists, and they just decided to collaborate? Well, that might be part of the story. However, in the 1980s, there was planned a line of Universal monster Transformers, and Dracula was of course one of them, turning into a bat. Well, it's not exactly the concept we got, and we're not exactly sure how the Creature of the Black Lagoon would have worked out. Those Transformers never came to be. However, it's still an interesting footnote because it led us to getting the Transformers Draculus in 2021. But is this a unique Transformer? Is he built from the ground up? Transformers collectors, you know he's not. He's a retool. It's a collaborative piece. You got that. We know that. But let's find out. Is Draculus a good Transformer? And more importantly, is he a good vampire?
Now, the Transformers Collaborative line began by crossing over Transformers with other 80s properties. Ghostbusters and Back to the Future are two examples. We have Ectotron, who was the Ecto-1 from Ghostbusters, and we have Gigawatt, who was the DeLorean from Back to the Future. But Draculus takes a different approach. From the packaging, you can see that Draculus is representing a nice piece of artwork of the character, as well as a VHS-style box. That's the thing before DVDs, for those that remember that, and DVDs were the things before Blu-rays, which were the things before streaming. Media's come a long way. But anyways, the packaging's nice. As you can see on the side, really nice artwork of Dracula in a sort of cobwebby environment. The back of the packaging, of course, shows off Draculus in all of his vampire glory. And on the opposite side, you can see the Universal Monsters and Dracula 90th Anniversary logos in a VHS style. In fact, the box even opens like a VHS tape coming out of its cardboard sleeve. And the reverse side of the box does look like a VHS tape, which has been rewound. That person was kind. Looking at Draculus, he is a beautiful looking figure. Blacks and whites and silvers all over. He has a black and white monster vibe that cannot be beat. Looking at his head and chest, you can see that the head has bat features such as fangs and ears, but he also has the chest design, which is reminiscent of a three-piece suit. From the back, the figure has bat wings protruding from his beautiful cloth cape, cloth goods being an uncommon thing in Transformers. The cape itself is long enough to drape over his body, giving him that more concealed vampire look. There are slots in his cape allowing him to spread the cape wide and dramatic. He can look impressive as Dracula. The cape itself is held in place with a single peg, and it is fairly easy to remove. That's something you don't want to have on the figure. Dracula sans cape is not nearly as exciting. He looks impressive still, but there's something about the cape that really brings the look together. Articulation-wise, his head is on a ball joint, allowing for expressive range of movement. The shoulders are on ball joints, allowing for an additional movement. The elbows are double jointed. The wrists pivot. The biceps turn. The waist swivels left and right. Outward hips, forward hips, backward hips, thigh swivel, knee. Ankles that pivot forward and back and left and right. Draculus includes a blaster, one that has a blood red tip to it that gives it such an impeccable feel. It's stylish, it's cool, it's Draculus. He also includes a claw shield of some sort, also having that blood red design. However, it's not as impressive, even though it does have two blaster ports and a blade. As alluded to earlier, Draculus is a heavy retool of the Transformers Titans Return Deluxe Class Mind Wipe. As you can see side by side, they share similar features to each other. However, they're not exactly the same mold. For example, the forearms have been changed not only to give Draculus longer, sharper fingers, but also to change up the detailing and designs around the forearms. As you can see from the front, they added a pseudo cuff design to Draculus to add to the suit look that he's going for, as opposed to Mindwipe, who was just arms. The torsos are quite different. In fact, they added a completely new torso design to Draculus to give him the suit look, and that also changes up the engineering on how he transforms. The heads are completely different. Dracula's features a head with a collar. It's attached to the front part of the torso, whereas the head for Mindwipe is a headmaster. So now we're going to transform Dracula's into his bat mode. I'm going to take these two weapons, the piece here. I'm going to plug the gun in like this. There's a couple ways to do this, but I kind of like to make this the tail of the bat. Then we're going to take good old Dracula's himself. The easy stuff is like folding the hands away and then rotating these arms up and back, because these will become the bat legs. It's kind of a cool like somersault transformation. You want to make sure the cape is, you don't have to remove the cape, but you just got to make sure it's off of the main bat wing area. Actually, we're just going to take it off. That's a little bit easier. So now you can kind of see we got the bat head back here, which sometimes you can have it up here, but I think it doesn't work with the cape, so I kind of bring it down, but officially it's there. But we're going to take this section here, which is always the part that trips me up because it's different. Yep, we're going to pull this out like this, so that this moves the head back. I'm going to take this up like this. You can start to see kind of where we're going with the bat. We'll flip these wings back like that. We'll bring these legs down because they're into the new bat legs themselves. And then basically, you know, there is a cockpit area inside, like the old Titan's Return Mindwipe, but that doesn't do anything. We're going to open these here so you can see the nice interiors of the red of the bat wings. We're going to get this lined up. So basically there's a little notch, little peg, little notch. So we're just going to kind of get all these aligned best we can so that they all line up. And it sometimes takes a little bit of shifting, but once you do, everything should peg together nice and solid, which is pretty cool. And then we're going to do the same for the other side. And like I said, you didn't have to necessarily remove the cape, but it's a little bit easier to do all this with the cape out of the way, just because it is fabric and that does impede a little bit. But once we got all that sort of lined up, make sure it's all pegged together, good to go. So we got kind of the bat mode, and then to kind of finish off the details here, we're going to plug the tail in here. So we got the kind of tail idea going on, lining it all up. And then lastly, you can take the cape, which is the main reason for these slits on the outside, because this drapes all around the edge of the bat wings like that. And there is Dracula's bat mode. Looking at Dracula's in bat form, the blood red design carries throughout the wings. It adds to the blacks, it adds perfect contrast, and the cloth cape draped on top of it, even better. The only unfortunate part is when looking upon the wings, you can start to see product numbers and other detailed information that was required and hidden away so it wouldn't be seen in robot mode. The head design has that blood red mixed with the black. It's striking, it's sharp, it's bat, it's very cool. Comparing Mindwipe to Dracula's, you can see that the bat modes essentially are identical. While painted differently and Dracula's does have the cape, they look the same in this mode, where they looked a little bit different in robot mode, which is quite interesting on an engineering level. Overall, Dracula's is a very dramatic transformer, and he can pull off a lot of great poses with that cape. That cape adds 100 style points to this guy almost immediately. Of course, he does make a nice companion to other Dracula figures, such as Jada Toys' Dracula figure, which we have seen many times this week, and they make a nice pair. Of enemies, I'm not exactly sure either of these Draculas want to forfeit this castle to the other. Transformers Dracula's is the kind of figure that you will only want if you are a Dracula fan. It does not serve any Transformers purpose, and it is not that exciting in terms of the mold usage. The interesting part about him is that cape and the overall Dracula style. If that's something you're into, he may be the perfect Transformer.
And that was Dracula's, and that was Vampire Week. Thank you all for sticking with me. Next week we'll be picking up a new theme, but over the weekend we have some nice pre-recorded Wildcard Weekends episodes for you. In the meantime, I'm gonna go get some sunlight, because apparently it's the only way to cure this. Because I really don't want to drink blood. Do you know how terrible it is drinking blood? It's awful. It tastes horrible. It's not fun. I must solve my vampirism myself, and for that, I shall vanish into the night. Or shall I say, the daytime. Today on Month of Monsters, we talk about one of the most popular types of monsters, the zombie. But not in the form you might be expecting. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to Month of Monsters. Today on Day 8, we're doing our first Wildcard Weekend episode. These are going to be for monsters that don't get an entire themed week to them, and that is what's kind of unique about them. I don't know what happened during Vampire Week because I pre-shot all the Wildcard Weekend episodes, so hopefully it wasn't too eventful and too scary for my audience. But in terms of the actual content of today, we're looking at zombies, and specifically the Black Lantern Corps from DC Comics. Because while I have enjoyed some zombie movies, I'm not a huge zombie guy, and there's not a lot of zombie action figures that aren't just like The Walking Dead. So we're gonna look at a series of recently released Black Lantern action figures from McFarlane Toys. Now, what is a Black Lantern, for those that may be asking? Well, have you ever heard of a Green Lantern? The fact that you can have a ring that channels your willpower into constructs. A Black Lantern ring brings you back from the dead as a zombie. It's kind of grisly. In fact, the event from 2009 known as Blackest Night by Jeff Johns and Ivan Rice is all about bringing back dead heroes and villains as Black Lanterns under the control of Necrom, the Lord of the Dead. And what's really kind of fun about this is that you get some characters coming back that have been dead for many years, some that die in the event itself, but there's a wide range of variety of Black Lantern designs that can translate into action figures. And the four today you'll see have a different approach to each of them. And what's kind of neat about the Black Lantern Corps is that it also was a great way to bring people back to life in the DC universe, because if they were a Black Lantern, they could be purified with a White Lantern ring, and they could come back, which was a nice way to bring a few characters back that probably shouldn't have been dead in the first place. But in terms of the actual Black Lantern designs, we'll be taking a look at Superman, Batman, Deathstorm, and the leader of the Black Lanterns himself, Necrom.
So first we're going to take a look at Necrom, leader of the Black Lanterns, and released as a standalone mega-fig in McFarlane's DC Multiverse line in 2022. Looking quite impressive, the details on Necrom showed a decayed body, but a powerful one. I love the use of chains and the extra designs to give him sort of a Grim Reaper look, with the Black Lantern logo cascading over his head. You can see the beating heart inside his chest as he holds on to the last remains of life as he continues to push death as the only factor in the universe. I love the way that the belt comes together to form the Black Lantern logo. It's such cool design elements like that that have made the Black Lantern stand out. On the back you can see what looks like sort of a Reaper hood that's been pushed down, as well as an exposed spine, which is really creepy and really fun and adds to the Grim Reaper look that Necrom has going for him. The scythe he wields is quite large, though unfortunately a bit warped due to the way it was formed in the packaging. He does hold it quite well, and he does look very impressive. One of the cool design elements of the scythe is that the Black Lantern central battery is at the top of it, so you have the battery look powering all of the army of the dead that he's working with, and all those Black Lanterns are working off the power that's contained within his scythe. Articulation-wise, his head is on a ball joint, which allows full range of movement. Shoulders move out. Shoulders can move 360, even with the rubber. A bicep swivel. He's got a double-jointed elbow. He's got a wrist that pivots in and out, as well as rotates. Nothing really in the torso, but his hips move forward, they move out, they would move further back, except for the skirt, and he's got a double-jointed knee. Also, an ankle that pivots forward and back, as well as left and right, and a toe joint. Overall, Necrom is pretty fantastic. Being a large-sized figure, it means he could go into your Mattel display, your DC Direct display, or your McFarlane DC display. Has a lot of variety, and at $40 US, he's actually pretty well priced. He's very large and he's very intimidating, and I think that makes him a great action figure. Black Lantern Superman was released as part of the Atrocitus Build-A-Figure wave in 2022, and features a pretty sleek design. Looking at the chest, I love how it worked the Superman logo into the Black Lantern logo, and I just think that's such an excellent, strong design choice. The face itself has a wonderful sunk-in and decayed look. I love the yellow, rotting teeth. A lot of great paintwork here that really brings out the sculpted details. The cape is in tatters, which is just an excellent visual, and overall it just looks really cool, and I like how it's not quite even and split, but split up into multiple pieces. The one unfortunate thing is that despite him having two fists, neither fist has a Black Lantern ring on it, and these are uniquely molded hands as they do have the decayed flesh, so it's kind of a bummer that they didn't include the ring. That's such a really dumb thing to miss. That should have been there. Articulation-wise, it's mostly the same as Necrom, so you get the full shoulder range, the full head range, the elbows that move. Everything kind of bends and moves as what you would expect with a modern action figure. or more on a McFarlane figure because you don't get much in the thigh swivels, but you do get double jointed knees, which is really good, and some nice ankle movement. One of the details I really like about the Superman is the decayed flesh look that you see on the biceps and the hands. It just really comes off as like a strong decision and a strong sculpting choice to make this a very unique figure. Posing Superman's pretty great. You can get him in kind of cool punching poses, though it just really feels weird not having that Black Lantern ring sculpted to his hand. It's such a glaring omission in my eyes. Next up, we have the Black Lantern Deathstorm, who is essentially a Black Lantern Firestorm. He was part of that same Atrocitus Build-A-Figure wave that Superman was. Looking at the head sculpt, the way that the skull is molded into the fire of the flames of the head just looks fantastic. He's sinister, he's menacing, he's incredibly well detailed and painted. Looking at the chest design, yet again they worked in the Black Lantern logo with the Firestorm logo, so you have a nice mixture of things. There also is a decayed flesh sort of look going on with the torso and the arms that's really cool. This sort of design continues to the back where you can sort of see that the flesh is starting to collapse and concave in, and that's really impressive. He also includes a lantern accessory, which is fully silver, which just looks a little strange, but I guess it works. Overall, Deathstorm looks great. He has a molded Black Lantern ring, unlike Superman, and his open hand plus combination of holding the power battery is really, really cool, and I think he just came off looking really sharp. Our last zombie we're looking at today is Black Lantern Batman, who kicked off the entire Blackest Night event, and he was also in that same Atrocitus Build-A-Figure wave. First of all, I love that the bat symbol is here, and I love that the Black Lantern symbol is here, but I'm kind of underwhelmed. The other two managed to work the Black Lantern logo into the Superman and Firestorm logos, whereas this is the Black Lantern logo slapped on the Batman logo, and that's kind of lame in comparison. But look at that head sculpt. The sunken in face, the rotting teeth, the tongue paint. This is just an incredibly detailed figure and something that McFarlane Toys excels at, which makes them the perfect company to be making Black Lantern action figures. The hands are really cool and unique too. They look very zombified. They're not quite even. It looks like he's got a couple broken fingers. It's really gnarly, but it's really cool. The cape hangs perfectly. The pointed shoulders, the weird cloth, the tattered edges. It just looks really great. And posing this guy just turns out great. As you can see, he has the same articulation as the other figures, and he can actually pull off some really great poses. Hunched over, kind of limping, looking very zombie-like. This Batman, he's kind of creepy. So overall, all four Black Lanterns look really great together. Necron towering over all of them is just fantastic, and each of them is unique in their own ways. I love the way that they look together as a group, and while I wasn't like a huge fan of Black Lanterns as a concept, I'm not a huge zombie guy, I wouldn't mind owning more Black Lantern figures if they were going to be this cool.
So that does it for this episode of the Wildcard Weekends on Month of Monsters. Stay tuned for tomorrow because we're going to be doing something non-toy related. In fact, it's going to kind of tease what will be coming up through the rest of this month. So you don't want to miss it. Check it out tomorrow. On Month of Monsters, we've been covering different types of monsters, and most of them come from movies. So how can you watch the movies? Let's take a look at a special episode of Soundout's Disc Discussion within Soundout's Month of Monsters, talking about Soundout's Monster Movie Collection. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to another episode of Month of Monsters Wildcard Weekends. Today on day 9, we're going to be talking about the movies of the monsters. Now, I wanted to do this because on my channel, while it's primarily toys and we talk about action figures quite a bit, one of my very popular long-running series at this point is the Disc Discussion, where we talk about home video releases for movies and TV shows. And I thought, hey, it's not a disservice to put all the disc discussions off for a whole month. Let's do one during Month of Monsters. So here we are with the movies of the monsters. This is going to run down movies related to and featuring the monsters that we'll be covering in this month. And yes, we're only just starting the second week of the month, so you'll get a little bit of a teaser of what's to come. So let's take a look at my home video collection and my disc collection for these movies and see what we will parse from what will be coming in the future of the Month of Monsters.
So naturally, we're going to begin by talking about some of Universal's monster movie releases, such as the Wolfman Legacy Collection. Now, I actually have all of the Legacy Collection DVD sets. Unfortunately, I don't have them all available right now, and you'll see why in a bit. If you've known disc discussions, you'll know that sometimes we'll just put away older copies of movies. But these sets are really neat. So for example, this one has Lon Chaney Jr., The Wolfman, the Legacy Collection. And you can see it's got, nice packaging art. This is a duplicate copy I got as a gift years later. But this is actually, I really like the packaging on these. But you can see that it includes The Wolfman, but also includes Werewolf of London, Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman, and She-Wolf of London, which are other werewolf films that were produced by Universal. And then you also get a series of bonus features, and these are pretty nice. However, there was a nice upgrade to these that came out a few years ago that actually take the same concept of having all the films in one set, but amplifies it to high definition. Now that being said, I didn't jump instantly into the high definition versions of the Legacy Collections. In fact, since those didn't hit stores as much, I really didn't know they did the full Legacy Collections in Blu-ray. But let's talk about the Blu-rays of the individual releases. This is a series Walmart did at one point, and these were pretty inexpensive. So we've got Bela Lugosi's Dracula. This is the 1933 film. I'm not really going to crack all of these open, but they have basically all the bonus features. And the Spanish version of Dracula is included with the English version. And they look very nice. I actually think the covers on these are pretty cool. Here's The Bride of Frankenstein, because you can tell I didn't put these in the order they probably should have been. Anyways, Bride of Frankenstein. Same kind of idea here. These are just essentially single disc releases of what I would call the more iconic films, like Frankenstein. These are going to be kind of the ones that people know the best. Here's The Wolfman, once again. Again, very nice looking packaging. But for me, while I liked having the initial films on Blu-ray, I really wanted to have something more. And in order to demonstrate that, we have probably my favorite movie box set of all time. The Universal Classic Monsters Complete 30 Film Collection. I spied this on Amazon and told myself I needed it immediately, and I got it as soon as I could afford it. Once I learned about this set, there was no going back. This is one thick beast of a Blu-ray box set. In fact, this is the Complete 30 Film Collection, contains all the films in Universal's 1931 to 1956, the classic monster period, including Invisible Man, Dracula, Wolfman, Mummy, Phantom of the Opera, Bride of Frankenstein, Frankenstein's Monster, and the Gill Man from The Creature of the Black Lagoon. This set looks really fantastic on a shelf. As you can see, it just looks terrific, having the 8 iconic monsters there, what has become the 8. And then on the back here, it gives you a chronological list of all the movies that are in the set, from Dracula to The Creature Walks Among Us. On top of that, it does give you an idea of the bonus features within, and also a nice little description. But the really impressive part is that this is all the Legacy Collections, but more specifically, they're called the Complete Legacy Collections, because these all contain all the appearances of these monsters. So for example here, if we had a comparison of the Wolfman, we'll just start with the Wolfman to make this comparison easier. So here is the Blu-ray Complete Legacy Collection for the Wolfman. All 7 films from the original Legacy. So this contains The Wolfman. This also has Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman, in addition to House of Frankenstein and House of Dracula. These are the 3 crossover films that were featured in the Universal Monsters series. We also have Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein, as well as a bonus disc including Werewolf of London, which was Universal's first and sort of failed attempt to do a werewolf movie, and then She-Wolf of London, which is a spiritual successor to that film. So this is a more complete version of that original DVD, because if you remember from a couple minutes ago, this original DVD only contained Wolfman, Werewolf of London, Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman, and She-Wolf of London. So that's only 4 movies compared to the 7 the Blu-ray has. And this is all the appearances of Lon Chaney Jr.'s Wolfman, in addition to having 2 extra werewolf movies from Universal. And there is a bunch of bonus features on each of these sets. What's really cool about this box set is that there's a stack of these cases. So for example, here is Dracula, the Complete Legacy Collection, 1931 to 48, because we've got Dracula. We got Dracula's Daughter and Son of Dracula, House of Frankenstein, House of Dracula, and these movies look fine because they're not fully restored into a super high format. They got them as best as they could. They can fit 2 on a disc. They're also not that long. And then we also got Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein. Now you're probably like, oh, wait a second. Didn't you already say that we got Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein in this set? Yeah, we'll get to that in a moment. So again, having all the appearances of Dracula for the original Universal monster period. Then we've got, of course, Frankenstein and the Frankenstein set, Frankenstein, Bride of Frankenstein, Son and Ghost of Frankenstein, and then Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman, House of Frankenstein, House of Dracula, as well as Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein. So that is a couple duplicates, as you're starting to notice a trend. Here's the Mummy Legacy Collection. It's got the Mummy, it's got the Mummy's Hand, the Mummy's Tomb, Mummy's Ghost, Mummy's Curse, and Abbott and Costello Meet the Mummy. So we're starting to get an idea of how these sets work. Here we have the Invisible Man Legacy Collection. We got Invisible Man. We've got Invisible Man Returns, Invisible Woman, Invisible Agent, and Invisible Man's Revenge, as well as Abbott and Costello Meet the Invisible Man. I like that the Abbott and Costello films are included because those are comedy takes on the monsters, but I think they're quite classic and quite fun. Creature of the Black Lagoon one's a little lighter. It's only 2 discs because it's just Creature from the Black Lagoon, Revenge of the Creature, and Creature Walks Among Us, since those are the only 3 Creature from the Black Lagoon films. And then, yeah, we just get to a single release of Phantom of the Opera from 1943, because this was the only Phantom of the Opera released in the time frame that they're going for. We'll talk about another Phantom of the Opera in a little bit. There also is this really cool booklet included called The Original House of Horror, Universal and a Monster Legacy. Nice little Universal picture thing on the back. This is a booklet that tells you pretty much like the basics on the history of all the monsters and the films, and it goes through each of these and talks about the actors and the people involved, which is super awesome. And then, so yeah, if you're looking at it, you do get Phantom of the Opera once, you get the 3 Creature movies once, you get all the Invisible Man movies once, but, Mummy movies, they're all unique too, and then it's the overlap. There's an overlap between these 3 sets, and that comes down to having House of Frankenstein, House of Dracula, and Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman, and Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein, since all 3 of these monsters were in that. So these sets, again, are individual releases that are bundled together here, and so because of that, it does get a little awkward, because especially if you look at the fact that you get these 2 discs the same in the Wolfman set, and it's the exact same 2 discs here with the Frankenstein set. Like, they're the same down to that point. The interesting part is with the Dracula one, because he wasn't in Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman, he actually just gets a new disc that's just House and Frankenstein House of Dracula. So it's really kind of interesting that they did go for this attempt to sort of bring together all the movies into one set, and doing so in a way that wouldn't break the budget by having a bunch of unique discs for this and having to sell the sets separately. Combining the sets together made a lot of sense, and even though there are some movies doubled up, this is still an incredibly great set that you can find for a great price to have all 30 movies, plus a few of them a second time. Now, if you are just looking for the best of the classic monster films, you're gonna want pretty much the first one in each series, and Bride of Frankenstein. In Volume 1 of the Universal Classic Monsters 4K collection, you get Dracula, Frankenstein, Invisible Man, and Wolfman. These are just the first films. You don't get any of the sequels, which is fine with me because I don't think I need the sequels and the spin-offs in 4K. I have them on Blu-ray, they look great. But they did do 4K transfers for the initial films, so Dracula looks fantastic, and it also includes the Spanish version. You got Frankenstein, you've got the Invisible Man, and of course, the Wolfman. A second collection of this is coming out very, very soon that contains Bride of Frankenstein, Phantom of the Opera, The Mummy, and The Creature of the Black Lagoon. So if you are looking for just the initial films in the highest quality resolution possible, the 4K set is for you. If you have that other box set and kind of want those initial films upgraded like I do, the 4K set is for you. However, if you are just trying to get all the movies in the best way possible, that 30 film set's going to be your best bet. But that's not all on this crazy journey. How about Lon Chaney's The Phantom of the Opera? My favorite version of the Phantom. This was the silent film version from the 1920s. This film has reached public domain, I believe, and that's why it's not included in Universal's set, also because it predates the others by several years. They want to start Dracula and go through Creature Walks Among Us. With this set, from the Kino Classics release, Kino Lorber Classics is just incredible. It's a 2-disc set that has different versions of the film as well as special features. You have a nice restored version. It includes the 1925 version, the 1929 version. There are multiple different versions of it, so you can get which version you're looking for, and it's done off different prints to get the best quality possible. And honestly, this movie is absolutely fantastic. As a silent film, it is visually exciting, it is visually interesting, and I just love having it in my collection on a Blu-ray, because I just think it's fantastic. Another one I really love is The Hunchback of Notre Dame. I'm including this in the monsters category, even though, this is not going to get brought up again on this month of monsters. The Lon Chaney Hunchback of Notre Dame is one of the greatest films I've ever seen. It's a movie that was produced for $1 million in the 1920s, which is just incredible. And you have such amazing just visuals, you have such amazing like life to it, and I absolutely love it. And Kino Lorber Classics did a great restoration of it. Lots of great bonus features, lots of great things. They even got some like production video from newsreels. Really incredible stuff. This is a film that is, nearly 100 years old. Absolutely go look it out because I think that there's some amazing stuff in this adaptation of the Hunchback story that just provides one of the most unique adaptations of it on film. And then lastly, in our silent film category, also another Kino Classics release, Nosferatu. This is, of course, the unlicensed version of Dracula, which had a whole big lawsuit, and this film was almost lost to time if it wasn't for the fact that people kept copies illegally. So anytime, someone says, hey, just because it's not available doesn't mean you should have it. Well, in some cases, a iconic film such as Nosferatu would not be here today unless people had kept copies when the order came down to destroy all copies of the film due to copyright disputes. This is an iconic piece of film history and cinema, and having this release, which has, again, lots of bonus features, different versions of the film to make sure it has the best presentation possible, is absolutely a stellar release. Let's talk about some monster comedies that take some inspiration from the classic monsters, such as Mel Brooks's Young Frankenstein. This is absolutely one of my favorites. It's a take on the Frankenstein story, and it is a spoof comedy. It was shot in black and white, which is funny because there's all these shots in color on the back, but it is presented in black and white. And this film was released by Fox, and this is the Fox Blu-ray release. It's pretty bare bones, but it does serve a good purpose. It does have bonus features, which is definitely a plus, and the film does look really well presented. It's not going to be the top of the line kind of presentation I think it deserves, just because of the nature of buyouts and sales of Fox Studios to Disney. But Young Frankenstein, if you're looking for it, it's probably not too expensive, but you can find a nice Blu-ray release of a classic spoof film. The other one, appropriately, Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, released by Arrow Video on Blu-ray. This is such a crazy little zany comedy. It takes a lot of, what made Elvira great in her TV appearances, amplifies it to a comedy film. It puts Elvira into just a normal nothing town that's really just appalled by her existence, and she works to make her way through it. And honestly, I really do love this movie. It's silly, it's campy, it's really fun. It's got a whole sequence where the town's like, yeah, we're gonna burn the witch. And they're very excited about it. There's a lot of great stuff in this. This dog is hilarious. If you never checked it out, it's honestly kind of a nice classic sort of comedy film from the late 80s, and it's definitely worth being an Arrow Video release, and they decked it out with just all kinds of bonus features like they always do, and I appreciate every single one of them. Now for me, I like the classic interpretations of these monsters. A lot of the modern reboots that Universal has tried to do have not worked for me in many ways. Whether I ended up seeing them, or not seeing them, like I didn't see the recent Mummy film, I didn't see the recent Wolfman, where apparently they CG'd over Rick Baker special effects, which is how you get on my bad side. But in terms of some of the other reboots of these monsters that they've tried over the years after the initial period, probably my top favorite would be An American Werewolf in London. This is taking the idea of the werewolf, taking a lot of the elements of the Wolfman story, but putting a brand new, unique spin on it. And yeah, we got this movie a few times. I remember my dad buying this Blu-ray saying, oh, we'll watch that when you're old enough, then sort of missing the Blu-ray for a while, sort of forgot to do it, and then by the time I was old enough and, ready to watch it, the Arrow Video Blu-ray existed. And this is the initial Universal Blu-ray, which is fine from what I hear, not great. The Arrow Blu-ray is outstanding, and then the Arrow 4K is also outstanding. Plus, this is the limited edition because that's the kind of thing I go for, since it was after I'd seen the movie when this came out. But, having the movie on 4K, having a nice presentation, having, like, a legitimate ton of bonus features, getting a poster with it, getting a whole book on the history of the movie. This takes this crazy sort of horror comedy that is almost too funny to be a horror movie and too horrific to be a comedy, and giving it the best presentation possible, as well as having more bonus features than you can shake a stick at. There was like hours and hours of stuff to watch on here, and that's pretty incredible. It's such a great movie for fans of werewolf stories to get something different. It's such a great movie for, just general audiences who like horror, who like comedy. It's a mixture of the two, and I absolutely appreciate it, and I really appreciate this 4K release from Arrow Video. And to round this all out, we're going to talk about The Mummy. So this is honestly the reboot that worked for me. In fact, I kind of like this Mummy series more than the original, and I think it's one of the only times I can truly say that. The Mummy Ultimate Collection here is a nice set of 4 movies from the Mummy films. These were started in 1999. They're most famously known for starring Brendan Fraser and Rachel Weisz, and I love these movies. I even love the bad ones. So for example, 1999's The Mummy, absolute classic adventure style film. Just adore it. I've seen it a bunch over the years. I watched them recently. They're just such a terrific movie, and The Mummy Returns is a great follow-up to it. It sort of expands the mythology and takes things a little farther. Mummy Tomb of the Dragon Emperor was a little bit weird. Suddenly they were dealing with an ancient Chinese mummy instead of, kind of the Egypt style we'd done for 2 films, so it feels a little disconnected, but I did like seeing the characters that we know grow and develop. There was also the spin-off The Scorpion King, from spinning off from The Mummy Returns, because The Rock was popular and they thought, let's give him a movie called The Scorpion King. Also a weird one. There also is a DVD disc with bonus features that comes from a previous DVD set. But in terms of looking for these movies, you can find this set pretty good, and you can get the entire franchise in one little box here, minus apparently the 5 Scorpion King sequels. I didn't follow up on that. But anyways, if you're looking for this, nice adventure-style reboot of The Mummy, it's available in a very nice set that honestly, stylistically, kind of matches the Legacy collections. So I'm pretty happy with this, and I'm pretty happy with, a lot of movies.
So that is most of my monster movies. I did leave some out that weren't relevant to Month of Monsters, and maybe we'll circle back to those later. But in terms of the actual releases of these, it's kind of fun to have a disc for older monster films especially, because it gives you that vintage feel. And a lot of these movies are kind of pushing 100 years at this point, and it's kind of amazing that we actually have Blu-ray discs for some of these films, especially some of those older silent films. I think that's kind of amazing to me that something like Phantom of the Opera is 100 years old almost, and we have a Blu-ray disc of it. Or Nosferatu, which was thought lost, that we have a disc of it. It's kind of amazing, and it's something that I really do cherish. So I hope you enjoyed this, and stay tuned, because we'll be starting a new themed week tomorrow, and you won't want to miss it. Okay, I'm here in time. Something went wrong outside, and we hopefully won't have a problem with that, but it's time to continue with Day 10 of Month of Monsters. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to Month of Monsters. Today on Day 10, we're starting our feature on werewolves. Werewolves are one of the most prominent mythological creatures in all of culture. Globally, across the planet, almost every culture has a version of a werewolf that's been told in folklore and stories. Now, of course, most of what we'll be focusing on this week are going to be kind of your traditional werewolves that appeared in movies or TV shows, because that's typically what gets toys. And since this is sort of a toy-focused series, that's mostly what we're going to be covering. However, there will be some surprises that we're going to find, just sort of cropping up here and there throughout the week. In fact, today's subject is going to be kind of a 50-50, what was Lon Chaney Jr. doing? First of all, 1941's The Wolfman, one of the more prominent werewolf movies, probably the first popular one, Universal's second, but more on that in a different video. We're specifically looking at the Super 7 reaction figure. This was sort of designed to be kind of an 80s throwback, minor articulation, softer details, but harder plastic to kind of match those old vintage style action figures. So let's see if this actually works as a werewolf figure on its own, and if it's mostly just supposed to mix in with Star Wars toys. I'm not really too sure, and I'm kind of wondering, it may kind of work out on its own thing. So let's take a look at that as our first subject of the day.
I think one of the best things about Super 7's reaction figures is the card art. There's a beautiful portrait of Lon Chaney Jr. as the Wolfman. It looks very vibrant and very fun, and you have the figure included there as well. It's probably the thing that attracts me most to reaction because the overall card experience is really spectacular. On the back of the packaging, you can see the other figures in the Universal Monsters way that this figure was included in, which includes the Mummy, the Metaluna Mutant, the Creature from the Black Lagoon, the Phantom of the Opera as the Mask of the Red Death, and the Mole People. Looking at the reaction Wolfman, you can see he's very, very basic. Like, this is your basic action figure. 5 points of articulation, not a ton of detail, but, you know, he looks pretty cool, actually. I think the head sculpt pretty much invokes the original Wolfman design quite well. You got the underbite of the lower teeth just sticking up there. You got kind of the eye shape and the overall head shape. It's pretty cool overall. I do also appreciate that they gave it the haunched look of those feet without it being unstable. This figure still stands pretty good on its own because they gave it enough of a flat surface, so that's always nice to see. They didn't give him flat feet, which would be wrong, but they didn't make him impossible to stand. Though you can see some of the paint is a little messy in some places, but that may be intentional. Looking at articulation, it's just the head swiveling left and right, the arms swivel 360, and the legs move forward and a little bit back. This does mean you can get him into very minor poses, such as Sasquatch walking through forest. Putting him next to a vintage Star Wars figure, you can start to see where the idea of this line comes in. With the vintage Bossk here, he's kind of another wolf guy in Star Wars, and that kind of works out better. I think if you're going for a reaction, if you're not collecting for the card art, you're probably collecting to see if it could meld in with some other figures or other reaction figures. So overall, this isn't a figure that's really that spectacular. I think he's serviceable for what he's trying to do. If you're into the reaction style, you're gonna like it. If you're not, it's not gonna hit you as well. And I think it's kind of fun to have this Wolfman figure. It was one I bought because it was the Wolfman. And it's kind of neat, but I'm gonna slip him back into the package and put him up on a wall because the card art's really what got me kind of into these figures in just a casual sense.
Now our main subject today is going to be kind of an interesting little figure. Mego sort of returned to prominence, and they brought back their toy line after being gone for roughly 40 years or so, something like that. No big deal. They brought back Mego, and they brought back those old 8-inch style action figures with the body suits and the action figure bodies. They were the world's first action figure, and they can take that claim to fame. Do these hold up to modern standards? Not as much, but it's kind of a nice retro throwback. Now, while they did do original Universal Monsters in that lineup, the modern line couldn't get all the rights right away. For example, they couldn't license the Wolfman, which of course, you know, any company that's making a werewolf that's sort of Universal inspired is going to want Lon Chaney Jr.'s the Wolfman. It's just, he's an iconic staple at this point. But, yeah, Mego had to do something different, and they licensed 1965's Face of the Screaming Werewolf. And if this is the first time you've heard of it, that doesn't mean you're out of the loop on monster movies. It means you haven't looked into the dark, dark, deep secrets of monster films that have consumed the minds of some of us for years, trying to wonder just how the heck did it end up working out that this was going to be something that we had to follow. But what is Face of the Screaming Werewolf, you might ask? It is in fact a combination of two films from Mexico, House of Terror and The Aztec Mummy. They're completely unrelated in their original Spanish versions, but they were combined and dubbed into English and released as Face of the Screaming Werewolf. Now, why did they do this? Well, Lon Chaney Jr.'s career didn't exactly go the way it should have. He never became a big star, and after Universal stopped making monster movies, he pretty much was still making monster movies. So he sort of reprised the werewolf type character, even though it's not Larry Talbot. It's a different werewolf. And that's ended up how he got into House of Terror. And so from there, you have a Lon Chaney werewolf appearance, and then the American company's like, well, we want that as our headliner, because there certainly isn't anything else that American audiences would recognize. So combining the Aztec Mummy with House of Terror resulted in a mummified werewolf. And then somehow, all these years later, Mego decided, yeah, that's our werewolf we're gonna go with. Which, I mean, hey, it's a Lon Chaney Jr. werewolf, it's just not the one that everybody was looking for. And while Mego went back and actually did the Universal Werewolf later, as the Wolfman, this one's kind of like the standout in my collection because he's got kind of a lot of those ideas. In fact, it's kind of one of the early flannel shirt werewolves, which became sort of a trend later. Maybe I should be concerned about my little walk outside. Anyways, let's look at the Mego Face of the Screaming Werewolf action figure.
So we're going to be looking at the first release of the Screaming Werewolf in Mego's line, that being the red-shirted version. This was exclusive to Target when Target had the exclusive license to Mego, and for whatever reason, they decided the Buy Pride flag colors was the best packaging design they could go with, so I guess the Screaming Werewolf is a buy icon now. When Mego went wide and was available at all retailers, a second Face of the Screaming Werewolf figure was released. It's based on this one, but it has a blue shirt, and it's not as tattered, and it has a couple buttons and a little paint detail that's a little extra, but not like I really wanted to replace the first one I had. And then adding to that, that same mold and same clothing design idea was applied to the flocked werewolf figure, which was just werewolf. It wasn't specifically any movie, even though it's using basically the same mold. It now is fuzzy, which is different, but let's go back to that original red-shirted version. Looking at him, he's got a red plaid shirt, nice little flannel look, nice tattered pants, and overall, good werewolf, especially one that's of a classic variety. Looking at the feet, they are flat-footed, but honestly, I don't know if Face of the Screaming Werewolf was really worried about having the haunched feet that the Wolfman had, so I don't know, it looks good. And it's nice that it's not shoes put over the normal Mego feet, but in fact, new feet. The shirt itself is nicely tattered. It's got kind of a hand-tattered feel, doesn't feel so manufactured, which is pretty nice. And it's overall a nice fabric material. It adds a lot of depth. However, the normal werewolf hands is kind of a bummer because I would have liked something with claws just to kind of liven it up a bit. The head sculpt's interesting. It's got the underbite that you sort of expect from classic Wolfman, but of course it is based on Face of the Screaming Werewolf, so it's a little bit different. But if you're kind of looking for something that kind of fits into a classic werewolf vibe, and the general, like, sort of things are put through a Mego filter when made into Mego, it actually works pretty good as any kind of Wolfman you want. Now the shirt does open up, but it's a normal Mego torso underneath with no extra fur detail, so a little boring. Articulation-wise, as with Mego, he has a left and right swivel, shoulders that move forward, they kind of move out, they're on rubber bands, elbows that bend, he's got wrists that swivel in and out, he's got a ball-jointed torso, hips that move out, forward, back, he does have a single knee joint, as well as an adjustable ankle joint. Ultimately, the Screaming Werewolf figure is interesting. I think the story behind it is actually more exciting than the figure itself. I do like having it, and like I said, I hadn't picked up any of the other Mego Wolfman figures after this, because I like how unique this is. I don't think anybody else is tackling Face of the Screaming Werewolf. Like, if Neca were to announce an Ultimates version of Face of the Screaming Werewolf tomorrow, like they did with Creature of the Black Lagoon right after I said they should, that would be insane. But in terms of the actual figure, this is probably the one time we'll get this version of a werewolf released, and for that, it makes it a unique staple among werewolf action figures.
So when it comes down to it, it's kind of interesting to see not only a more basic retro throwback in a style that the figures were never previously available, and then a retro throwback that was in a style that the characters were previously available, but not the version you'd expect. So reaction and Mego kind of go hand in hand. It's really for the retro throwback, not for upgrading anything, not for really trying to make your life better or to transform yourself into something different, but in terms of just like the Mego and reaction feeling, like the feeling of those figures is kind of fun since they're modern versions of something old and something that, you know, is familiar, and I think that's kind of a fun element. Now, that's it for today on Month of Monsters. However, next time, we're going to be looking at a much more accurate, much more thought out Lon Chaney Wolfman figure that's really out to capture the likeness. So stay tuned for tomorrow, where I'm sure everything's going to go great, and there's gonna be no more hiccups. Hello, this is Soundout here, and apparently I'm now a werewolf. Month of Monsters is going to keep trucking on though, I'm not letting this stop me. Today on day 11, we're talking about 1941's The Wolfman, and specifically the Neca Ultimate figure within. But context on the Wolfman itself. This is a film that has been sort of the basis of a lot of future adaptations of werewolf stories. You have the decently nice guy who's made some mistakes in his life, stumbling upon a werewolf who ends up biting him, ends up dying, and then now he's been cursed with a werewolf. Sort of a similar story going on here. But in terms of the actual story of the Wolfman, it is meant to be a tragic tale. And in fact, the idea that the werewolf is a monster only because of the curse that has been put upon him is actually a really common core theme. Now, in terms of the film itself, this was Lon Chaney Jr.'s big entry into the monster world. His father, Lon Chaney, had been the Man of a Thousand Faces, portraying characters such as the Phantom of the Opera. Now, Lon Chaney Jr., originally known as Creighton Chaney, he was trying to be an actor, but it didn't quite work out, and he ended up going into being Lon Chaney Jr. as a stage name, which I think was also a request of Universal. That brought kind of the Lon Chaney name back into the monster world. And he actually really enjoyed playing the Wolfman because he was the only actor to play his character in all the appearances of that version of the character. He played Wolfman in The Wolfman. He also continued to play him in Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman, as well as House of Frankenstein and House of Dracula. It's actually kind of an impressive run. He even returned for Abbott and Costello Meets Frankenstein. And as I mentioned in the previous Month of Monsters episode, he also did a Mexican film called House of Terror, where he played a werewolf. Now, the character of Larry Talbot, who is the Wolfman in that film, is actually quite interesting and has a lot of history to him. And I think that's what made him such a great sympathetic character, as well as Chaney's wonderful performance of sort of this man who you kind of feel bad that he get turned into a werewolf, and I think that's a common theme a lot of the time. Now, of course, we're going to be looking at the action figure based on that iconic film, released by Neca in 2022. So let's take a look at the Neca Ultimate, the Wolfman.
So as this is our first Neca Ultimate figure we're looking at on Month of Monsters, definitely not the last, we want to look at the packaging. What's really cool about the Neca Ultimate box is they have the original poster art for the film that the figure is representing on the front of it. On the back, we get a collage of images that were created to promote the figure, making the figure look very, very nice in very cool pictures. The side of the box features a portrait of the Wolfman form of the figure, looking very nice yet again. I love the lighting effects with the different colors. On the other side, we can see a different kind of pose. I like how they add diorama elements, though I do wish they included some of those things like tree branches. The front flap does open up so you can see the figure inside. Now that we have the Wolfman out of his packaging, you can see that this is a spot-on likeness to Lon Chaney Jr. as the Wolfman. I'm just blown away at the level of detail and the level of precision that was done to the sculpting to provide a very solid-looking figure. They even went as far to make the haunched feet haunched. He actually doesn't have a flat foot to his foot. It's definitely more like the actual film, and so they included a small stand to help balance him out. The head sculpt is fantastic. This is like a near perfect recreation of the original Wolfman mask and prosthetics that were used in the film. I just can't believe how good it turned out. This is something that, this is a movie that's so old at this point, but yet this figure is so new and it just captures every one of those little details. This detail extends all the way down the body. You can see the werewolf claws in the hands, the different textures of the pants. It's really, really good, like, overall dry brushing in order to bring out some of the sculpted detail. Even to the back of the shirt, you can see that it's sculpted so that the fabric is uneven, it looks more natural, it looks more accurate, and once again, it has that dry brushed effect, which almost gives it a painted look, which I really do like. So for articulation, the head is ball jointed at two different points at the top and bottom of the neck. The shoulders move out, they move 360, it's a little stiff. The elbows bend, the elbows rotate. The wrists turn, they move in and out. The waist has a little bit minor movement. The hips move out. They move forward a bit on a ratcheted joint and back a bit. A thigh swivel is included. A knee bend, as well as a knee rotation. A ankle rotation, as well as a forward and back, left and right ankle pivot. Now, as for accessories, the Wolfman includes an angry expression. He's snarling, he's more dynamic. This is definitely more of an action pose type of piece to him, which I think is really, really cool. We also include the bear trap, which the Wolfman's foot got caught in, and naturally it is sized perfectly for the foot to be caught in it. I think it's such a cool accessory because it's unique to the film, and I think it provides just an extra piece of world building. Speaking of world building, the lower legs, the hands, and the head do swap out in order to have a Larry Talbot figure as well. And this is one of the coolest things I think they could have possibly done for this figure, and definitely helps justify its $40 price point, because having both forms of the Wolfman is incredible, and I never expected that to ever happen. You can see that the way that they sculpted the legs was to make sure that you could just have normal feet, as where the werewolf has the werewolf feet. Even if it does look like he rolled his pants up, it just kind of goes with the overall look from the film. The likeness to Lon Chaney Jr.'s Larry Talbot character here is also excellent. I know that they worked with the Chaney estate, as it was credited on the box, and just having this likeness definitely feels like it went through all the approvals it needed in order to really capture the likeness of the character as well as the actor. Also included for Larry is the cane that his father had with the wolf head to it, and he does have an extra hand to hold it. Such a great inclusion once again for world building and something from the film itself. Size-wise, he is in Neca 7-inch scale, so he kind of goes in the Mego size class of things. He's a bit bigger, as you can see with the Mego Screaming Werewolf, the other Lon Chaney Jr. werewolf. And you can also see that he would tower over something like a Marvel Legend because he's in a true 7-inch scale as opposed to a closer to 6-inch scale that a lot of other action figure lines do. What's also kind of fun is that we have the two extremes of Lon Chaney Jr.'s Wolfman with the Neca Ultimate on the left and the Reaction on the right, with the Reaction just being a very basic figure, whereas the Neca Ultimate has everything you could be looking for. So overall, the figure does look incredible. I think that the detail and the articulation is good, and the joints feel solid. A lot of older Neca and even some recent Neca are very brittle feeling, and the joints can break easily if you pose it too much. This guy feels a lot more solid, which I hope is a new direction for Neca, where their figures are more, well, action figures and not, don't pose it too much or else something's gonna break. Everything feels pretty solid on him, including all the swapping parts, which is definitely a plus. So conclusively, this is the ultimate version of the Wolfman. While some care should be taken with the joints as Neca goes for that, sort of stiff art house type figure, if you're looking for a Lon Chaney Jr. Wolfman figure, there's no better option. But there is two other options for this mold. Option one, there is a black and white edition of this figure, as there is with the other Universal monster figures from Neca. I've opted not to pick these up. This is just me using technical wizardry to give you the idea, but essentially you can get the figures in black and white. But if you're wanting something that's more of a throwback, there is a retro carded Wolfman. Now this is the same figure, except this is done to replicate the 80s Universal Mini Monsters packaging and those figures. Right down to the flavor text, which does even mention Universal City Studios, back when it was Universal City Studios and not Universal Studios, the Wolfman. The Neca logo is there in place of things, the modern Universal Monsters logo, and I like that it says an authentic posable action figure based on the classic Universal's famous Mini Monsters collection from the early 1980s. Except these are recommended ages 14 years and older. This figure does call out that it does glow in the dark, which is true. The only part that actually does glow in the dark is the face itself. It's not the whole figure, it's just the face, which kind of makes some sense, but one of the other retro style figures is definitely more impressive in the glow in the dark category. The back of the packaging, very basic, but does show the three retro carded monsters in the first wave, which is the Mummy, the Frankenstein monster, and the Wolfman. On the top, it's got credits, much like the regular Ultimate box, that's got, the director of development, sculpting, fabrication, paint, all the people that do all the work for these, and I love seeing credits like that on figures. Here you can see black and white shot of all three figures, where you can't really see the new paint changes to them, except for the Wolfman. Of note, if you do plan on opening this figure up, the stand is included, so you will still be able to stand, even though he doesn't have any of the other accessories. And like I mentioned, this is a repaint of the Ultimate Wolfman. As you can see, putting them side by side, they went for the more saturated colors, the blood effect, the really basic colors that you would have found on those 80s figures, compared to the Ultimate, which is definitely trying to be as close to the movie as possible, with imitating the colors that were seen on posters, just to kind of give it a more film accurate look. So ultimately, it doesn't matter which color version of this that you would want. It depends on personal preference. I like the retro being on that big card back. I like the Ultimate being more film accurate. I ultimately just didn't buy the black and white, though I keep getting tempted by it every time I see it in stock somewhere. The figure is excellent, and if you're wanting Lon Chaney Jr.'s Wolfman as an action figure, there really is no better alternative.
So overall, NECA's Ultimate Wolfman figure is really cool, and I love the fact that they included both werewolf parts and Larry Talbot parts, so you get kind of the both sides, because transformation is a major factor in a lot of werewolf stories. That's it for today's episode, and thank you all for watching. Tomorrow we're going to be looking at some werewolves that sort of look a little bit different, and ones that come from media you may recognize. And stay tuned for that. I'm going to go try to figure out if this thing will subside when the full moon goes down and the sun rises. But I guess we'll find out tomorrow. Well, good news, everybody. I woke up human. I wonder if my werewolf curse has been broken or if this is just a temporary situation. Well, we better film this video quick before I turn back into a werewolf, because talking as a werewolf can be a little difficult. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to Month of Monsters. Today we'll be talking about comic book werewolves. This is going to be an example from DC, an example from Marvel, and examples in between. In terms of actual comic book werewolves, there are quite a few, but not many with toys, which just kind of seems like a missed opportunity. If you're running DC or Marvel toy lines, why would you not want a werewolf in it? But today's subject matters are going to be what has toys, and starting off is the Legion of Superheroes member, Timberwolf. Timberwolf debuted in 1964 in Adventure Comics, created by Edmund Hamilton and John Forte. This was a character introduced to the Legion of Superheroes to kind of mix up the power set. He was in fact experimented upon by his father, and he was given wolf-like qualities. Sharp claws, heightened senses, agility, speed, all that cool stuff. Though he did look mostly human. He didn't have a full werewolf transformation until many years later. In fact, this character has had a long history. With the Legion of Superheroes being a superhero team in the future, the DC universe constantly changing and having time travel, the Legion has had multiple continuities. So sometimes Timberwolf is just kind of a normal dude with some sort of enhanced wolf-like abilities. Sometimes he's a full-on werewolf. Sometimes he's a full-on wolf. It's kind of amazing, really. The character goes through such a rapid transformation depending on who's writing him and depending on how the artist wants to portray him. Sometimes he's like a dude that just looks a little scruffy, and then sometimes he's a dude that definitely has wolf-like features. And I think that's what makes the character kind of interesting in the werewolf discussion. He's definitely supposed to be werewolf-inspired. He's sort of cursed with the abilities that his father put into him through genetic experimentation, so it's got a sci-fi twist to it. But in terms of werewolves at DC, pretty much none get better than Timberwolf. Now, in terms of the actual appearance of the character outside of comic books, he's only really shown up twice. The Justice League Unlimited episode Far From Home from 2006, he had a cameo appearance alongside the rest of the Legion, and then he was a prominent character in the Legion of Superheroes TV series from 2006 that also featured him in a more wolf-like appearance. He had a more mutated state. And then there was also several episodes involving him becoming more wolf-like, including one where he was on trial for murder. So really interesting character of a really interesting superhero team. But how many figures has he really had? There was a DC Direct one, and other than that, it was a DC Universe Classics Timberwolf released in a 12-pack exclusive to Matty Collector. So let's take a look at just the Timberwolf part of that multi-pack to see if he's still a good figure all these years later.
So like I mentioned, Timberwolf was released in the Legion of Superheroes 12-pack exclusive to Matty Collector, but we're only focusing on him because the rest of them aren't relevant to the Month of Monsters. Looking at Timberwolf, he uses the quote-unquote young body for the DC Universe Classics line, which means he's kind of small, sort of teenagery. The head sculpt does a decent job of portraying kind of a Superboy in the Legion of Superheroes era version of Timberwolf. The whited out eyes is a bit weird because I don't remember that being a feature in this point in time, but it does give the figure a cool look. He does have the Legion flight ring molded to his hand, which is always nice to see. It's a detail that should be there, and it is. Articulation-wise, he's got a limited range in his neck, doesn't move much, shoulders that move 360, out. They have a bicep swivel, there's an elbow joint, there's a wrist swivel, there's an ab crunch that moves forward and back slightly, a waist that turns, hips that move out, hips that move forward, hips that move back a little bit, knee bend, thigh swivel, and an ankle pivot. Timberwolf is not a super posable figure. He's very limited, but that's just how the DC Universe Classics line ran back then. He could probably have more articulation and more detail on a more modern figure, but there hasn't been one. This is literally all he's got, and the DC Direct figure prior to him that's based on Silver Age look, not much better. So unfortunately, Timberwolf is really lacking in action figures. That's a problem for the Legion of Superheroes in general.
Our second subject of the day is going to be Marvel's Wolfsbane. This is a character in The New Mutants who was created by Chris Claremont and Bob McLeod for the 1982 graphic novel The New Mutants. She has appeared in many different teams, including The New Mutants, X-Force, X-Factor, Paragons, Excalibur, Hellions, and the X-Men. Rain Sinclair herself is a mutant who has a wolf-like transformation. She can become a humanoid wolf, much like a werewolf, or a full-on wolf, much like other werewolves. She's pretty cool, and I like her power set because she has kind of some control over the werewolf transformation. Now, the interesting part about her is she has appeared in the comics for many years, but has only appeared a handful of times outside the comics. She was in one episode of X-Men the Animated Series in 1992 called Cold Comfort. She was a recurring character on X-Men Evolution in 2000. She had a cameo in Wolverine the X-Men in 2009. She had her live-action debut in the New Mutants film, played by Maisie Williams, which that movie didn't actually end up doing anything beyond just being a standalone movie, and I hope that Wolfsbane can enter something like the MCU in the future. Now, of course, being on multiple teams, there could be multiple action figures of Wolfsbane. However, there's only one, and this one was released as a swap part option for the Danny Moonstar figure released to Walgreens through Marvel Legends. So let's take a look at the one and only true werewolf that has appeared in Marvel Legends.
So the Marvel Legends Wolfsbane was alternate parts to the Danny Moonstar figure exclusive to Walgreens, which featured heads and hands for Karma and, of course, Wolfsbane. That being said, this does make for a nice New Mutants era Wolfsbane figure. I definitely think we could use better, more iconic costumes, especially like the X-Factor version, but this serves the purpose well for this iteration of the character. Taking a look at the head sculpt, which of course is what makes her unique in this case, very nice head sculpt. I think it's got the right kind of color shade to the hair, the fangs, the overall facial structure. It turns out pretty good for a likeness of the character. I do like the hands included, as they do have talons on them, so they are definitely werewolf-like, and they do sort of fit the rest of the design. Unfortunately, that's the only two parts that look like werewolf bits. The rest is just a normal X-Men bodysuit. Articulation-wise, Rain has a ball-jointed neck that has a hinge and swivel forward, outward shoulders, 360 shoulders, elbow bend, left and right swivel, a inward and outward pivoting wrist, as well as a turning wrist. The upper torso has a ball joint that allows for some movement, hips that move out a little bit, forward and back, very limited, a thigh swivel, a double jointed knee, and then we have a boot that moves forward and back, left and right. So due to the restrictions of the hips, she can't crouch down a whole lot, which I would have liked to have seen for the character, but she can get in some vague werewolfy poses. So while not the perfect representation of Rain Sinclair, it's a decent enough Wolfsbane for the most part. I definitely think Hasbro could do some more with the character. She has multiple different looks, especially more of the animal-looking versions of her, but this is a nice starting place. And I do like the concept of having one body mold for 3 different characters, though being a Walgreens exclusive, it made this figure harder to find. But that being said, having the 3 different characters on the same mold doesn't look too out of place since they share a costume. In the end, both of these comic book werewolf figures are a little bit lacking, and we really could do better in the comic book werewolf field, especially because Timberwolf and Wolfsbane have been around for decades. Why are these the best figures of either of them? Because honestly, we could do better with them.
So, those aren't the only comic book werewolves we have, but Wolfsbane and Timberwolf are pretty much the only ones that have toys. I went looking, and there just really isn't anything modern or just any modern equivalent that would work for these characters, which is kind of a shame. Other comic book werewolves that I do really like, and I'm glad exist, include the Amazing Wolfman for Image Comics that's in the Invincible universe, as well as DC's Warren Griffith, who was on the Creature Commandos, also a really cool werewolf that should get a figure. But more importantly, one might be getting a figure soon, and that would be Jack Russell, aka Werewolf by Night. A longtime Marvel Comics character, he recently made his MCU debut in the Werewolf by Night Disney Plus special, so maybe there will be more toys for Jack Russell in the future. But whatever flavor it is, werewolves are cool, werewolves in comic book superhero universes are cool, and that's what I wanted to highlight today. Now tomorrow we're going to be looking into sort of a different world, sort of an idea of nightmares, and I hope you'll join me, so stay tuned. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to Month of Monsters, Day 13. Today we'll be taking a look at the nightmare demons from an American Werewolf in London. Totally not inspired by the dream I had last night, no, not whatsoever, not the thing that scared me back into being a werewolf. Yeah, it's kind of rough around here these times. But in terms of actually, reviewing toys, the nightmare demons are kind of a weird thing because when you go to make toys based on an American Werewolf in London, which is a cult classic film, more on that in the next episode, this is not necessarily the first thing anyone thought to make, except for Neca. They decided, oh yeah, no, we're not going to start with the Kessler werewolf, we're not going to make Jack in his decaying form. No, we're going to make the nightmare demons from the random 2-minute ultra-violent sequence in the middle of the movie that catches you out of nowhere but is constantly burning to your memory. So of course I own the figure, and of course we're taking a look at it. This is kind of one of those insane things where you're thinking, why would you start with something that's not technically even a character? Basically, Neca just seems to be fans of Rick Baker's special effects, and who can blame them? They're amazing, and especially with a lot of the makeup work that was done here. And while the scene was very jarring and very evocative of a lot of real-life scary things, in addition to being kind of a monster sequence, I think that there's something captivating about the look of the nightmare demons that really catches the eye, and that kind of makes for some neat figures. Or should I say figure? Because yes, in fact, this is just one figure release. But we're going to see what makes this so unique and what's so interesting in today's episode.
So the Nightmare Demon comes in a box similar to most of the NECA Ultimate figures, except this has a really cool lenticular cover so that the fire moves back and forth, back and forth. These sides of the box each feature 2 different heads for the Nightmare Demons, which gives you a nice distinction of all the different possibilities included within. On the back of the box is a nice diorama shot of the 4 different Nightmare Demons standing side by side in what looks like a living room. And here you can see that the figure includes 4 interchangeable heads, 3 firearms, 2 knives, a torch, and more! Naturally, it also has the opening flap in the front. So as you can see the full lineup here of accessories, it is packed to the teeth. There's a lot of stuff in this box, which is awesome. So first things first, here's the accessory loadout. There's a couple different hand options. We've got the torch that's obviously used to burn down the living room, 2 different knives, 1 bloody, 1 not bloody, 3 different gun weapons. That way there's a good variety of weaponry as was seen in the Nightmare sequence. So when I first opened the Nightmare Demon, I was testing the joints like the knees where I bent one and it was fine. I bent the other and it snapped right off the peg. Yeah, for some reason the joint was painted over, and this shouldn't be happening in 2022. No excuse for this, and it's happened on multiple copies of this figure, and hopefully NECA does not do this again. That being said, when you're looking at the figure itself, the sculpt and paint detail is pretty great. It could have just been a flat sort of military green to it, but it's got nice shading, nice black wash, and it looks really nice overall. A lot of the details I'm really impressed with is how they have the multiple pockets with the different button details, the little like silver accents, everything that goes into making it look as close as possible to the costumes used in the film. And on the legs, there's a lot of paint, which is what caused the joint issue with the knee. But I do gotta say the boots having kind of an uneven nature to them gives it a sense of realism that I didn't expect. The backs are a little plain, but it's mostly just continuing that look from the front of the figure. Articulation wise, there is a ball joint at the bottom of the neck which moves around, shoulders that move out, shoulders that move up, elbows that bend, elbows that rotate, wrists that swivel, wrists that pivot in and out. He features basically no waist joint, but hips that move forward, back, out, thigh swivel, knee joint that bends in a single knee, rotates left and right, and as well as an ankle that pivots left and right and a little bit up and down. So the first head included, sometimes known as the Warmonger, looks like a zombie werewolf. It's actually got a similar jawline to the Kessler werewolf from the film. I love the look of this. I love the uneven eyes, the melted sort of fleshy face. It comes together really, really nice. I have mine posed with the standard automatic weapon. This just seems appropriate for the sequence in question, and there's a lot of options here, but there is, enough grip strength on the figure to hold it properly. So next up we have the Banshee head. Now this one of course is the werewolf look with it just screaming constantly in your face. But I like the splashes of gray fur, I love the overall detail, and once again it has a similar jawline to the Kessler werewolf, so this being in David's nightmare within the film is sort of foreshadowing what will happen to him later. I armed this one with one of the different types of guns, I don't know the names of these things, and I'm not going to worry about it. But it gives it a different look, and I think it kind of adds to the Banshee, just overall screaming appearance. This next one is sometimes referred to as Nightmare. It's very, kind of more humanoid. I think that these are, in some ways, supposed to reflect the transformation that David eventually goes through within the movie, and I think that this is supposed to be the more human look, because you got kind of the similar teeth structure to a werewolf, maybe some of the pointed ears, but this is still mostly a human look. But I love the asymmetry of it, the way that the face is kind of scrunched up and weird in one place. These are really great replicas of what was seen in that brief scene of the movie, and I really just love the replicas here. I've armed this guy with the knife because the knife was the weapon he specifically used in the scene. If you've seen the scene, you know the moment we're talking about. There are two versions of the knife, one with blood and one without blood. I just opt to use the one with blood just for a little flair. And you have some other action figures in your collection. You can definitely recreate his iconic moment. This last head, I couldn't find any name reference for in anything online. I've been looking. I'm just gonna call this one the Were Nightmare, because it's kind of like the previous one, the Nightmare, and it's sort of got the werewolf design with the way the hair's done. I like the flesh pulled out of the cheeks. There's just a lot of really cool detail. The scarring, the extra furrowed brow. Once again, some asymmetricalness. And he does have the werewolf teeth, but it's not as pronounced as some of the other heads, which I think is interesting. And you can just see from a side angle here that's got the pointed ears, which give you that sort of werewolf look, the pulled back hair, the longer, shaggier hair in general. It's got kind of the elongated face that, again, we would see later on in the film. So I think it's sort of between the previous one and some of the others. It's kind of like each of these are a step of a werewolf transformation, except they happen to be nightmare demons. Yeah, they're kind of gnarly. I gave this guy the torch just because somebody needed it, and honestly, one of them should be having the torch. The burning of the living room is a major part of this sequence. What's kind of fun about having the nightmare demons is that they are kind of these terrifying monsters. They're evocative of a lot of real life horrible people, in addition to being terrible supernatural monsters. And I think that's what made the scene so striking. And yes, when you have other action figures interacting with them, they work out pretty good. Having the group of these four together is really interesting. So yeah, I had to buy 4 of them to use all the heads at once, but I honestly found it to be worth it. The different weapon options each gives them a different weapon loadout. The different head options, of course, gives them different looks. The articulation is serviceable, even if you had to be a little careful, because apparently the knees break on a bunch of these. That's a bad thing, but here we are. So when it comes to the Nightmare Demons, is this something that everybody's gonna want? Probably not. They're very, very obscure, even for an American Werewolf in London. They're only in this middle section of the movie, and it's only like a brief couple minutes because it's done for shock value and terror. And for that, I think that, character significance-wise, there's other things from the film that would make more significant figures. But for me, as someone who loves special effects, especially practical makeup and prosthetics and just general practical work, these being representations of some of the, crazier mask designs that were created for the movie is what makes them appeal to me. But I can understand where some people were like, wait, why is this the first figure we're getting? But don't worry, Neca made another American Werewolf in London Ultimate figure, which we'll be talking about in a different video. So the Nightmare Demons are pretty fantastic. I think overall, despite some of the quality problems, I still really like them. Yeah, that should be no surprise, I did get 4 of them. But in terms of the actual prominence to the film, they're not major characters, but the fact they made them is kind of amazing, and I think that should be applauded. Now, of course, this is all just one big lead up to the big finale for Werewolf Week. Yes, tomorrow we'll be looking at the Neca Ultimate Kessler Werewolf. And in fact, it might be one of my favorite figures ever made. So you definitely want to check it out, so stay tuned for tomorrow. That does it for today, and I hope that day 13 was lucky for you, because it was a little unlucky for me. As we've approached the end of Werewolf Week, yes, I'm still a werewolf. This time, whatever happened yesterday has locked me in this werewolf state. I've reached out to a few specialists, and I was given just this weird advice of beware the moon and stay on the road. So we'll be doing that after I cover the Neca Ultimate Kessler Werewolf. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome to day 14 of the Month of Monsters.
Today we're talking about The Kessler Werewolf from An American Werewolf in London. This 1981 cult classic is one of my favorite films of all time. It's just such a captivating, weird horror comedy mixture that provides some of the most gruesome horror with some of the funniest comedy. It's really kind of interesting, and I'm kind of surprised it even came together. But in terms of an actual movie, the interesting part about it was not just the way it was portrayed, but of course the special effects work by Mr. Rick Baker. He did such a great job designing a very unique werewolf. He sought out to make something different than Universal's Wolfman, and he created a four-legged monstrosity. This is absolutely one of the most terrifying werewolf designs, and in fact, I'm really happy it got an action figure because I really love it. And in terms of the actual film's story, this is, of course, another tragic werewolf tale. However, the thing with The American Werewolf in London, there was one piece of advice that David and his friend Jack were given, and, well, they didn't stay on the road, got attacked by a werewolf, and David became a werewolf. Now, this werewolf design, like I said, is different. It's a four-legged werewolf. It's not your standard two-legged, walking around, talking, hosting a YouTube show werewolf. It is definitely something unique and interesting, and also terrifying. So if you're brave enough to stay tuned to it, we're going to take a look at the ultimate version of the Kessler Werewolf. The box for the Kessler Werewolf is excellent, having this nice painted artwork, the fog revealing the werewolf face, the full moon, and Jack and David on their fateful journey, the thing that would change their lives permanently. The back of the package features a collage of images, of course, of the werewolf we're going to look at. And like other Neca Ultimate figures, the front flap does open so you can see the figure within. Getting the Kessler Werewolf out of packaging, you can see that this thing is just gorgeous in the most horrifying way possible. Because honestly, this design is terrifying. The elongated features, the really sharp fangs, the several people that it mauled to death in the film, but the figure version is beautiful. The sculpted fur, everything. You can see it from the side that it has those really weird, really lanky proportions. It's almost human in a way. It's almost human crawling on four legs, but it's not, and that's kind of what makes it so unsettling. And I think that it's just really well replicated here when you're looking at the full body. You can see that even when it comes down to having a tail, it's a short tail. The legs are extended into weird directions, but they're still sort of humanoid. It's what the wonderful design work that Rick Baker and his team did in order to create this monstrosity is actually so fascinating, and I love looking at it. And Neca did a great job getting all the details. While the hind legs weren't seen all the time in the film due to the practical nature of the werewolf, Neca went into the extra detail of adding kind of the more bony structure, the extra fur, and the paint detail, and I have to give them full credit on this. They really went for it. You can see down to the front paws where there's the fur as it gradually descends, where you have the skin part and the nails up through the fur of the actual leg. This is just an insane, incredibly detailed, figure that I can't get over how good it looks, because this is an incredible detail work that you wouldn't be able to see in the film itself, and yet here it is replicated. And naturally, this goes for the face as well. This is the closed mouth version we have here, and the eyes are just haunting. The teeth are mangled. They're not quite straight. They're not quite even. He's just snarling. You can see the expression. You can hear the sound. It just really captures the werewolf from this movie so well. It's amazing. Just looking at this from any angle, legitimately, you look at this figure from any angle and it looks great. And that's what's really impressive. I love that from the side angle, you can see some of the shorter teeth in the back, in addition to the fangs overlapping that extended snout. And naturally, all this detail comes with a great range of articulation. This head is really impressive. Ball jointed, hinged, moves all around. Shoulders move out. They go 360 all the way around. He's got that sort of elbow bend. He's got that elbow pivot, that wrist bend, that wrist pivot. It's really impressive how many joints are in the legs. The torso moves back and forth. It's actually on a pretty deep ball joint, which is really, really nice. The hips move back, they move out, they rotate slightly. In addition to that, his knee bends. He also has a knee rotation, and then the other knee bends, and then the other knee rotates, and then it goes down to the ankle, which pivots forward and back.
Naturally, he has a second head with the open mouth. I'm glad this wasn't an articulated jaw situation. This looked much better. The painted blood is a nice choice. It's like he freshly ate something, and it's just gnarly. Like looking at the fangs, the tongue detail, just the blood dripping off of all of it. And again, going to the side, you can see how the mouth has stretched to let that jaw expand, to let the blood drip down the fangs. It is a pure werewolf experience. It's inspiring. Posing this guy with any action figure in your collection will just work perfectly. The thing is ready to attack. When you have the teeth bared, it's just, the flesh is within its grasp. It can just bite in. It can take what it wants, what it needs. Naturally, Neca has produced both the Wolfman and the Kessler Werewolf and American Werewolf in London, and actually having them side by side is really, really cool. You have the two different styles of werewolves going on here, and you have what really was Rick Baker's point in creating this werewolf design, is he didn't want to be Universal's 1941 Wolfman. And looking at them, you can tell that they have similar ideas of like man turned into wolf, but the Kessler Werewolf goes all the way on the wolf side, whereas the Wolfman stays more on the man side. And also the fun part about action figures, they can battle it out to the death. 2 werewolves enter, 1 leaves. Who will win this battle? You decide. While they never met in the film itself, the Kessler Werewolf does make a nice pairing with the Nightmare Demons. They look kind of like a hit squad that's going after this thing, but they're in for a surprise. And that's because the Kessler Werewolf is a ferocious, ferocious man-beast who is ready to tear into any flesh at any time, and I've been saying that a lot. Should I be concerned? So ultimately, the ultimate Kessler Werewolf is the ultimate version of this figure. It's one of the few times I can say the word ultimate isn't overstated here. There's nothing additional I would have liked. This is a fantastic base package. The only thing that could have made him better is if they included like bodies for him to feast upon in the night. But honestly, at the same time, I don't know if he necessarily needed it. The articulation on the range here is amazing. The details, the sculpting, the fur, the fangs, just the whole figure is just one of my favorite things I've ever owned in terms of action figures. And I'm so glad I got to showcase it here. And I hopefully will get to showcase more in the future.
So that brings us to the end of this episode and the end of Werewolf Week. The next couple episodes are some nice pre-recorded stuff. In the meantime, I'm going to try to get this werewolf curse reversed. I was told to beware the moon, stay on the road, so I figure if I just start walking down a road, nothing bad will happen and this will all go away. So I'm going to get to it, and you can stay tuned tomorrow for a little bit of Wildcard Weekends. And I hope you enjoy it. You know, everything seems to happen easier in a comic book. Maybe the production of this video series would be simpler if I had the powers of comic book storytelling formats. I don't know if anyone could help me with that.
Well, you say so.
Well, thanks, Flabber. I hope there's no consequences to this. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to the Month of Monsters, Day 15, where we're doing a special thing on Wildcard Weekends. This is the Tokusatsu special, because as I promised, there is a Tokusatsu video in this. We are going to be looking at some characters from the 1996 adaptation of Juko B-Fighter known as Big Bad Beetleborgs. Specifically, the best part of the show, the Hillhurst Monsters. Yes, because when they were adapting Juko B-Fighter and B-Fighter Kabuto, the idea that came about for Big Bad Beetleborgs was that 3 kids would get powers from a comic book, and those kids would be the superheroes. But because of the restrictions in filming with children, they couldn't have them on screen all the time. So some genius came up with the idea of, what if they stumble across a haunted mansion that features a bunch of monsters inspired by the Universal Classic Monsters, and one ghost inspired by Jay Leno's Chen. And it was perfect because you had a sitcom setting that countered the superhero antics. In fact, for me, watching Beetleborgs, the Hillhurst Monsters consistently became my favorite part. even if they had inconsistent characters, like how one episode they wanted to eat the children, and the next episode they didn't want to eat the children, and then in one episode they kidnap a baby, but that same episode they also want to raise the baby. It gets a little weird, but I kind of appreciate the zaniness of the show. And in fact, it kind of kept everything light and fun, while also doing some interesting stuff on the superhero side. But we're focused on the monsters. There were several monsters in this. So Flabber is a ghost, Mums is a mummy, Wolfie is a werewolf, Fangula is a vampire, and Frankenbeans is a Frankenstein's monster. In Beetleborgs Metallics in 1997, they were joined by Little Ghoul, who is the Grim Reaper's niece. She also looks like a Jawa. But these monsters together were honestly really fun, and the way they were released into the Beetleborgs toy line was with an elaborate cardboard playset that doesn't hold up. Like, literally doesn't hold up, it's made of cardboard. So we're not going to worry about that part of it. Let's just take a look at the Hillhurst monsters themselves and see what antics they get up to.
Oh man, I told you the Beetleborgs house was haunted. Whoa, check it out, a haunted house playset, just like the show, with all the house monsters and Flabber. Cool, collapsing stairs. Hold on to the railing, Flabber, on your way down. Hey look, a revolving bookcase.
Beetleborgs Haunted House playset comes with monsters and Flabber. New Beetleborg Metallics action figures, each sold separately. Bandai, action to satisfaction.
So Bandai released the Haunted Hillhurst House playset in fall of 1997. This was after Metallic started airing, but it is of course based on the Hillhurst house that's been throughout the Beetleborgs series. This did include all 5 of the monster figures, which means there are some downsides to the monster figures, as this playset cost about $30. If you want to see the playset features, go check out a review by Wheelchair21. He actually sold me the Hillhurst house with the monsters after doing that video. So if you want to go check out the playset side of it, go check out his video because he covered it in pretty good detail. But let's look at the figures themselves. First up, we have Flabber. Flabber is, of course, a ghost. He is somehow a mixture of Liberace, Elvis, and Jay Leno all at once, which is kind of amazing. He creates spells, casts wishes, but not so good at them sometimes. As a character, he provides a lot of comic relief, but he's also the source of a lot of the Beetleborgs' powers, as well as their villains. It's a bit of a give and take. The kids want to be Beetleborgs, he accidentally summoned the villains into the real world. And so having Flabber as an action figure is excellent. The figure overall is very basic. As you can see here, he's basically just a brick of a figure, but he's got some nice sculpted detail, even if things aren't fully painted in. And that's the only real downside, is that there are details missing in the paint, and he also doesn't have his cape, but this would be corrected with a later version. Overall, very, very basic figure. In fact, articulation is limited to just the shoulders, nothing else. Moving next to Mums. Mums is a 5,000-year-old mummy. He is honestly one of the funnier characters in the show, personally, and he actually has like another form under his bandages, which really would have made for a cool figure. I always love the face sculpt on Mums, the one really sagged eye, the one really bright eye, the jawline that's drooping. It just adds for that mummy flavor really, really well. And overall, the figure replicates that quite good. And I think that's what's kind of fun about these figures, is that these are characters that don't necessarily need 100 points of articulation, but maybe they could have used more than just shoulders, but the fact we got figures of them at all is something that I think is really, really cool. And yes, of course, only his shoulders do any articulating. Next up we have Frankenbeans, aka Frankie, aka, you know, gentle guy, but he's not the brightest in the bunch, but honestly, kind of a fun character, though I think he's missing the most paint. Especially in the head, you can see that they didn't paint in the rivets, he's lacking a lot of the detail, it's very, very basic stuff, and this is definitely a sacrifice for these being bundled in with a playset. And you can just see that the way his shoes are just the same exact color as the rest of his pants. He definitely feels like he has the least amount of paint out of all of them, which is kind of a bummer, because he has actually the most color range in the show. And I think that's the only real complaint I can have with these figures. They're basic, they go with the Beetleborgs collection, but they don't have a lot of paint detail. Once again, that's not the only way these are released, and we'll talk about that in a moment. Articulation, once again, is limited to just those shoulders. Next up, we have Wolfgang Smith, aka Wolfie. He is a werewolf. I always liked the way that he looked in the show. He's got a cool werewolf design to him. Not so much just copying a previous version of a werewolf, but going for a general look. The head here is really lacking in detail and depth. He looks kind of strange, really does. But overall, I think the sculpt is good with all the fur cuts that were done into the sculpting on the figure. think the biggest disappointment paint-wise is the feet. He always had this cool thing of like his wolf feet were pushing through his shoes, and I thought that was such a great concept and like design look. And here it's just all one gray color. That's just the unfortunate part of the playset pack-in. I also do find it funny that with Wolfie versus any of the others, the Bandai like copyright stamp is like right on his butt. Everybody else is a little higher, a little lower. His is right there. That's exactly where they stamped him. Who'd have guessed it? Only his shoulders move. And lastly, of the main crew is Count Fangula, obviously our Dracula slash, vampire stand-in. He's really cool looking. I like that, with these figures, they don't have a lot of posability, but he's got kind of an expressive pose with the hands up like that. It sort of reminds me of like when in the first episode he went to go bite the kids as he first met them, and they slammed the door in his face. It got kind of that vibe with his head tilted back and his hands up as they are. Just like Flabber, Fangula lacks his cape, but unlike Flabber, there isn't a version with the cape. You're just gonna have to go with the short coat version of Fangula. Of course, the arms rotate 360 and nothing else articulates. This does mean though, if you have any other pose besides the hands up, he looks a little bit awkward, like with the hands down. I don't know if that's a complaint or if it's just the way it is, but in a lot of ways, these are basically static figures. That being said, having all 5 Hillhurst monsters together like this is a nice little display. These characters do take up a lot of screen time in the show. They are major characters, just on the same level as the main Beetleborgs kids. So I think that having them as figures is an excellent choice. And I think it coming later in the run, not being planned from the beginning of the toy line, says to me that these characters were popular enough to see the demand and make figures of them. I think my last negative about them is they do seem a little bit short. While the Beetleborgs in their Beetleborg forms didn't interact with the monsters as much, they were usually all around the same height, whereas here the monsters are definitely smaller than the Beetleborgs figures. That may be because the main 3 Beetleborgs are Bandai Japan molds, and the monsters are Bandai America molds, but they don't match up to the Beetleborgs in the series scale-wise, so it's just kind of a take it or leave it situation. Now, of course, we're not done there, because when the Beetleborgs had their powers go metallics, they introduced a new monster. The only way to get the new monster Little Ghoul was in the Beetleborgs Metallics, Flabber and the Hillhurst House Monsters box set. This was a re-release of the 5 monsters we got with the playset, except all of them feature updated paint detail. They definitely look like actual, standalone figures because they had to be sold as such. Flabber's got his gloves painted in, Wolfie's got his shoes painted in, Flabber has his cape, Mums has a cool paint wash, Fangula's bow tie is the correct color. They really updated these and kind of gave them a second pass and put some of the budget into them that was missing because they were previously playset pack-ins. But if you already had the monsters and you wanted Little Ghoul, this is the only way to get them was by buying them again. For me personally, I ended up buying a Little Ghoul on her own on eBay for like $10. It was not too bad. And she looks really, really nice. I think they added a lot of great details to her, so she's sort of on a higher caliber than the other monsters I have because of the extra paint budget that went into the box set. Looking at her face, you can see the 2 eyes. They kind of put the black face in there. You don't want to know what's under her hood. It's some scary horrors. They showed somebody and we only saw the reactions and it was pretty terrifying. And you can see down to the proportions of the character. She's got that shorter proportion. She's got the green hands. It definitely looks like a Little Ghoul from Beetleborgs Metallics. Even from the back, they painted details on the back, gave it a nice paint wash. She's actually really, really detailed, and it's kind of amazing to see this sort of detail on a character that normally the toy company wouldn't make. But Bandai was riding high in the mid-90s. Though the articulation is the exact same with just the shoulders. But this does mean Little Ghoul can raise her arms up in frustration, as she did many times in the series. So really, there's nothing I could have added to this figure because, hey, she can do the iconic pose. And in fact, that's what's kind of fun about having Little Ghoul. She was a dynamic shift for the Hillhurst house, a little agent of chaos that came in and sort of changed the whole dynamics of the monsters. And I really, really like having a figure of her alongside the others. So the Metallics Beetleborgs do look nice with the monsters, even if they are taller, and that's just the nature of it. Nobody in the mid to late 90s, toy company-wise, was really, really concerned with scale. It was just all over the place. It was, hey, it's action figures. Hey, this guy should be a little bit bigger. This guy is a little bit shorter. It wasn't too into these monsters should be as tall as these people because they're the same height in the show, and no one was really concerned about that, so I can't really fault the figures for that. It's more so the industry. But in terms of actual figures, it's nice having all 6 of the main monsters from Beetleborgs, and I really like having them in my collection.
So the Hillhurst monsters are not only unique for Beetleborgs versus Bee-Fighter, but they're also unique in the tokusatsu landscape. There literally isn't any tokusatsu series that I know of, especially an adapted one, that really decides to be monster sitcom and also sometimes superhero. There's some other shows that we have good examples of, but that's kind of a video for another day. In terms of Beetleborgs, the Hillhurst monsters brought a unique flair to it, and it's what made Beetleborgs not just Power Rangers but kids, but something in its own right, and I think it's something that's just really amazing. If you're looking for the Beetleborgs show, it's hard to find now with streaming rights having expired, with the DVDs out of print, but hopefully it makes a resurgence at some point, because I think everybody should watch this show, because it's just really fun. Or you may hate it because you don't like the comedy, and that's totally valid as well. But that does it for this episode of the Wildcard Weekends. What will come up next? You'll have to stay tuned to find out tomorrow. You know, I've been carrying this mug in occasionally in videos, but there's nothing in it. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to Month of Monsters Wildcard Weekends. We're picking up the sitcom vibe that the Hillhurst monsters left behind in the last episode, and today we'll be talking about The Munsters. This was a series that aired in 1964, ran for 70 episodes, and featured a monster family in what was a quote-unquote normal, what I call boring, town. And honestly, their family dynamic is really fun. You have different types of monsters characters, and each of the family members just embodies their own vibe, and they're so proud of who they are, and they're so confident. They're kind of like a mirror to the Addams Family, where the Addams Family are kind of just weird goths. The Munsters are mostly just weird monsters. And I love them both for different reasons. And what's really fun about it is that the Munsters have appeared in, several spin-offs, several sequels, most recently in a rebooted film by Rob Zombie. And honestly, the Munsters I think just have a lasting appeal because they are sort of based on the Universal Classic monsters, which already have a universal appeal, and I think that the Munsters are just great for that. In terms of merchandise though, the Munsters have featured toys over the years. One of the most famous and probably best lines was the Munsters Select line from Diamond Select. So good in fact, I could not find Wave 1 because they were really hard to find. I do, however, have Wave 2, which comes with Build-A-Figure parts to build their iconic staircase. So let's take a look at this wave and look at these figures and see, were they worth all the hassle?
So naturally, we're starting with Herman Munster. Now, Wave 2 of the Diamond Select Munsters figures is based on the episode Hot Rod Herman, hence why he's wearing the leather jacket instead of his usual outfit. The head sculpt's pretty good. I think it has kind of more of a cartoony look. It's not super realistic, but it does capture Herman's look and Fred Gwynn's look of Herman from the series. In general, I think the paintwork's done pretty well. You can see a lot of the buckles and the straps have been painted and little details on there, which is really nice to see. I mean, they could have cheaped out on it more, and they didn't, so I appreciate that. Even down to the shoes, which I think actually are kind of neat, because they're a little uneven, which kind of goes with Herman's sort of uneven walking nature, and then they're also really nicely detailed and dry brushed. Articulation-wise, he has a ball-jointed neck, which moves a little bit in every direction, shoulders that slightly move out, they rotate 360, you can get a bicep swivel, you can get an elbow bend, you can get an elbow swivel, as well as a wrist that ball joints and moves forward and back. You also have a waist swivel, pretty standard stuff, hips that moves out slightly, forward, a little bit back, a thigh swivel, which got stuck, and a knee joint, as well as an ankle joint at the very bottom to have some adjustment. This does mean that Herman doesn't have a ton of articulation, but what he does have allows him to service the poses the character would assume, so I'm not really going to worry about it too much. Accessories-wise, he comes with a pair of goggles as well as the hat that he wore in the episode. The hat fits squarely on his head, just like you'd expect. Looks great. It's not overly sized, it's not undersized, it fits right on top of his big old noggin and it works. Unfortunately, the goggles, which look like they should go over the eyes, don't fit over the head. I've been trying for years and they will not go over the head. It seems like they're almost sculpted to go under the head, but there's no way to remove the head. Moving from Herman over to his bride, Lily. Lily looks beautiful. I think the actual sculpting on the dress is really nice, the way it flows together. This is a cool look for her, and I think it really does work out pretty good as an action figure. The head sculpt, also just like the Herman head sculpt, looks like the character, looks like the actor, but isn't like super realistic. It's a little cartoony, but it does have that likeness to it, which I think is really good. And the paint in the hair is done really sharp so that the white streak adds to the black hair without bleeding into it. The details on the dress are nicely painted. I like the extra paint detail. It kind of brings out a lot of the sculpting that's featured there. And her arms are kind of pre-posed, as you can see. Having it and turned in any way isn't going to look quite right, which is a bit of a bummer. Articulation-wise, her head is on a ball joint, but it doesn't move much due to the hair. The shoulders are on swivels, but doesn't do much due to the hair. Bicep swivel, an elbow bend, and then a wrist swivel that's at the elbow, so it cuts the sculpt, which is kind of a bummer. The torso does move slightly, and she does have legs, but they don't really do anything because of the dress. Lily's one accessory is the umbrella she had in the Hot Rod Herman episode as she was watching the race, and I think it's actually a pretty cool piece. Nice, intricate details, and a nice look overall. What's fun too is the little tassels actually are separate pieces, so they move around as you move the umbrella around. Scale-wise, Lily is a lot shorter than Herman, which is perfect. I think they look excellent together. They did a really good job keeping the characters scaled to each other. Next we have Grandpa. Grandpa's in a lab coat sort of look. He is in a race driving mode, but he does look like he is more in a lab than his usual vampire look, which I think is actually pretty cool. Head sculpt, just like with Lily and Herman, spot on to the character, pretty good likeness to the actor, and I think the green tone does come out pretty nice on this guy. The jacket's also really nicely done. It could have been really flap. They had a lot of sculpted detail, wrinkles in the fabric, overspray, that kind of thing, to just kind of give it a more realistic tone. Unfortunately, just like Lily, he's not going to have any leg movement. It's just blocked by that huge rubber thing covering the legs. For the rest of his articulation, the head does move pretty good. These shoulders move out a bit. They 360, they have a bicep swivel, and then they have an elbow bend and an elbow swivel, and then the gloves rotate, as well as the legs moving slightly. So Grandpa does come with a couple extra hands. The first one, which is the one I have on him, is him holding a cigarette, or a cigar. Looks more like a cigar. Anyways, he's got something to smoke on, which is probably a good detail to have for the character. And then he also comes with a normal gloved hand for him to hold things, but there's not really much that he comes with to hold, so it's not too big of a deal. He does come with goggles as well, and they actually fit over his head, unlike Herman, which is really nice because they actually squeeze over and they stay in place pretty good. Having these three core monsters together is pretty nice. Having iconic looks based on an iconic episode as opposed to just the general look is also pretty unique. If someone else were to do the Munsters license, this wouldn't be the first thing they would do. With Diamond Select, it was the second thing, and that's pretty awesome. However, this is a wave of 4, and there's another character we have in this assortment, and that would be Uncle Gilbert. Of course, he is inspired, or probably literally is, the creature from the Black Lagoon, also known as the Gillman. Gillman, Gilbert, get it? And he looks great. I love the head sculpt. It's very much the Gillman from Creature from the Black Lagoon. Maybe this is what he was doing after Creature Walks Among Us. He just, I don't know, became somebody's uncle at some point. I love the look of this. Now, he's not a character that appeared all the time, and he's sort of an infrequent guest star, but the fact he got a figure is pretty awesome, because I think the idea of, yeah, it's the Gillman from Creature of the Black Lagoon, except, you know, he wears a trench coat and a scarf because he's a guy. And I love down to the feet that they even have, like, you know, the design is excellent. It's like you can see the hands, you can see the feet, you can see the head. Otherwise, he's just wearing normal clothes. Articulation for Uncle Gilbert includes a head that moves pretty good. Shoulders move out a bit, 360 on the shoulder, bicep swivel, an elbow bend, an elbow swivel, and a bit of a wrist swivel. And his legs do move, but they are blocked by the coat, but he does have a knee bend and a pretty good ankle pivot. Uncle Gilbert also comes with his hat, his trademark hat. I love this. I love that he looks like he's trying to like wave at somebody as he's catching a cab or something. This is a fun toy. This is just a fun action figure based on a fun character. He also comes with this plank of wood that allows him to stand on it. I think the Wave 1 Munsters also had these. And yeah, this really does balance him out, which is pretty good because he can be a little unwieldy with those big old feet without the stand helping him up. So Wave 2 of the Munsters is pretty neat. Sadly, it was the last wave of the line as far as I know. Diamond Select just only did a few Munsters figures, but this wave was pretty cool, I think, to give us some different looks of some characters, as well as throwing in Uncle Gilbert to kind of round out the family. And for those wondering scale-wise how these work, they are in 7-inch scale, which means next to a Marvel Legends figure, Herman looks even bigger than he does normally, and even Lily is towering over Ghost Rider. And you also see that Grandpa and Uncle Gilbert are in the same scaling as that. They're really large figures, which is kind of nice for the detail, but they're not going to blend in with a lot of action figure lines. Case in point, here's the Jada Toys Creature from the Black Lagoon we looked at previously with Uncle Gilbert, and honestly, they make a nice little duo. It's kind of fun. But buying all 4 of those figures would grant you the staircase. They included several parts of this. Each figure came with some part of this staircase, but look at this beautiful thing. It's absolutely massive. As you can see, it towers over Herman. Herman barely fit in my review set. This thing is towering out of it. It's just a really impressive detailed piece. There's ornate details like these griffin statues that just look really fantastic. It has a nice worn look while also not looking like it's cheap. The overall texture and detail added to the sculpt, to the paint, it looks like an actual wooden staircase, which I think is fantastic. For those of you that watch the show, you know there's a secret underneath these beautiful stairs. That is, of course, Spot. Spot is the Munsters family pet, and it is a beautiful, beautiful piece. And yes, he's shooting fire out of his nose. Isn't that the coolest thing you've ever seen? Honestly, the fact that he was included into the staircase piece is just absolutely incredible. The only downside is you do see Spot from the back side of the staircase, as there's no back panel, but it's okay. You want to push it up against the wall with that back against it to add to the illusion. Now, while of course the figures that are included in this wave can fit on the staircase, it's a bit of a tight squeeze. The staircase could be a little bit bigger for figures this large. However, I found it works with 6-inch figures like the Jada Toys Dracula that we previously looked at in Month of Monsters, and he actually fits probably a little bit better than the Munsters do. It's a really cool piece to have in a collection for a lot of cool diorama options with other figures. So overall, these 4 figures are pretty nice, and the staircase is pretty nice. I would love to see another company tackle the Munsters, maybe with some more updated like face print technology to get the faces to be more accurate, and kind of put out the whole family again. Because like I said, I couldn't get Wave 1, and I wasn't able to get the main core family, and this is all I have. I would totally buy more Munsters figures, and definitely it's a property I think that's still got some life in it. So hey, toy companies, you got this. But will any of them do a giant staircase with Spot underneath? That is probably unique to Diamond Select Toys.
So that's it for our Munsters special. I thought I'd include them because they are monsters and they are Universal Monster based, and that sort of fits the theme of the month. And I hope you enjoyed this one. Stay tuned for tomorrow because we'll be starting our 3rd theme week on Months of Monsters, and maybe you'll start to get wrapped up in the experience. Hello dear viewers, and welcome to a new week on Month of Monsters. When you last saw me, I was but a werewolf. For many things have happened over the weekend. I hope you enjoyed those little interludes, those little nice little extra things I left for you. In the meantime, I went on quite a harrowing journey. I went all the way down the road, and at the end of the road, I was given the key, the solution to my werewolf curse. You might wonder, well, why are you all bandaged up? Did you go through a horrible fire? Did someone, kill you in the middle of the night, and now you've revived through another curse that will keep you living forever and ever? No, my dear viewers, the solution was this: the invisibility formula. This has been in my possession the whole time. I didn't actually have to go down that road. I had a moment of clarity. A moment, just a mere moment of clarity at the very end of that road. And after drinking the serum, it cured my werewolf curse. However, if I was not wearing all of this, you would have nothing to look at. And therefore also YouTube would demonetize me, and we don't want that either. Now, what is going to happen on this week of Month of Monsters, you might ask? Well, appropriately, as I am now wearing bandages as my default look, we're going to be looking at, characters and monsters that feature bandages in some form. A lot of these end up being mummies, but that has nothing to do with my current condition. But today, of course, we're going to look at what else but an invisible man. So this invisible man will tell you to join me on this adventure. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to the Month of Monsters. This week we'll be talking about characters who have their faces covered and might have something to hide. Today's episode, The Invisible Man. From the 1897 novel by H.G. Wells, The Invisible Man is Jack Griffin. He, of course, is a scientist who drinks an invisible formula. This allows him to become invisible, but it also grants him insanity. I promise you, my dear viewers, that none of the insanity will come from my version of the potion, for as you can see, it's in a different bottle. Now, when we're talking about The Invisible Man, the most visual version I think most people will go to is the 1933 film by James Whale, starring Claude Rains. This would be Universal's first Invisible movie, followed up with 5 sequels, but Claude Rains would not return to the role in any of those. In terms of the actual Invisible Man's look, You can see similar things are going on here. I take inspiration from movies, and when I turned invisible, I thought, well, I gotta dress the part. It's just how you have to do these things. Toy-wise, the Invisible Man has been quite underrepresented. Because he is a universal monster, but because he is a guy in a suit or a guy in a bathrobe, the Invisible Man just doesn't get toys. In fact, there are two that's coming up that I wish were out in time for this video series. That's just not how the cards fell. First of all, we have Jada Toys' Invisible Man, obviously based on the bathrobe look, one that I think is quite spectacular, and it looks to be an excellent figure, but won't be out till 2023. And Neca's Ultimate Invisible Man is based on the suit look, and unfortunately won't be available till later in 2022. If only both of these had come out in September, we'd have a lot more Invisible Man to talk about. However, we do have two options here. The first one is made by esteemed company Mego. I'm not sure if they're esteemed actually, but Mego themselves have made a couple different Invisible Man figures, and we have their first attempt. A nondescript one, a non-universal one that lacks a little bit of flair, but is kind of an interesting figure. And the other figure we'll look at is, well, it's a little surprise. I had a little bit Invisible formula left over after my transformation, and honestly, I think you'll quite enjoy what I've cooked up for you all. So, on that note, we're gonna go marching and looking for nuts in May, and we're also gonna be looking at the Mego Invisible Man, and that little bit of a surprise. So stay tuned, because we're transitioning, eventually, right now.
So Mego's first attempt at an Invisible Man is something strange. It's not really any particular Invisible Man, it's just a general idea, and we'll look at him in a moment. Now, there was a proper Claude Rains-inspired Universal Invisible Man released later, which I do not own for various reasons, but we'll not be talking about that today. Looking at Mego's first Invisible Man in their modern line, you can see that this is a man in a suit, with his head uncovered, and therefore clear plastic is underneath. A very interesting choice indeed, indeed, indeed. Looking at said clear head, it is a generic man face. There is nothing unique, nothing exciting. It is a person who is invisible, an invisible man. The suit isn't anything to write home about either. There's buttons, there's a jacket, there's a tie. It's a suit. I don't know what we're expecting at this point. Down to his shoes, his pants are generic. He's just wearing a suit. There's nothing quite to it. The articulation I've shown on a Mego figure multiple times in the month of Monsters. If you need me to describe it, you can go see other videos. This one is just the same as all the others. I don't have anything else to say. Now, this Mego figure does come with some accessories. First of all, the invisible potion in a beaker. I've tied it to his hand with a rubber band because he cannot hold it otherwise. He also includes a dumb pair of glasses. Who would imagine putting sunglasses onto an Invisible Man? Maybe somebody, but with them out being molded to his face, they look ridiculous and it looks insane. There may be a reason for the invisible head. For all Mego figures have the same action figure body under cloth. Removing said cloth will reveal that everything underneath is a clear plastic. It simulates the Invisible Man experience in a way that other figures will not. In fact, more so than Mego's second attempt where they had a plastic head wrapped in bandages. This allows you to have a clear figure. Clear white plastic has been used many a time in different action figure lines to replicate an invisible person. Whether it's the Invisible Woman from Marvel or the Invisible Man here in Mego, it is a common technique, and it works quite well. Of interest to Mego collectors, you can actually see the rubber bands that connect the hips to the arms. It's the only Mego figure that's truly transparent. You can see where all the joints work. It's sort of a behind-the-scenes look at what makes a Mego. You can also see on the back that the Mego stamp is prominently made. This allows you to know that this is a true, genuine Mego figure. The clear plastic is an interesting choice, but I think it could be improved upon. Behold! The Invisible action figure. This is my own creation. I took the Invisible formula and applied it to an action figure, and thus I present you a completely invisible action figure. This is the point where I'd say, look at the head sculpt, look at the details, but you can't because he's invisible. Isn't that astounding? Isn't it amazing? Isn't it easily losable? Looking at the torso detail, it's impeccable. There is the full detail, the full range of a man as an action figure. But as he is invisible, he is so hard to see to the untrained eye. To those who cannot see, the invisible. I even managed to make sure that the legs were fully transparent to not leave a shadow, to not leave anything behind. A true invisible man action figure must not be seen, must not be heard, must not be available. The articulation range includes a head that is swiveling left and right, side to side, up and down. You have shoulders that move out, shoulders that move forward and back, an elbow bend, an elbow bend, a wrist swivel, and in and out hinge. You of course have a torso ball joint that works as a waist. You have a moving forward and back. You have hips that move out, hips that move forward, knees that bend, and of course ankle articulation. My invisible action figure is the best one of them all. It doesn't matter what Jada or Neca or Mego makes, they'll never top my genius when creating the one and only invisible action figure.
I hope you enjoyed the invisible action figure. I just had to make it after I discovered this formula. It's unlocked my mind, the potential, the opportunity, the ideas. I feel better than ever. There's no werewolf curse, there's no bloodlust, there's nothing else going on behind these bandages but invisibility. There's nothing at all. It's great. Everything is wonderful. And I can't wait to show you more. We're gonna continue with these covered faces tomorrow. There's going to be a new surprise, a new beginning. In fact, a phantom invades an opera. I can't wait to show you, and I hope you will stay tuned till tomorrow, my friends, for Month of Monsters continues all month long. As we continue talking about covered faces, what more iconic than the Phantom of the Opera? It's a beautiful mask. However, as I'm still invisible, as you may know from yesterday, catch the whole story there if you haven't, I really just wanted to, spice it up a little bit. Just invade all your minds, talk about some ideas, covering my face further. No, don't be leaving comments saying that I'm going insane. What are you talking about? I'm totally fine. Everything is fine. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to the Month of Monsters! Today we're talking about a very iconic, a very classic monster, the Phantom of the Opera. As you may know, if you've been following this series, I'm currently invisible, hence the bandages. Now you might be wondering, why didn't you go for like a Lon Chaney prosthetic? Something fancy, something expensive. Do you think we have the budget for that? We're barely making it as is. I've already had to find a cure for vampirism, I had to find a cure for being a werewolf, and now I have to somehow figure out how to become visible again at the end of this week, or else we're not getting through this thing. My apologies. I don't like to lose my mind. I'm perfectly stable, I promise you. There's been no side effects whatsoever. Anyways, the Phantom of the Opera, of course, is another faces-covered kind of monster. Whether it be a full skull mask, whether it be the iconic half mask that has been associated with the character for many years now, the Phantom of the Opera is something that many people know, and many people have their favorite versions. In fact, I'm kind of going for a half and half Claude Rains here. Claude Rains Phantom on one side, Claude Rains Invisible Man on the other. I might be losing my mind, but at least I look like Claude Rains smashed together in the middle. But I'm not losing my mind. Because we're talking about the 1909 French novel The Phantom of the Opera, adapted multiple times. The first adaptation most famously was the 1925 silent film by Lon Chaney, a personal favorite of mine. In fact, it is the Phantom of the Opera film I've seen the most. It's an iconic piece. Grand scale, very large set pieces, very iconic moments. In fact, despite being a silent film, it features a sequence in color with the Mask of the Red Death at the ballet. It is in fact something that was hand-colored, frame by frame by frame by frame by frame, and it has provided one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in cinema, and this is coming from a movie that's nearly 100 years old. You've never seen the Lon Chaney version of the Phantom of the Opera. It may not be a musical, it may not be as captivating as some other versions, but it will grind you into dust as it shows you the most inspiring visuals you'll see of a film of that era. It's an iconic piece of film and you can find it almost anywhere. Thank you, public domain laws. But we, of course, have toys based on that iconic version of the Phantom of the Opera. In fact, from two different companies. Super 7 with their reaction line, and Mego with their Mego line. Both versions are trying for different Phantom of the Operas from the Lon Chaney version. And let's take a look at both of these as we dive into the madness, the romance, the horror, the impossible musical of the Phantom of the Opera.
Our first Phantom today will be the Super 7 reaction figure. We talked about one of these previously with the Wolfman, and yet again the packaging art is the biggest draw. A beautiful portrait of Lon Chaney as the Phantom on the front, and it is very nice to see this kind of figure. The back of the card shows all the figures in the two waves of Universal Monsters reaction figures at the time. As you can see, a nice selection of monsters are included. Looking at the Phantom himself, he's very much the unmasked, true self version of the Phantom from the end of the film. It is an iconic look for sure, and it makes for a nice looking action figure. Not sure how it'll fit with 80s toy displays, but that's not really why we're here. As you can see, the face sculpt is simplistic yet evocative. It has the feeling of Lon Chaney Phantom, if it does not have the detail of Lon Chaney Phantom. It is an imitation, but a good one in the retro toy sense. The back of the figure is fairly plain. It's just a suit body. He's got some coattails. There's some markings on his legs, denoting copyright details. Articulation is bare minimum. Just a head, just shoulders, just legs. The legs do have a cut for the coattails, which means he does look weird when his legs are moved. Posing the Phantom with the Wolfman, they are in the same scale. At least they're all around 3.75 inches tall. A very common scale for different action figure lines, but not so common for the Universal Monsters. A reaction figure is designed to go with old Kenner figures, so here is Bosk, the bounty hunter, with the Phantom, and you can see that they would make an interesting duo. Changing gears to Mego, the Phantom was released twice in Mego's line. First was in the sort of revealed state, the Lon Chaney iconic Phantom look, which this figure ended up being underproduced as my printer was never filled and I never got one, and I'm still a little irate about it if you ask me. It's just one figure, sure, but it was one I wanted to own. However, the other Mego Phantom is the Phantom dressed as the Mask of the Red Death from that iconic sequence in the film. This allows me to have a more unique Phantom figure, so I'm a little less upset about missing out on the first one. The Mego Red Death is presented in a beautiful red suit with a red cloth cape, a beautifully draped, beautiful skull face on top of it. From the back, you can see that cape has kind of a plush quality, similar to the Mego Dracula we looked at before. It has a very nice flowing look to it. I very much appreciate it. However, the plain hat without the feather, that is a bit of a bummer. But that should not discourage from this wonderful skull head put on top. It looks very similar to the one seen in the film, if not 100% accurate. It is that detail put through the Mego filter. Removing the hat, you can see that the skull face is pretty symmetrical and boring without the hat to add the flair, but it is there, and there we shall look at it. Interestingly, the Velcro is on the front of the suit for once. Usually it's on the back. This is just how they did it. It does look quite strange. And what's interesting is the shoes are definitely too small for the normal Mego feet, and I wonder what horrors lie within them. If anyone is surprised by the articulation range in Mego, you haven't been paying attention. It's the same joints each time as it's the same body underneath all of them. Nothing is restrictive here, however. I appreciate that the cape can wrap around the body of the Phantom. It gives him a regal look, a mysterious look, a look that he's trying to hide something. I wouldn't know what that felt like. Scale-wise, if you put the Mego Phantom with the Reaction Phantom, they're of course in different size classes. One is a relic of the 70s, one is a relic of the 80s. Both were produced in the modern era.
That concludes our special on the Phantom of the Opera. An iconic story, an iconic tale. I feel close to it with this mask. If only I could be seen. If only I could be heard. Wait, I still can't be heard. I think tomorrow we're going to change gears. There'll still be bandages involved, but it won't be an Invisible Man or Phantom, and it won't be played by Claude Rains. In fact, we're going to look at the other iconic role of Boris Karloff, not the one you're thinking of, but the one that he was also known for. And no, it's not the one that was later played by Arnold Vosloo. This is, in fact, The Mummy. Tomorrow, and for the rest of the week, we are going to be covering one of the most iconic monsters ever. And hopefully, nothing more happens to me in the meantime. Over the past 18 days, many things have happened to me. But unfortunately, I wasn't too transparent when I was an invisible man. Because I've not been an invisible man. This entire time I've been an undead mummy. Okay, not the entire time. Ever since Werewolf Week, when I got that bogus advice to stay on the road, I stayed on the road and someone killed me in the middle of the night. Unfortunately, since I didn't pass my werewolf curse on to somebody else, that curse stayed. And now I cannot die because I am the living undead, or whatever mummies are. I'm a cursed mummy despite not being Egyptian and not being cursed in Egypt. I'm using bandages to hold myself together now because everything's falling out, including a chunk of my brain, which explains the temporary insanity over the last 2 days. Y'all think I made an invisible action figure? I didn't. That was the insanity part of the brain going on. But I think I pieced everything together now, and hopefully nothing else will go wrong with this week, and we'll continue forward. Because we have 3 more days in the Faces Covered week, and that will be dedicated to mummies. How appropriate for my timing. Honestly, we don't even know what's going to happen next week, but I'm pretty sure something horrible is going to happen, like, I don't know, I'm going to become like the living undead vampire werewolf of mummified nightmares. Or something. Honestly, I'm mostly just tired at this point. I've been producing videos despite all this weird stuff happening to me, and I'm glad you all stuck with me to this point, because who knows how long I got left, because I might be here for an eternity. Let's get on to the toy things, though, because that's probably the only reason why you're tuning in, and we're going to talk about a mummy. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to the Month of Monsters. Today we'll be talking about The Mummy, specifically the 1932 film starring Boris Karloff. Now, this iconic film brought to us the idea of ancient Egyptian mummies coming back from the dead, featuring a curse read from a scroll. It's actually some pretty cool stuff that's been reinterpreted many times since, and we'll talk about those in a different video. But specifically, the idea that a mummy would be coming back is based on ancient Egyptian religious practices for burying the dead in order to have them pass on to the afterlife and have their bodies available. This was a common practice, and a lot of historical stuff came up in the early 1900s, and that sort of led to the fascination with mummies that led to the creation of a film like The Mummy. And what's really cool about it is that you get kind of like different stages of mummy in that film. He sort of got his all-mummy appearance with the bandages, and he sort of restores himself over time, which I'm sort of hoping happens to me because I don't like wearing bandages this much, but you wouldn't even see this arm if it wasn't bandaged up. It's just how it goes. But in terms of the overall sense, I think that The Mummy has inspired a lot of cool action figures over the years, and the one we're going to look at today is the Mego version. And if you're tired of me looking at Mego, blame the toy industry for like 60% of the toys from Universal Monsters being Mego at the moment. It's just how it is. Neca and Jada cannot roll their stuff out fast enough. I want some variety. But let's talk about the Mego Mummy, specifically their second attempt.
So Mego has produced 2 different mummies. The first one is their original designed Egyptian mummy. It's sort of inspired by different films, but it is uniquely their own design. I think it looks pretty cool, though I ultimately ended up not getting this one. The second one, which is the one we're looking at today, is the Boris Karloff mummy design, and it is inspired by Boris Karloff's mummy, so this is the one we're looking at, because it kind of, fit in my collection better, having more universal looks. Looking at the Mego mummy himself, I actually think he looks pretty cool. It's interesting to get a Mego figure that is a action figure that's been wrapped in bandages, as opposed to something that has like a huge, heavy cloth bodysuit. So I think it kind of gives it a different look overall as a figure. I think the head sculpt is pretty good. It's got that look that you would expect from Boris Karloff's mummy, filtered through the Mego sense, and I think that's kind of just how, we'll look at most of these Mego figures in that same vein. I do find it interesting that the way the bandages are done is you can actually see the color of the underbody, which is this kind of grayish color, and it comes through, 'cause it's still a little bit see-through, which I think actually gives it an extra depth of layer that other mummy figures may not have. That this is like the last layer of bandages on him instead of him being bandaged over and over and over again. I also do find it funny because it looks like he has tiny feet, since the Mego feet are usually designed to go inside shoes, and this guy doesn't have shoes. But it does work out, I think, overall. From the back, you can see where some of the bandage ends are, and I haven't had any issues with the figure popping bandages loose, which is good, because in my time with bandages, it's been popping loose all the time. This figure actually holds together pretty good if it's stitched or if it's glued or whatever they did. It holds together well. It's not like gonna unravel unless you're really pulling at it. If you're expecting anything new from Mego articulation, you will be disappointed. This guy's a little bit more restricted because of the bandages, and I also don't want to push the joints too far to make sure the bandages don't pop loose, but it's the same as usual. Here's a weird random size comparison. This mummy next to Mickey Mouse dressed as a mummy from a Disneyland popcorn bucket. I was really looking for something to fill time here, but I thought, hey, let's squeeze Mickey Mouse in, because, you know, Disney dressed as Universal Monsters is funny, even though, like, the concept of a mummy is, you know, ancient and Egyptian and not technically licensable. But anyways, there's your random comparison of the day. So overall, I mean, he's pretty cool. In terms of Mego figures, he has a distinctive look with having the bandages as opposed to just like a Velcro bodysuit. And I think that actually gives him like an extra sense of quality. And that actually kind of makes this figure one of the more interesting Mego figures in the collection by far. And in fact, I think he turned out pretty great.
So that does it for the Mego Mummy. And yes, we're not quite done with Mego this month. All this stuff was planned out. All the toy segments were filmed in advance before all this crazy curse stuff happened. So, you know, we're not gonna worry about, like, how much more there is. It's not like there's 5 more Megos on the schedule. But I promise you they're all in one video. In terms of Mummy Week, though, tomorrow is going to be interesting because it's not going to be a traditional mummy or one based on any piece of fiction, but something newly created for a toy line by a company. What that might be, and will it be a mashup of sorts? If you've already figured it out, let me know in the comments, because tomorrow we'll be taking a look at a different kind of mummy. Do you know what the worst part about being a mummy is? I had to pick up my pinky finger off the floor and tape it back on. Just so you know how my month is going, I've currently had to deal with bloodlust, not be a vampire, deal with a werewolf, try not to eat anybody, get killed as a werewolf. Now I'm a mummy, but I also thought I was an invisible man for 2 days because part of my brain was missing. And no, I still haven't found whatever I was looking for because I don't remember at this point. Let's get on to our new video for the day. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to the Month of Monsters. We're covering today a subject I think many people have been waiting for. We're going to be talking about Neca's Ninja Turtles Universal Monsters crossover, with specifically Michelangelo as the Mummy. This is not the first one released. We're going to be looking at the first one later, but this is one of the figures released in the new Neca Ninja Turtles and Universal Monsters crossover line. Now, this is the thing that's been happening in the toy world. We've been getting crossovers between companies. We've already looked at Transformers and Universal Monsters with Dracula earlier in the month. But specifically when it comes down to the Ninja Turtles and Universal Monsters line, that happened in the 90s. What's really funny about this is that we had them in the 90s where they were a cross between Ninja Turtles and Universal Monsters. There's 2 different ways of them. But when Neca decided to do a modern version of it, we all thought, oh, they're just going to kind of remake the original Playmates versions. But, in fact, they switched it all up. All the turtles are different monsters. They started throwing in Splinter and April O'Neil and Casey Jones into the line. And there's a lot of things going on, and they're all original designs. They're not remakes. This also means they get out of the weird, like, legal traps and can be available at all stores, which is a first for the Ninja Turtles line from Neca. Now, the one we're looking at today is Michelangelo, of course, but he's a mummy this time. He wasn't in the original toy line, and that's kind of cool because now we have sort of a different interpretation of the same idea. And what's really awesome about this is that there's callbacks and references into the sculpts to not just Universal stuff, but Ninja Turtle stuff as well. So let's take a look at Michelangelo as the mummy.
The box for Michelangelo's Mummy is really cool and evocative. I love the dark colors, the nice lighting on his face, and that's that close-up portrait of the figure. It looks really good. Looking at the side of the box, you can see him at the top, followed by Leonardo as Igor, and then Raphael as Frankenstein monster, and April O'Neil as the Bride of Frankenstein. More on those later. The side of the box has the nice logo as well as a portrait image, and this matches all the other Ninja Turtles Universal Monster figures. The back of the packaging is my absolute favorite part about it. It has this really cool poster-like quality, having phrases like, "Through ancient dust and pizza crust lurks Michelangelo as the mummy. Unbelievable terror awaits. Mikey comes to life. The party dude is out of his tomb. Beware the curse of Cowabunga. You've been warned. Is it dead or alive?" I asked myself the same question. Of course, the front flap opens up, and now we can look at Michelangelo as the mummy. This is an exquisitely sculpted figure. Just from head to toe, you can see there's so much detail, so much care and love put into the bandages and the overall just appearance of the character. This head sculpt is phenomenal. I love the way that the mask looks integrated into the face and how the mask looks worn just like the face does. You can see a little bit of teeth. The skin looks shriveled. I like the one closed eye, the one looking up eye. It gives him a really good undead mummy appearance. The body itself is really nicely sculpted with having layered plastic for some of the bandages, and you can see that some of the turtle elements that you'd expect are still there. He's still got the elbow pads, he's still got his belt, but it's been mummified. And especially looking at the belt, they've added a lot of extra sculpting, such as the scarab in the middle of the belt piece and the Eye of Horus on either side of the belt. I think that's just a really cool detail to add to it. And the little flap of fabric that's, bandage part that's come down in front of it as well is just such great attention to detail. Even down to the legs, he's got the standard knee pads, but they look more decayed, they look more worn. His feet are wrapped up too. This legitimately doesn't just look like Michelangelo dressed up as a mummy, but like Michelangelo transformed into a mummy. The back of the shell is just one of the most amazing parts about this. You have so many different symbols, scarabs, you have the Foot Clan logo there, you have like the Shredder symbols on there. There's all these different little things, and specifically there's also 4 turtles put into his back. You can see that they're actually colored. The top one is orange for Michelangelo, below that is a purple one for Donatello. Down along the bottom, you can see like there's Ninja Star decals for different shuriken designs. You've got different Egyptian markings. This is just a lot of work put into the back of this figure. And on this side, you can sort of see the Leonardo emblem, and I assume there's a Raphael one that's covered by the bandage. Kind of weird we can't see that. Articulation-wise, he's got the ball-jointed head, ball-jointed neck. Shoulders that move out, shoulders that move 360. He's got a double-jointed elbow. He's got a wrist swivel and a wrist inward bend. He's got hips that move out, they move forward, they move back a little bit of a thigh swivel, a double-jointed knee that doesn't go too far, an ankle that pivots forward, back, left, right, and some slight hip adjustment in the torso. He is a 7-inch scale figure, but he doesn't look too bad with Marvel Legends due to the turtles being a little bit shorter, and that can kind of work yourself into displays if you want. And these Universal Monsters turtles are based on the movie designs primarily to give it a more realistic look so they can do more sculpting. So here he is with a movie 1 Raphael figure. For accessories, Michelangelo has these standard hands that are kind of the outstretched, mummy hands, which I think look really great in conjunction with his head sculpt. He also includes a set of fists as well as a set of holding hands. I don't really use the fists for anything, but the holding hands are pretty good for other accessories. Accessories such as his Ankh Nunchaku. I love the way that they integrated the nunchucks that are, iconic for Michelangelo, but the Ankh symbol, which is iconic to Egyptian mummy stuff, and putting them on gold chains just give it an extra bit of flair. Such a cool way of integrating the weapon that we know, as well as iconography of the monster he's impersonating. And you can just put this in any kind of pose. Because they have chains and not plastic chains like they're actual metal chains, it means you can move it around, you can pose it however you want. It's not gonna work in any like mid-air dynamic, it's swinging pose, but in most other poses it's gonna work fine. He also comes with this really cool snake, which you can hold as a weapon, which is kind of cool. But what's really neat about it is that the snake is fully detailed, left and right, up and down. But then the fact that it's also on a bendy wire, so you can pose the snake however you want it to be, which is such a cool way to do a snake in an action figure line. And yeah, it actually is strong enough to support its own weight, so this snake is good to go. What a great accessory inclusion. He also includes 2 loose wraps. These are things you can just kind of add to the figure to give him some extra depth. And putting it on him, yeah, it adds some extra depth. They do look a little stiff because they are a hard plastic, so I don't really know how to use them too effectively, but you might have better luck with them in your own displays. The last accessory is this alternate head where he's fully decayed, looks pretty horrifying, eyes bulging out, teeth coming through, and I can't help but think that this was absolutely 100% inspired by the rotting Leonardo costume that was sold at an auction recently. I remember this picture got around the internet where it's like, yeah, the latex is just degraded, it's rolled back, so you're seeing the eyes, the teeth, everything, and I can't see any reason why this wasn't the direct inspiration for this head on the Michelangelo mummy. It just has to be. It's too close not to be. Overall, this is an excellent action figure, and I really think that it turned out pretty spectacular. The Universal Monsters Ninja Turtles figures have been my favorite so far from Neca, and I don't know what could top them. They're fresh, they're original, and they're really solid value for your price, and they're easily obtainable, unlike a lot of their other figures.
So overall, the Michelangelo Mummy figure is pretty sweet, and he makes a nice addition to the lineup of the Ninja Turtles Universal Monsters crossovers. And there are several that are out that we'll be covering later in the month, and I think it might give you a clue as to what our last themed week will be. Now, of course, I plan to have this curse undone by then, so hopefully that goes well, but we still have one more day in this week of bandages, and that'll be covering another mummy tomorrow. We're coming to the end of the week of bandages. It's a odd concept, I know. It's been a little bit weird. Missing part of my brain means that like I'm going off old notes I wrote and trying to figure out how this is going. But if anyone has any suggestions for breaking curses, I need them like now. So just now, figure out the curse problem, because honestly, I think the only thing that can actually like solve my problem is to break the curse. But I have to make sure I can break the curse while also coming back to life, because if I break the curse and then I'm just the undead, you're never going to see the rest of this video series. I have a lot of work ahead this weekend, but in terms of actually covering things, I think we're going to talk about another mummy today. Just seems appropriate. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to the Month of Monsters. Today we'll be talking about our last mummy of the month. This is going to be the Neca Ultimate Mummy based on the Boris Karloff version. So naturally, we're not going to talk about the Boris Karloff version in the history section because we kind of covered that with the Mego Mummy. Go check that out if you haven't. This time we're going to talk about the impact of that film. For example, that film spawned 3 sequels from Universal, all 3 of them sort of continuing the same ideas and similar storylines that were featured in the first one. There was also a crossover with Abbott and Costello, which was very common towards the end of the Universal Classic Monsters era. Later on in the 50s, when Hammer Films started to produce movies such as Dracula and Frankenstein, they also did mummy films. And then, of course, I think more famously in the current pop culture zeitgeist was the late 90s, early 2000s mummy films starring Brendan Fraser and Rachel Weisz. Those were really popular, and that's, I think, a lot of generational love comes from those movies. And it's sort of like they took the mummy concept as kind of like surreal horror of the old days and brought it into like action adventure Indiana Jones type stuff, and I think that's why those have become more popular as time has gone on. They're good old adventure movies, and honestly I love them. There was of course the Mummy film in 2017, which in and of itself was a failure, but it was also supposed to launch the Dark Universe, which was supposed to be all the Universal monster characters getting a combined Marvel-like cinematic universe, and because The Mummy tanked at the box office really bad, that never happened. And so this picture of all of the actors that they cast for all these parts is really funny because, boy, we certainly got one movie of that. Nice job, Universal. But that being said, Universal has started to open up licensing for toys over the years, especially after the failure of The Mummy, and I think that coming from that, we can sort of thank the 2017 Mummy for bombing, because now we're getting classic Universal monster figures left and right from multiple companies. Speaking of which, NECA's Ultimate line also produced the Mummy in 3 different flavors, just like their Wolfman. So let's take a look at all of them.
Like the other NECA Ultimate boxes, this one features a poster from 1932's The Mummy on the front, and I love this poster a whole lot, and it's really nice to see it just replicated onto a toy box. The side is very important because if you're looking for the regular or the black and white, this is going to be what tells you which version you're getting, because boy, the color and the black and white are barely different. The opposite side has another picture of the Mummy, and yeah, it's just, these are the pictures you should look for if you're trying to figure out if you found the color or the black and white in a store. On the back, an assortment of images of the figure, including it in a sarcophagus, which it does not include, and we will talk about that in a little bit. So overall, I think the sculpt and the body proportions of this mummy figure are excellent. It's got a lot of the great proportions of what Boris Karloff looked like as the mummy, as well as just being kind of good mummy proportions in general. It's really nice to see like a nicely detailed, very highly accurate version of the mummy from that original film, because it's really hard to nail that look and get it to look quite right, and I think this figure does a good job. This is detailed all the way through the back of the figure, where I think they did a really good job with the paint wash, the paint details in general on top of the sculpting, give it a lot of depth and color usage, which is kind of where the color version versus black and white, while they look very similar, the color version has a little bit more of those drastic tones. This is the default head with the eyes closed, and it looks exquisite. You've got all that sort of decayed flesh look. The way the eyes are done is really nice. There's a nice shadow, like a natural shadow to it. And just in general, the paintwork is really excellent on this figure. Looking at the figure's torso, you can kind of see a lot of those great details, like the decayed flesh color with the purple. But more specifically, there isn't paint on the joints. So while the joints look a little bit more visible, I way prefer this to painted over joints like what we have with the Nightmare Demons, which caused one of mine to break. I haven't had any breakage issues with this figure because of that. And of course, down to the legs, everything is nicely painted. I like the little bits of flesh and the little toes sticking out of the front of his feet. One of my favorite details is the ring on his hand. And it actually is really decently painted for how tiny it is. This is a very, very small detail, and they added the golds and the blacks to give it that look. Articulation-wise, it's got standard joints, so, you know, ball-jointed head, ball-jointed neck. He's got shoulders that move out, shoulders that do move 360, though they are a bit tight, bicep swivel, a double-jointed elbow, which is really nice to see, a wrist that turns and pivots in and out. You got an upper torso ball joint and a lower torso ball joint, so you got some crunch and wiggle. Hips that move out, forward, back, thigh swivel, single-jointed knee bend, a knee swivel, as well as, of course, an ankle pivot, which moves forward and back, left and right. Size-wise, you can see that the mummy stands a little bit taller than a Marvel Legends figure. This is a 7-inch scale, and you know, it's kind of just going to be that scale. It's a little bit taller than the standard 6-inch figures, but it's not too far off if you're mixing displays. Of course, this does mean he is a lot shorter than the Mego mummy, which we looked at previously. And, you know, it's kind of nice to see, again, that more realistic style with the Neca, whereas the more Mego style with the Mego. And then, of course, here is Neca's two different mummies, both the Mummy and the Michelangelo's the Mummy that we looked at yesterday. It's kind of neat to see the design inspirations between both. They definitely went for more muted colors on the Mummy versus the Mikey Mummy. In addition to a standard hand loadout, you do get an extra outstretched hand for the right hand, which is pretty nice because I think it's an iconic enough pose that you should have a dedicated hand for it. And you get a flatter palmed right hand, which allows you to kind of have him have the crossed arms pose, which would work really well inside a sarcophagus, which he doesn't come with. More on that in a bit. In terms of extra heads, you get an extra one where his eyes are open, like he's recently reawakened, which I think is great. I love the little details added. I love that the eyes aren't quite even. It just really adds to the experience. And then his third head is going to be one where he's fully awakened and he's kind of screaming out with that kind of dead-eyed, really screamy mummy look. Face of the screaming mummy, maybe a little bit. Just like with Michelangelo, he comes with two separate bandages. These are loose, but they are a harder plastic, so they're hard to fit on. I did my best here. I think the one around the neck actually works pretty good, either or that you use. But honestly, I don't really know how to place these otherwise, so mostly the neck one would be the one I'd use in my own display. What's really cool is he does come with the box that contained his scroll, and it's very nicely detailed. It's a small piece as well. It's not super small, but small enough that the gold accents are really nice to see. They even put all of the symbols on the lid, which I think is a great addition. You can open the box up, and inside you will see the scroll. It's all kind of folded, rolled up, not rolled up, but you can get it out of there pretty easily. And you can take a look at the scroll. It's got all the details you would expect, all the details from the film, and it's pretty much, you know, standard mummy stuff, but pretty cool. And it does have a backside to this paper, which does look like the papyrus it should be on. Now, if you are wanting that sarcophagus or the treasure chest that the chest that had the scroll was in, that is a separate accessory set that costs more than the figure itself, and that's why it was probably excised to its own release. This has started to come out in some places, but I don't have mine yet. but I'm looking forward to getting it because I think having the sarcophagus will be a nice addition to the mummy figure. Now, just like with the Wolfman, there is a black and white edition of this figure released, and like I mentioned previously, it's not that much different. I did color correction here in camera in order to show you what the black and white would look like, and it's going to be mostly the hands and a bit of the details on the head that's really going to be different. So if you want the black and white looks for everything, you'll want to get it. If not, it's not really that different. What is a lot different, of course, is the retro style mummy. Just like with the Wolfman, this is made to emulate the old Remco figures from the 80s, and it does a very good job using a very nice, updated picture silhouette that's a higher resolution while giving you the Remco feeling. And I will say that just like with the Wolfman, it's got all the same details, but I didn't mention this in the Wolfman. The card backs on these are massive and they're sturdy. Being 7-inch figures, they're really big, but the card backs are going to hold their weight if you put them on a wall. Now, of course, he does advertise that he glows in the dark, which, just like the Wolfman, he does. However, with the Wolfman, only the face glowed in the dark, whereas with this guy, almost the entire figure glows in the dark, at least a huge chunk of it. It looks like the entire thing is coated in some kind of glow-in-the-dark plastic or paint, and mostly the torso and the legs are the part that glows the most, but it has a really cool effect, and once I get these guys up on a wall, it'll be really cool to turn the lights off at night and then see the actual glowing effect in real time. The back of these packaging still has the same kind of details. We do get, of course, credits, and does, mention Mummy, Frankenstein Monster, and Wolfman, and of course, Mummy, Frankenstein Monster, and Wolfman. Putting it side by side with the Wolfman one, you can see these look really, really good. And these are actually significantly cheaper than the normal Ultimates because they don't have any accessories. And I think they're actually pretty cool, and honestly would like to see this done for the rest of the Universal monsters from Neca. And then lastly, of course, we got to compare the paint scheme of the Retro to the paint scheme of the regular Ultimate. And you can see that the Retro is more saturated, has sharper black details in the face, just to make it look like the old Remco figure. Just like with the Wolfman, this mummy figure is the ultimate experience. They're not overstating it when they do call it an ultimate mummy. Outside of the sarcophagus, which is just something that could not be included due to price without making this like an $80, $90 figure out of the gate, and something that not everybody may need or want, you have the option getting the sarcophagus still, which I think is fine. But everything else that's included, the heads, the hand options, it gives you a full robust version of the mummy. And there's not much else to include because, well, Boris Karloff's mummy only stayed in this form for the first portion of the film, so I kind of hope we get the more revived version of him later on in the lineup. But overall, yet another win for the Neca Ultimate Universal line.
So that's the Neca Mummy, and that's our Mummy, Phantom of the Opera, Invisible Man, Faces Covered, Bandage Week. This was a little bit of an abstract concept, and I knew that going in. I also didn't anticipate all the undead body partness of this. In fact, I'd never anticipated the vampire-ness, or the werewolfness, or the mumminess. What's gonna happen to me next week? Well, I planned this out, and we're gonna keep trucking along. Tomorrow is gonna be a fun little side thing while I go try to figure out how to cure the undead. Or at least get somebody else to do it for me. And I'm a little nervous that it's not all gonna work out because currently I can feel my bones, and I think that the brain's not working. I think I'm not doing good. Oh. My dear viewers, stay tuned for tomorrow. I may not be here to see it. Happy Saturday, everybody! Today's episode of Month of Monsters is a little bit different. We're still going to talk about toys, but we're also talking about food. Or if sugary cereal counts as food, that's a discourse for another day. But we can talk about monster cereals because honestly, when it comes to monsters, Halloween, October, monster cereal comes to my mind and my stomach. This is something that I have loved most of my life. And I still love, and I love these characters. So we're gonna go into like the basic history of the monster cereals, and we're gonna go into which ones got toys, because that happened last year. We're also gonna talk about the cereals themselves, because I actually went out and bought the cereal. Totally just bought the cereal for this video, no other purpose. But we have Count Chocula, Frankenberry, Boo Berry, and Fruit Brute. And on today's Food Network-esque show, I'm going to be trying these while also talking about the history of them. So, yeah, this is going to be different. We're going to talk about each of these individually in terms of, you know, how they taste, how they feel, and if my 27-year-old stomach can handle any of this. We're going to find out. To counteract this, I have non-dairy milk, so hopefully I don't die. But we're going to crack into Boo-Berry first. Here's Boo-Berry. Boo-Berry is one of the staples. Like, every year they typically have Count Chocula, Frankenberry, Boo-Berry. Fruit Brute, I actually haven't had single Fruit Brute before. I guess we should go into this before we do this. Last year, they put out this thing for the 50th called Monster Mash, which was really cool because it had all 5 of the cereals together. Fruit Brute and Yummy Mummy, they get left out a lot. They have come back in the modern era, but it's always like, oh, we only have Yummy Mummy for this one year. We only have Fruit Brute. I think there's only been a few times all 5 have been available because Yummy Mummy kind of replaced Fruit Brute back in the 80s. I'm just vamping on history when I should be eating cereal, but basically, the 5 of them were here and they threw all their marshmallows and stuff into one box. It was chaotic. I ate the whole box, as you can see from the empty box. But this was pretty cool. So this is kind of like the first time I ever had like any semblance of Fruit Brute or Yummy Mummy, because when I was a kid, they didn't offer either. And then the times they've offered them was when I was like in high school and college and, you know, adulthood, trying to like eat healthy or whatnot. And who cares about that? We're eating Boo-Berry. Also interesting, this year's Monster Cereal box art was done by Cause. Cause is an artist, and that's actually pretty cool. They've actually gotten quite a few people over the years to do Monster Cereal box art. I'm not having a full bowl of each. Don't worry, you're not gonna watch me throw up on camera. We're gonna go with this. You know, classic Boo-Berry little ghost pieces. You can't see that. There's, you know, little bat marshmallows. There's marshmallows. It's cool. It's fun. So, anyways, Monster Cereals for me have just been like they're like a nostalgic throwback that still gets produced like 2 months out of the year. So I always appreciate that. And I also appreciate that, like, no matter what milk you use, I'm just gonna get really intimate with the camera here. Can we actually get that? There we go. See, the milk turns blue. So if you want your Star Wars milk, Boo-Berry is the answer. And this is almond milk, so it's like any milk will change color, which says there was a lot of freaking food dye in this. Anyways, long story short, I've had Boo-Berry before. Let's see if it still tastes good all these years later. I don't even know how to do food shows anymore, guys. This is the first time I've eaten food on camera, like ever. So enjoy. So the fun part is it's like 125% sugar, but it's got like this blueberry taste to it, and that's why it's Boo-Berry, because it's blue. The fun part about this one, I think, is that it hits you with a lot of flavor, but it's not like a super sweet. So this one's kind of like more tart than it is sweet, and I think that that's what kind of gives Boo-Berry like some distinctiveness. Also, the marshmallows just taste like pure sugar. And I think a lot of times, the actual like cereal part is kind of more enjoyable. Now this video is going to be like 20 minutes long as I'm saying soliloquies about monster cereals. So I'm going to stop there, and we'll come back to the next cereal. But I realize we haven't even run the title card yet. So enjoy the title card! Hello, this is Soundout here, and I don't know why I'm bothering to do a proper introduction. It's habit. We just did several minutes of Boo-Berry tasting, but the monster cereals started in 1971 with Count Chocula and Frankenberry, and the commercial advertisements pitted them as rivals against each other, fighting it out to decide whose cereal was best, hence why we're trying all the cereals to decide which one's the best one. But I will say with these two, they're the most famous, but Boo-Berry came in 1973 and he's stuck around with them. They've been a nice little trio. Fruit Brute came in 74, but was discontinued in 82, I believe. And then Yummy Mummy came in 88 and then was discontinued like a couple years later. So we've always had kind of like the 2 extra guys, but the main 3 have always been here. So we tried Boo-Berry, and I think that Boo-Berry for me, I don't know if it was my favorite before. It's not, it's, you know, I don't know if it is my favorite because we only had one of these. But let's talk about Count Chocula next, because Count Chocula, he's a vampire. I guess I didn't really talk about who Boo Berry is. Boo Berry's a ghost, guys. Did you know? So Boo Berry's a ghost. He's pretty cool. He's got kind of like this little like Casper-esque personality. Count Chocula is supposed to be like, you know, vampire. Does that make him a better vampire than Dracula? I don't know, and I don't know how Vampire Week went, so I don't know if there's any other vampires to compare it to, but Count Chocula, looking pretty cool. So, this dude is chocolate, like straight up, his cereal is chocolate. I'm gonna pour less, because I ended up like tossing a bunch of Boo Berry. Look, here's the sad part. I don't like to waste food, but if I ate as much as I was putting into these bowls, I probably would throw up. Anyways, these are fun nostalgic throwbacks, but like, boy, it's either I eat one bowl or a little bit of each of them. Because this is, I know my stomach's just going to be like when I had Monster Mash last year. And you're probably like, how do you actually process all of this cereal and like are fairly slim? It's because I have a fast metabolism. It's a blessing, but also a curse. I'm hungry all the time. We're getting into like all the food stuff. Anyways, can you imagine if you put the Count Chocula cereal into milk, it makes the milk brown-ish. It actually looks the same color as the Boo Berry. I don't know how to do this without like spilling, but we're gonna like show the audience the milk has changed color. Okay, so Count Chocula. Here's a fun thing. Have you ever had like Cocoa Pebbles, which is a pretty popular flavor of like Fruity Pebbles? It's kind of like that, but with marshmallows. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I still like the Count Chocula. Yeah, no, this one hits you with like a really good like chocolate sensation, which I think that, you know, like the fruitier ones, you sort of get like the cereal part of it's fruity mixed with like the fruity like marshmallow. This one's like chocolate with the marshmallow. I think I actually like it more in a lot of ways than I do Boo Berry. No offense to Boo Berry. I don't know. This is an interesting like taste experiment. But in terms of Count Chocula, he's done a lot of great stuff. You know, he's been kind of like the face of it with Frankenberry. I think they're the two most famous, even though it's been a trio for a while. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stop that, or else I'm not gonna have like stomach for the other two. Jada Toys. Jada Toys in 20... God, the cereal's distracting me. Jada Toys 2021 was like, hey, we're making Universal Monsters. And they're like, hey, we're making the cereal monsters. And I was like, sign me up. Yes. So, of course, in 2021, this is our little transition point, Count Chocula was released as an action figure in the 6-inch scale for about, what was he, 25 bucks? Well, let's take a look at the Count Chocula action figure and see if he lives up to the hype of his cereal.
So the packaging on these Jada figures is excellent. It is the cereal box that you would know and love for Count Chocula, but it's also an action figure. On the side, you can see that's got a wonderful shot of Count Chocula and a lot of great retro throwback artwork to some of those original packaging designs. Looking at the back of the box, I think it's really cool that they included all 5 monsters on here. It's not just the 2 they made figures of, and that's why I also hope that we'll probably see Fruit Brute, Yummy Mummy, and Boo Berry in the future, because, I mean, look at them. They're all in the box there together. I also do like that Yummy Mummy says mine is a rare treasure that hasn't been touched in years. Yeah, because they don't offer you much. The side of the packaging is actually one of my favorite details. It's action figure facts instead of nutrition facts, and it gives you all the detail about what it is and what it looks like, and it's really fun. It's playing on the packaging style. Much like Neca figures, the front part opens up to show the figure inside, and you can see a nice shot of Count Chocula himself surrounded by his accessories. Looking at Mr. Count Chocula here, he just looks fantastic. They nailed the proportions, the cartoony look, the smoother edges, just because he is supposed to be that cartoony cereal mascot. And I think it just came together really nicely. Looking at the head is large, it's goofy, it's cartoony, it's got that Count Chocula expression you would most recognize with the character, and I think it's just fantastic. On the back, of course, he has the cape, which just drapes all the way down his back. And yeah, I mean, what else can I say besides this looks like Count Chocula from the commercials stepped into an action figure. And I'm especially like impressed with some of the paint work, like the extra white on his shoes. It's really clean, it's really sharp. There's not a ton of paint detail on this guy, but every paint detail he has is really well replicated. Once again, surprising amount of articulation from Jada. He's got a ball jointed head, which moves really, really well. He's got outward shoulders, 360 shoulders. He's got an elbow bend, an elbow swivel. He's got a wrist that pivots in and out and swivels. He's got hips that move out, forward, move back, double jointed knee on Count Chocula. Ankles that pivot left and right, up and down, and a waist swivel. This means, yes, your Count Chocula action figure can get into kung fu poses. Isn't that always what we've wanted from Count Chocula? I love how Jada just takes these things to a new level. He also comes with an alternate head with a different expression, one that looks very excited to be chomping down on some Count Chocula cereal, and I just love that. This also pairs well with his other accessory being a Count Chocula cereal box that he can hold, which is fantastic. Looking at this thing, it's got the classic Count Chocula look to it, it's got the classic artwork, it's got the bowl of cereal, it's replicated all the way down to trademarks. On the back, you have a imitation of the cutout mask that was seen in a lot of the earlier boxes, and I love the tagline of "Fool your friends, play monster." And playing around with Jada's scale themselves, you can actually have Count Chocula offer Count Dracula some cereal. Though I'm not too sure if Count Dracula is quite impressed by what he's been given. Overall, this Count Chocula figure is way better than it has any right to be, and I love it for that. This is an excellent representation of the character and an excellent action figure in its own right.
So the Count Chocula figure's pretty cool, but there was a wave mate, and of course, that was Frankenberry. Now, my thing here's Frankenberry. Frankenstein's monster-looking dude. Pretty much, I like his vibe. I like Frankenberry's vibe. His is a strawberry berry, where this is like a berry, and it's weird. Count Chocula, you're the only one that's not fruit-based. Anyways, we're going to Frankenberry. So here's my thing, right? Jada Toys, love this company. They made kind of fun die-cast stuff, and then suddenly like, here's action figures, and I'm like, cool. I poured too much. I like so much of what they're doing. You know, they got like a Universal Monsters line, they did the Cereal Monsters, they're doing Street Fighter and Mega Man, and there's a Chester Cheetah coming up. I'm like, yes, I'll probably be buying all of those. But my one thing is like, okay, I know you announced Chester Cheetah, I know you announced Street Fighter, big licenses, got it. Where's the rest of the Cereal Monsters? All right, like they said at Comic-Con, Chester Cheetah happened because the Cereal Monsters happened. Where's my Boo Berry? Where's my Fruit Brute? Where's my Yummy Mummy? At least Boo Berry. Anyways, we're gonna look at the Frankenberry figure, but first, of course, we gotta look at the Frankenberry cereal. Current status, stomach-wise, a little gassy. Not gonna lie, I've consumed a lot of sugar. I am hoping this turns pink, but it's not turning pink at the moment. The Boo Berry went blue, like instantly. This one's, the milk does eventually change color, I think, something like that. I don't know. Anyways, Frankenberry, we got his marshmallow here, we got his strawberry frickin' cereal. I don't know where I'm going with this, we're just gonna eat it. Yeah, so that's incredibly sweet. I kind of forget that Frankenberry has like an incredible sweet taste to it. The Boo Berry, like I said, is more tart. Of course, Count Chocula is just chocolate. Frankenberry's pretty sweet. Like this is a very sweet cereal. And almost in a way, I think it's almost too sweet. A little bit too sweet. But it's pretty good. Man, I still gotta eat like one more little couple bites of a cereal in a bit here, and I don't know if my stomach's ready. So, on that note, while I go process food, you guys get to look at the Frankenberry action figure.
Much like Chocula, Frankenberry comes in that same style packaging with the really nice artwork that reminisces the original packaging of the cereal. On the side, of course, we have a nice shot of the figure with some artwork behind it. On the opposite side, the action figure facts return, which is one of my favorite things that we got there. I love the attention to detail. They really wanted to make this look like a cereal box. On the back, you have similar artwork to what was on Count Chocula, except now they swapped in Frankenberry. It's mostly the same, but I love to see just the look of it. It's got a great vintage vibe to it. And of course, he does have an opening front flap, which is magnetic on these as opposed to Velcro on Neca. As you can see, Frankenberry there with his accessories looks really cool, but let's get him out of that box. So here's Frankenberry. He has a little bit trouble standing due to his proportions, but that's understandable due to, you know, just how he's designed. But he looks really great. Really nice, vibrant color usage. Even going down to the back, I like that the chains are painted all the way across, so he's got those suspenders holding up his pants in both directions. And the head sculpt is just great. I love the gauges. I love every little painted detail that was done here. The expressiveness of the expression, it's very much Frankenberry. They even worked in details down to his fingernails, such as having the strawberry fingernails. That is insanely detailed, it is nicely sculpted and nicely painted, and it's a job well done. Articulation-wise, his head is on a ball joint stem system we'll look at in a moment, so it's got a lot of range. He's got shoulders that move out, they're a little stiff. They move 360. His elbow does bend, it does rotate, his wrist rotates and pivots in and out. Doesn't have a waist swivel, even though it looks like he should. It doesn't want to move for me. Hips move out, forward and back. A thigh swivel, a double jointed knee, which is pretty good, and an ankle that pivots left and right, forward and back. Here is how the neck joint works, which is really interesting. And this allows him to swap heads to a much more expressive face, as we can see here. And I love this one. I love just how overly expressive he is. He's terrific. Naturally, he does come with a cereal box, this of course being the Frankenberry box, which of course is Frankenberry in a small box form. And he's got the mask on the back, and I should mention that these are like two pieces of plastic put together, so they do have kind of a hollow feeling to them, but it does feel like a tiny cereal box. Naturally, Frankenberry can show off his cereal box, and I love the inclusion of the cereal boxes. It adds to the way the characters were in the commercials, and I think it just is the perfect accessory for these characters. And of course, he can give the cereal to Frankenstein, but Frankenstein's not so receiving as Dracula was. Having these two together is an absolute joy, and I hope we see the other monsters in the lineup because, well, why stop at 2? We could do all 5. Let's do it. I'm ready. I'm here for it. These are awesome.
So that's pretty much it for Monster Cereal action figures, which is a little bit of a bummer, but I'm actually hoping we get those other 3 monsters. It'd be really nice. Adding to that, the Monster Cereals, I think, are kind of like a nice little yearly tradition. But I've noticed Kellogg's be moving into that space. There's a Hocus Pocus 2 cereal, which is a limited edition berry brew. No marshmallows, just flavored berry. I'm not trying all these, don't worry. I'm gonna, like, survive. Reese's Puffs got bats now. And they got, like, monsters on the back. All right. See, I'm seeing the influence here. I mean, look at this. This is chocolate Frosted Flakes with Frankenstein, bat, and ghost frickin' marshmallow. This is not just... Kellogg's, you have no shame. I mean, Tony the Tiger's looking all Frankenstein monster here, but those are the same 3 as the main 3 of your competitor. Anywho, also, Cheerios did pumpkin spice. I like Cheerios. I like Honey Nut Cheerios. Cheerios is usually my go-to cereal because it doesn't make my stomach hurt. I don't know how this is going to go, but we'll try that out later. That's for me to find out and you for never to hear the answer on. But in terms of the monster cereals, I think they're always kind of an iconic part of Halloween, at least for me. And while, you know, as a kid I probably ate way too much of it, and as an adult I probably could handle more if I was like sitting and casually eating a bowl for like 15 minutes, or like watching a monster movie while eating cereal, which is like my favorite thing. But yeah, I've never actually had Fruit Brute until today, like Fruit Brute on its own. I've missed it in the times they've redone it in the past, and it, you know, was discontinued before I was born. So there's that. But we're gonna try Fruit Brute as a way to close out this video. And I apologize, this has been really rambly and kind of like all over the place. It's what I do. You know, sometimes, you know, it's really fun to have like a solid script, like I have been for a lot of this stuff. We didn't get too many marshmallows in this, but that's okay. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, I just like talking about things I like, and I thought, you know, cereal, it's a casual thing, it's a breakfast thing, sugary cereal, that's a Saturday morning thing. This video's going up on a Saturday afternoon. You know what? For some people, Saturday afternoon is Saturday morning. And that's okay, and that's cool. And for me, I like these things. I like these. I'm gonna add a little bit more milk this time. I want my fruit brute experience to be good. I'm smelling it already. This is supposedly cherry. I know the original fruit brute was lime or something, but they've made it cherry. So I've got a marshmallow, got a scoop of fruit brute. Here we go. Wow, that's actually pretty good. Holy cow. Artificially flavored cherry. That's actually it's a pretty powerful flavor. It's not too sweet like Frankenberry. It's not too tart like Blueberry. It's kind of in the middle. Like, I don't know if this is just because it's like a fresh experience. Boy, that's like my favorite now. I don't know if it's just because it's new to me, but I think it beats the Count Chocula. So if I were to rank these, alright, I'm not gonna eat anymore. If I were to rank these, I think my Fruit Brute's my favorite now. It's not just because he's a werewolf. By the way, I do appreciate they went more Cause inspired with these, but for Fruit Brute, they kind of went more classic with him. So thanks Cause for that. But anyways, here's the thing. First of all, this is 15.8 ounces for the Fruit Brute. Everybody else is 1 pound. Freaking Count Chocula is 18.8 ounces. I didn't even notice that. These are all the same price. Anyways. Fruit Brute is my new favorite now. Because I like the fruit. It's very strong. I think Chocula has been my favorite, but he's going to be number 2. Let's see. I think I'm going to put Blueberry at the bottom, Frankberry next one. I love all these characters equally. Honestly, I don't think I have like a favorite character-wise. But Cereal Rise, this is my ranking. I'm going to say I like the Fruit Brute the most. The Chocula the second. And these guys can they're about the same, honestly, for me. So that's it. That's my monster cereal. I really want more Fruit Brute. That actually, I have to stop. Anyways, that does it for this video. If you enjoyed it, I hope you did. Stay tuned for tomorrow. Because if I'm looking at my future schedule, haven't shot it yet, but Frankenstein Week is starting tomorrow. And Frankenstein Week, unlike all the other theme week, is going to be 7 days instead of 5. So hopefully everything's been going smooth and no major mishaps have happened over the last, couple weeks of videos. I'm going to go work on those videos, actually. I think this is the last one that I'm shooting in advance for the month of monsters. So I hope you all have been enjoying this month so far. I hope you'll stay tuned for our last themed week, and stay tuned for what surprises will come on Halloween itself. But yeah, stay tuned. Frankenstein Week starts tomorrow, and my stomach cramp starts now. Well, what have we here? Another week among the monsters, another horrid transformation for me. How joyful. In fact, I checked the security footage. Once I had collapsed as a mummy last week, a scientist came in, picked up all the pieces, took me away, rebuilt my body, brought me back, and just left me in a chair. So I don't know if my curse is broken. I'm just going to assume that I can finish this video series and that'll break my curse. I mean, as is, I can't move my lips, but I'm still making sounds, so I'm probably still cursed. But welcome to Frankenstein Week. Appropriately, I've become this Frankenstein-esque monstrosity now, so we're gonna host this thing like we've been hosting it, called I'm Not Gonna Let This Bother Me. I'll let the psychological trauma set in later. In fact, Frankenstein Week is the biggest week on the month of monsters. 7 videos. 7. I'm hoping I'm holding 7 fingers. 7 videos in Frankenstein Week. It's more than any others, and we should not be wasting any more time. Today it all kicks off with a Frankenstein action figure from Jada Toys. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to the Month of Monsters. On today's episode, we're going to be talking about Frankenstein and the Modern Prometheus, also known as the 1818 novel that inspired Monster Stories Forever. The idea of a scientist bringing back somebody from the dead by cobbling together parts of another person to play God and create something new. This is an idea that has been prevalent throughout history, throughout fiction, and throughout time as monster stories have come to evolve. In fact, I think it's probably the most inspirational monster we've ever looked at on this series. And talking about that, the first actual, film adaptation of Frankenstein was not the wonderful Boris Karloff film, but in fact a 1910 silent film that takes some creative liberties. It's really interesting, you can find it on YouTube, so honestly, go find it if you can. Meanwhile, for me, the first figure I decided to look at in Frankenstein Week is a special one. It is the Jada Toys Next Level exclusive Deluxe Frankenstein black and white exclusive set with all kinds of cool stuff. So while we haven't looked at the normal Jada Toys Frankenstein figure, we're going to look at this cool black and white version that comes with a bunch of extra accessories. Let's take a look. One of the benefits of being a Frankenstein monster now is I was able to put the microphone straight through to my vocal cords, so I'll sound normal for this part at least. Let's talk about the Jada Toys Next Level Universal Monsters Frankenstein in this wonderfully ornate packaging. On the side of this box, you have pictures of Bride of Frankenstein, Frankenstein the Gill Man, as well as the Mummy, who's not yet been solicited for the Jada Toys line. The outer packaging does in fact feature a sleeve. Opening this up will show a picture of a lab and a larger picture of Frankenstein. Looking at this box, I love the forest pattern, I love the overall design, I think it just has a very nice striking look and gives it a premium feel. It does have a top lid that can be removed in order to see the contents inside. As you can see, this Jada Deluxe Frankenstein features a lot of different parts and accessories, but most of these are going to be building the actual operating table that Frankenstein was born upon. First things first, we're going to take a look at the black and white edition of Frankenstein. This is different than the color edition that was released to general retail, and it's kind of a nice way to do this. You get a figure with your accessories instead of just the accessories. And I actually kind of like the look of this, and it's a nice contrast to the regular one we'll take a look at later in the week. I love the face sculpt on the Jada Frankenstein. He looks kind of sad. He looks a little bit lonely. I hope he finds a bride one day. I do appreciate the work done to give some texture to the bodysuit. He's not just wearing the suit jacket. It's not flat, but it's actually riveted all the way down, which gives it a really nice texture and feel. Even down to the legs, which has kind of a nice shading effect where it's not just straight black, but there's a little bit of gray mixed in, and it gives it a really nice appearance. He's not a flat piece of plastic. He actually has depth and detail to him. Articulation wise, the head is on a ball joint, which gives it plenty of range, shoulders that move out, shoulders that move 360, bicep swivel, double jointed elbow, wrists that pivot in and out, left and right, waist swivel, up and down, hips that move out, forward and back, thigh swivel, double jointed knee, as well as an ankle pivot and tilt. Frankenstein includes an extra head and an extra set of hands, so he can reach out menacingly, going to grab something or just looking very upset. I love the alternate expression. It's quite different than the normal expression, and that gives him a lot of distinctiveness. He comes with 2 sets of chains and shackles. This first set is a little bit shorter, and with both of these, you don't have to remove the hands to put them on. You can actually just open the shackles and put them around there, which is pretty nice. And here's the longer one. It's just a bit longer than the shorter one. It allows him to have more articulation range with all those double joints and the shoulder joints and everything, so that's much appreciated. Taking a look at the fully assembled table, it looks really, really nice. It's got a standard base in the middle that keeps it solid, and it allows you to actually tilt the table with all those straps on it. And what's pretty nice is there's a rubber piece that holds this in place, so it's pretty sturdy. Naturally, of course, Frankenstein can lay on the table and be shackled down. In addition to that, there's 2 extra plugs that plug into the bolts on his neck to provide power to the brain. I love this, and it just adds to so many more details than you could have had with a normal figure release, and I think releasing the table was an excellent choice. It's just really cool having Frankenstein with the table. It's an iconic part of his origin. It's much like the Mummy having a sarcophagus. They're things that they should have, even though they are more expensive to produce, and maybe not everybody wants them, so putting out a deluxe set like this, that's a good way to do it. What I really appreciate is that the actual straps are fitted for the figure included. They're not too big, they're not too small. They can be a little tricky to put on, but once they're on, he is totally secure. Also, little cranks on the side turn. Neat detail. Also included is a sheet of cloth that can drape over Frankenstein so he is ready to be born. And I like that that was an option, though I'm not going to really use this in display as much because I would like to see the figure when I'm displaying him. Overall,
the set's pretty cool, and at only about $15 more than the base figure, it's totally worth it in my eyes. It can only be purchased through the Jada Next Level website, so that does make it more exclusive, but it's not something everybody's gonna want, but hardcore Frankenstein fans, it's definitely worth the pickup.
So honestly, the Jada Toys Deluxe Frankenstein is pretty cool, and honestly, I do recommend looking for one because that whole package with the table, with the other accessories, and having the black and white look is really cool. Honestly, it makes for such a great set as a figure on its own, and it's really cool to just have for a diorama purpose. Frankenstein Week will continue throughout the rest of this week, because tomorrow we're going to be talking about another company's Frankenstein figure, and more on the history of Frankenstein as a character in media. Stay tuned, the month of monsters isn't over yet. So is this weird for anybody else? The cold, dead expression of my face, despite the feeling, the love, the passion that comes from my voice that cannot be expressed due to the face that I've been given. This frozen featured face that contradicts everything I'm doing and everything I am and everything I've done. Hello, this is Sad here, and welcome back to the month of monsters, Frankenstein Week. Today we're talking about Boris Karloff in 1931's Frankenstein. This is an iconic film that should be no surprise to anyone, is one of the most famous Frankenstein adaptations of all time, and is probably directly responsible for Universal making monster films in general. This film follows scientist Dr. Frankenstein on his goal to play God, to put people back together and make his own creation. It's not always the best thing for the creation. No one thinks about the creation's feelings. But Frankenstein creates his own monster, known as Frankenstein's monster, but also known as Frankenstein because Frankenstein has a last name. If he creates something that is his child would have the same last name, like legally, so technically calling Frankenstein's monster Frankenstein isn't wrong. It's just calling somebody by their last name. But on that note, Neca, of course, has been doing some awesome Ultimate Universal Monsters figures, as we've seen all month long. And the first one that was released, Frankenstein. So, of course, let's take a look at this figure and see if he's awesome.
So much like the other Neca Ultimate figures, we have a nice shot of the Frankenstein movie poster on the front of the box, just giving it a nice, inviting look at Frankenstein. On one side, we have a shot of Frankenstein looking all cool and stuff. On the other side, Frankenstein looking menacing and scary. On the back, we have a collage of images, not as exciting as some of the others. This was NECA's first Ultimate Universal Monster figure. The packaging's a little bit of a letdown. Just like always, a Velcro lock, open it up, see the figure inside. This figure is exquisite. You have these wonderful details of Frankenstein's monster from head to toe. The costume work is great, and I like the color. It's not a bright green, but a more skin-like green. Something I wish I had. Even to the back, you can see the folds of the fabric are sculpted into the figure. The joints are not painted over so you can see them, but therefore they won't break, unlike a certain nightmare demon that happened earlier this month. This head sculpt is pretty fantastic. It's based on the poster art, I think, with the way that the eyes are positioned, but it's got a nice, really cool, realistic detail. I love the red around the bolts in the neck. I love the red scar in the head, the single bolt on one side. It's got a very nice, realistic tone to it, which I think is what I really like about this color edition. Looking at the hands, you can see more of that scarring detail, more of that colored texture work. It's not so much that we know what the color of Frankenstein in that movie was, but the fact we can see it and have kind of a representation of it, I think is really cool. I don't think the shoes are anything to write home about, except for the fact that those were really tall shoes. Articulation-wise, the head is on a ball joint and get a lot of range of movement, which is really, really nice. Shoulders that move out, shoulders that move 360 degrees. You have an elbow bend, single joint, and a swivel. Swivel at the wrist, in and out wrist. Waist joint, hips that move forward, hips that move out. Thigh swivel, single knee joint. It's a tight bend, and it rotates. And then we also have an ankle that pivots forward, back, left, and right. The first alternate head for Frankenstein gives him kind of this face, which is kind of cool and expressive. I kind of like it. I like the way that Boris Karloff would have like one side of the mouth be sort of dead and one side of the mouth actually working, which Yeah, I'd take any part of my mouth working at this point in life. And then we have my favorite head, which is this expressive, sort of angry, sort of face, which I think is just the most expressive out of all of them. And I love the way that the shading's been done with the wrinkles in the face. It's just really, really good. To go alongside that, he has an alternate set of hands with the fingers extended into that pose that we were kind of going for with that head. I really, really like the way this looks. It gives him a lot more dynamic look than him just standing there. He also does come with the chains and shackles like you would expect. Now these you need to remove the hands, pop the shackles on, pop the hands back in. But once you do, they look really nice. I like the weathered detail, they look old, they look rusted, and I think that gives it a nice depth of character to it. He also includes an alternate set of hands as well as the flowers. This is from an iconic scene in the movie, one of which if you know where these flowers go. And if you don't, you should go watch the movie again. Being a 7-inch scale figure, he stands and towers over a Marvel Legends figure. He's very tall, very imposing, and I think the scale works really good. As you can see him next to the Jada Toys Frankenstein, even with the platform raising up the Jada one, he's still way shorter than the 7-inch Frankenstein. So while the 6-inch Frankenstein for Jada is not a bad scale, the 7-inch is definitely outclassing him in size. And then of course he pairs incredibly well with Neca's Ultimate the Mummy and Neca's Ultimate the Wolfman. I love these three and I can't wait for more to enter this lineup because honestly, these figures are just fantastic. They're some of my favorite figures I've ever gotten. Now, of course, there was a black and white and a retro Mummy and a black and white and a retro Wolfman. Was it the same for Frankenstein? Well, of course. Here's the black and white approximation of the Frankenstein figure, which I think actually released prior to the color or was solicited first. It was the first time we knew that they were doing two different color variations. Once again, I did not pick it up as I do prefer the color versions overall. And then there is a retro carded Frankenstein, which I would love to have, but for whatever reason, Target shipped the retro cards in time for Halloween, except only Wolfmans and Mummies popped up in my area and others. I didn't see anyone finding the Frankenstein one. Hopefully my pre-order will fill at some point in the future, it just didn't make it in time for Month of Monsters. So overall, when it comes to the NECA Ultimate Universal figures, yet again, it is the ultimate experience for Frankenstein. I love the way this figure looks, the way he poses, the details, the accessories. He just feels like a full, complete package. What's also wonderful is NECA is releasing an additional accessory set for him to give him his own operating table and a few extra parts, which is nice to see. I do like that NECA's not afraid of doing accessory sets for their figures. It's really, really cool and something that them as a smaller company can do. So I look forward to more Frankenstein and more Universal in the future from NECA, but this is going to be concluding the NECA Ultimate Universal figures for the Month of Monsters.
So that does it for the NECA Frankenstein. An excellent figure for an excellent line, and I'm honestly really excited to see where more NECA Ultimate figures come from. Now tomorrow we're going to follow up on a promise. We're going to talk about Mego for the last time on Month of Monsters. And we're going to look at 5 different Mego figures related to Frankenstein. Stay tuned, it's coming at you tomorrow. Month of Monsters ain't done yet. So you may be tired of hearing me talk about Mego and all the things that involved with that, but guess what, folks? Today is the day, the final Month of Monsters Mego review. And we're doing 5 of them. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to the Month of Monsters Frankenstein Week. Today is the day, the last Mego review. I've been hyping it up. Let's get to it. First of all, we're going to be looking at 2 Mego figures. One of Frankenstein, one of the Bride of Frankenstein. Bride of Frankenstein debuted in the first Frankenstein sequel known as Bride of Frankenstein. We'll talk more on that later. The thing I do want to talk about is how many different versions of Frankenstein have existed over the years. In fact, there was several sequels from Universal. There was a Frankenstein crossover with Abbott and Costello. Hammer Films knocked out 7 Frankenstein movies, which is just insane. And there's been other adaptations from other studios that have come in the more recent times, such as Mary Shelley's Frankenstein in the line of Bram Stoker's Dracula, and just plenty others. It's almost impossible to list how many times Frankenstein has popped up in media. DC Comics has their own Frankenstein. Like, there's a lot of versions of this character, and it's almost impossible to cover them all. But let's talk about where it started back with Bride of Frankenstein and Frankenstein in their Mego style, and see how they stack up to the rest of the Universal Monster Megos we've looked at all month long.
So Mego's first Frankenstein release of the modern line was exclusive to Target and was really hard to find. I had to have a friend get me this from out of town because I could not find this figure anywhere. This is the one we'll look at, but there were others. When Mego went to wide releases, there was this glow-in-the-dark version release, which actually is pretty cool looking, and I like the added scarring to the face. There also was this interesting shirtless version of Frankenstein where they did paint in the scars pretty nice, so that's a pretty cool variant. There also was a Frankenstein that was more Boris Karloff inspired, more realistic color tones and such, which actually I think looks pretty good. And they also even released a Son of Frankenstein figure, which is quite unexpected as that movie gets looked over a lot in the Frankenstein universe. But looking at that first release Frankenstein, he's in a nice green suit, green skin. He's very vintage Mego, which is the part I really like about him. He's not trying to be realistic, but more classic vintage toy. The head is pretty cool. I like the addition of the scars. I like the, simpler paint design because it kind of goes with the other Mego figures we've seen. The suit jacket is done pretty good. I like the stitching, the button work. It's, Mego I think has a certain quality to it in the overall sense. Though once again, the legs are usually kind of bland and the shoes aren't anything to talk about. You've heard it once, you heard it a dozen times. Mego figures have the same articulation, they always do. They have the same range that they've had since the 70s, and honestly, it's still pretty good for all things considered, but it is of course a little limited. So this makes for a nice retro Frankenstein look, and I do really like it overall. It's not the most amazingly detailed figure possible, but I don't think it needs to be either. Now there was only one Bride of Frankenstein released in the modern Mego lineup, and it is the one we're looking at today, of course. She is the Bride of Frankenstein as portrayed in the original film. Looking at the bride herself, she's got a really nice look to her. You can see the bandaged arms as well as the dress covering over, and I like the green skin because it matches that first release Frankenstein the best. I do really like the head sculpt, the way that the makeup is applied, the way that the eyebrows are portrayed, and the squiggles around the side of her head look really good too. The dress is plain, but that's all it needs to be, but I do like the bandage work on the arms. It's very similar to the way they did their mummy figure. In fact, the bandage work goes for the bodysuit underneath, even though you can't remove the dress without removing the head. You can see that if you pull the dress up, there is mummified legs underneath. As this is the first female Mego we've gone over, head turns left and right, shoulders, elbows, wrists, pivots, torso, hips, forward, knee, ankle. It's everything you expect from any of the other Megos. This makes her a very nice figure. I like the look of her, I like the more retro vibe, but I also like the extra details like the bandages being applied, individually. I think it gives her an extra kind of quality feel. Naturally, she does make a great pair with that first release Frankenstein. They match the closest in skin tone, and I'm pretty happy to have the bride. It took many years after that initial Frankenstein to get her, and I think she was worth the wait. And then here's all the Mego monsters we've looked at this month. I do like all of them together. Having these kind of more retro looks, it's got a certain vibe and quality to it that, the realistic stuff is much better at replicating the films, but these are kind of fun at creating sort of a, retro toy vibe, and I think they look really nice together on a shelf.
Our next Frankenstein Megos are not Universal. In fact, they're from a Fox movie. That would be Young Frankenstein from 1974, directed by Mel Brooks, starring Gene Wilder as Dr. Frankenstein. This is a parody, spoof, send-up of Frankenstein and other classic monster films. It is absolutely one of my favorite movies of all time. It is hilarious, it plays on the tropes, it plays as sort of a remake, but also just playing fun at a lot of those things in the stories. I love every character from this movie, I love the way it's shot, the way it's done, and in fact, I love the fact that, it exists. It's an existing movie, and Mel Brooks has even said it's the best movie he's ever directed. And in fact, it's not had many toys. The only ones I am aware of are the Mego figures. Mego produced 3 figures, one of Dr. Frankenstein, one of Igor, and one, of course, Frankenstein's monster. So let's take a look at all 3 of those and see if they're any good.
So the first of the figures we're going to look at is, of course, Dr. Frankenstein himself. The figure itself, I think, has a pretty good likeness to Gene Wilder's character from the movie, and I like the overall look of him. This is not like an extraordinary character design, it's mostly just guy in a lab coat, but I think it pulls it off well. This was the second Gene Wilder head sculpt that Mego had done after their Willy Wonka figure, so I think they actually kind of got it better here with Dr. Frankenstein than they did with Wonka, and I think they actually got the look of the character and the look of the actor done pretty well. Other than that, the figure is mostly kind of plain, but that's accurate to the movie, so there's really nothing to complain about there. It's just the way that the figure turns out because that's the way the design was in the film. Though it is nice to see just plain tan pants on an action figure. Doesn't happen very often. Could you believe the articulation is the exact same as it's always been for these Mego figures? Complete surprise to me, it's like it never has changed. That's just how Mego goes, and as Megos go, this isn't a bad one. I actually think he turned out pretty good. It's definitely one of those things that you would get for the character, not for the action figure. He's not that exciting as an action figure, but as the character, it's a good representation. Now next up, we're going to look at Igor, or Igor, whichever you prefer. This is one of the most vibrant characters in the film, and I love that they made a figure of him in Mego. Looking at Igor here, he's mostly a guy in a black bodysuit with boots, but that head is so crazy. Just look at the expressiveness coming out of this head sculpt, the way the black hood fits over it, the way his eyes are like bulged out, his face is in that, almost permanent smile. It's really, really well done. Of course, the rest of the bodysuit is pretty standard. Once again, accurate to the film it comes from, so there's nothing to complain about. It's just, just a little bland. I do say his boots are stylish though. Those are some nice boots. Now Igor is a hunchback, and therefore they added the hunch to his back. They did it by putting in a actual hunch piece into the fabric, which is a good way to do it for Mego since they use the same base body for all the figures. This was really, really cool. Now I'd, go about how, articulation's the exact same, every Mego figure's got the same joints and all that. And yeah, he does. He's still got the same posability, except look at this. Much like in the movie itself, the hunchback can be moved left and right along his back. So Igor here is pretty cool, and I think that overall it's nice to have him in the collection, and especially because the Young Frankenstein line isn't just a one-off figure of Dr. Frankenstein. Including Igor just adds to that. And the hunchback being able to move, that's just a cherry on the top. The last one we're looking at, of course, is Frankenstein's monster, or Frankenstein's monster, as he started calling himself Frankenstein by that point. But Frankenstein's monster here looks really blue. This actually goes with the poster art. Because the film was in black and white, there is no official color for it, but on the poster art he was blue skinned, and that's what he is here. And he's also dressed to the nines. You're probably wondering, why is he dressed to the nines? Well, you need to see the movie, because this monster, he's a performer. And what's really nice about this is that this, I think, is the iconic look of the character, honestly. And to that point, much like Dracula, this figure does have a lot of good layered fabric. You have the shirt, the vest, the coat. They did a lot of good job here making sure it looks like a layered outfit on the figure. Even down to the legs, where the pants do have kind of extra stitching on the sides to give it a fancier look. Overall, it's making sure Frankenstein's monster is stylish and ready to go. And yeah, same articulation that we're used to by this point. There's no surprises, but it's also not that surprising that, they have the same articulation style for the entire line. Now, he does come with a top hat and a cane. The top hat fits fine. The cane I'm holding in with a piece of mounting putty because, there's no way for him to actually hold the cane. He doesn't have the normal Mego hands that would have kind of a closed grip. He has the open hands, which means he can't hold the cane unless you're gonna use a rubber band or some mounting putty or something like that. Overall, these three figures are fantastic, and I appreciate the Young Frankenstein didn't just get one figure, but three. It's an iconic movie. I would like to see more, but if this is all we get, it's more than I ever expected. And no other company is doing Young Frankenstein, so credit to Mego where it's due. There was one other release for this lineup. It was a 2-pack of Frankenstein's monster with Dr. Frankenstein, and this was in both of them being in the suits from the Puttin' on the Ritz scene, but I ultimately didn't pick that up because I already had the Frankenstein monster by the time this came out, and the price point was a little high, so I was like, I don't know if I need it, but it's still pretty cool that they put it out. Though it was exclusive to Walmart, which means finding one with a good box, kinda tricky.
And that's it for Mego on the month of monsters. We've looked at a ton of them, but like I mentioned prior, there's so many of the Universal Monster figures out there are Mego. They've made more than any other company to this date, and it's actually kind of amazing. So, credit to Mego, you made a lot of figures, and we looked at a lot of them. But tomorrow, we're changing gears, something different, something exciting. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the month of monsters, and welcome to the Triple Turtle Trilogy. This is going to be 3 Ninja Turtles reviews in a row because they really love Frankenstein and the Universal Ninja Turtles line. Let's begin. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to the Month of Monsters Frankenstein Week. Raphael as Frankenstein's monster was the first release in the Neca Universal Monsters Ninja Turtles crossover line. I really love the Michelangelo, but he was release number 3, so we're backtracking to the first release. Raphael as the Frankenstein's monster makes a lot of sense. In the original line, he was the Mummy and the Meta-Luna Mutant. But in this line, he's the Frankenstein monster, which kind of fits Raph's big bruiser personality. Everything is actually pretty much an upgrade. And I do love the fact that Universal Monsters and Ninja Turtles have crossed over before, and NECA decided, let's not use the turtle associations. So, is Raphael as Frankenstein as good as the Michelangelo as the Mummy? Let's find out.
The box for Raphael's Frankenstein's monster looks very similar to the Michelangelo one. Though I didn't mention it there, the actual front image is not an image of the toy, but an image of the painted design. And so you'll see some differences between this and the final product for a lot of these. Particularly Raph's eyes aren't exactly how the figure ends up being sculpted. On the side of the box, you can see the Raphael, Leonardo, Michelangelo, and his silhouette for April as the Bride of Frankenstein, as she hadn't been fully revealed when this figure released. The side of the box, of course, has Raphael as Frankenstein's monster. On the back, we have a nice collage image, a nice poster-like quality, and it has all kinds of cool little phrases like, "It's alive! Raphael is Frankenstein's monster. He's been shell-shocked. See, a terrifying turtle with attitude. Pure terror from the sewer. Warning, the monster is loose. Beware his shocking sigh." Like with most NECA figures, it has an opening window on the front of the box. Now, taking a look at Raphael as Frankenstein's monster, I think this is once again an incredible job of sculpting detail and depth while creating something new. This is a new design as an action figure, and it's really, really cool to see. Looking at the head sculpt, it's got this nice expression. It's very much a Frankenstein roar expression to him, and I think it looks great. I love the bolts in the head. I love the bolts holding the eye mask on. The bolts around the neck, of course, and then the staples keeping the neck together. It's just really impressive work. Some of the details in the upper chest I like is the way that like the shell is underneath the jacket and it's bolted together with a plate because it's falling apart. The way that there's red patches in the suit to match Raphael's color scheme. And of course, the elbow pads are still in place from the normal Turtles design. Looking at his waist, they gave him real metal chains as a belt, which is just really cool and gives it a really nice tactile feel. And I like the way that the shell is still visible from below the waistcoat. And again, there's so much little stitching details, and across the hands, there's all these staples and all these little details that have been added, and like a black wash to the skin. Like, this is an insane amount of detail of sculpting and paint that we don't normally see on Ninja Turtle action figures. I mean, just looking at the hands here, when you have to think about these are swappable hands and there are multiple hands, having different scarring details like that and having those extra paint details, even this closely zoomed, are still good. That is a quality action figure. The legs I really like. I like the additions of the bolts to the sides of his ankles, and then I also like the platform shoe design is still in place. And of course, he has the Ninja Turtle knee pads you would expect. One of my favorite details is this pressure gauge that runs on the back of the shell as well as on the front of the chest, and it has these hoses connecting it. It's really kind of a cool detail. I'm not exactly sure why he has a pressure gauge, but it makes for a neat detail nonetheless. And I especially like that it looks cracked, it looks worn, it's like a fogged over glass, like it's been dirty and dusty, and you can just see all the cracks in the shell. This guy is literally slapped together design-wise. It's amazing. One of my favorite details is that part of his shell is missing and it's been replaced with the New York sewer lid. This is one of those things like the manhole covers, the sewer lids, that's a thing in Ninja Turtles, and they incorporated it into the Universal design because this fits the Frankenstein look quite well. Adding to that, I love the extra plate added to hold the chains across the waist. Again, there's screw detail and there's cracks. Looks like it was just bolted in as fast as possible just to try to get through to that shell. And I love that the stapled mask detail goes all the way to the back of the head of the figure. It's just incredibly impressive as an action figure enthusiast to see something that's this detailed, especially for a price point of around $40. Now, one downside is his hips are a little bit loose, which means when he sits down, he has a tendency to fall over. Articulation-wise, the head is ball jointed, it looks up a little bit. Shoulders that move out, 360. Joints are a little bit stiff in the shoulder. He's got a double jointed elbow, which is pretty good, a wrist that pivots and goes in and out, the hips that move out, thigh swivel up there, knee bend, single knee, as well as a knee swivel. And then he also has an ankle that pivots forward and back, left and right. Hand assortment wise, he comes with 2 hands to hold things and 2 fists. Much like with the Michelangelo, I don't find myself using the fist very often. He does come with 2 sai. I love the lightning bolt design. It adds to the Frankenstein look. I love the little balls and the little coils, which is very reminiscent of Bride of Frankenstein when she had the 2 poles that she was holding onto. Also, what's really nice is there's these brackets on the front of the waist, which means it's really easy to store the size like Raphael normally would when he's not Frankenstein's monster. Naturally, he can hold them, and I think they look fantastic. It just adds to the vibe. It's the same thing with like Michelangelo's nunchucks being onks. Having lightning bolt size just makes total sense for Raphael if he was going to be Frankenstein's monster. Size-wise, you can see that he towers over his movie counterpart, which is really nice to see. Since they're supposed to be in the same scale as the movie figures and similar styling, seeing him taller because he's got the platform shoes is excellent. They really do look like they fit in the same universe, except the Raphael one is obviously the Frankenstein monster design. You can even see that he towers over a Marvel Legends figure where other NECA Ninja Turtles may be a little bit smaller, like turtle-wise, so it's really cool to see his extra height that he has now. And of course that does make him taller than the Michelangelo mummy, which means there is still scaling between characters. Like, it's not like everybody's about the same height. Like, Frankenstein's monster should be bigger, and he is. And then the mummy should be a little smaller, and he is. And their overall body proportions, you can see that Michelangelo is a lot thinner than Raphael because of the different monsters they're playing. And then of course here's Raphael with the NECA Ultimate Frankenstein's monster, which it's just really cool to have these two together because if you look at them, they're very similarly designed because they are supposed to be the same monster, and I like that there's that correlation between NECA's own lines. And of course, the 2 Frankenstein monsters can battle it out for supremacy to decide who is the better, who is the weaker, or are they both great. So overall, Raphael as Frankenstein's monster is really excellent. It's just a great action figure, much like with the Michelangelo mummy. Brand new design, great detail, like insane detail. Good accessory loadout, though lesser than some of the others just because of his size and his bulk. And overall, just a fantastic figure. If you love Universal Monsters and Ninja Turtles, you can't go wrong with these figures, and they're still my favorite Ninja Turtles from NECA.
So Raphael's a pretty cool figure, and I really love the Universal Monsters Ninja Turtles line, which is why I dedicated so much time to it within Month of Monsters. Tomorrow, the next in the Triple Turtle Trilogy. Who will it be? Find out tomorrow. Welcome back to the Triple Turtle Trilogy. This next Universal Monster crossover, Leonardo as Igor the Hunchback. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to Month of Monsters, Frankenstein Week. Today we're looking at Leonardo as Igor the Hunchback. Originally listed as Leonardo as the Hunchback in original listings, we thought it would be the Hunchback in Notre Dame. Nice surprise, it's Igor the Hunchback from Frankenstein. Of course, he was the assistant to Dr. Frankenstein and helped in the creation of the monster, so Igor is an important character. Leonardo is kind of a weird fit for the Hunchback, but they actually worked in some pretty cool stuff and some homages to the old Battleshell Turtles, which is pretty cool. In the original line, Leonardo was the Wolfman, as well as the creature from the Black Lagoon, so going with Igor the Hunchback is a wild choice, and I appreciate the dedication to being unpredictable. In fact, this is also the modern figure of Igor the Hunchback from the original Frankenstein. There's been no others, and hopefully it indicates that NECA will do an Ultimate Igor somewhere down the line. But for now, let's look at Leonardo as Igor.
So on the box for Leonardo as the Hunchback, you can see this really nice artwork. Now, one thing that didn't make it to the final version of the figure was the head design, because the beard and the eyebrows were definitely a lot longer on this artwork than the actual figure. On the side, we can see the most amount of figures possible because this is a very wide figure, as you can see. So of course we got Leonardo as the Hunchback, Raphael as Frankenstein's monster, Michelangelo as the Mummy, a silhouette of April as the Bride of Frankenstein, a silhouette of Donatello as the Invisible Man, and a silhouette of Splinter as Van Helsing. On this side of the box you can see the text reading Leonardo as the Hunchback. On the back, of course, we have that poster-like collage image that all of these boxes get. I love these so much. I would love to have these as like full-size posters at some point. In addition to that, there's fun little taglines such as, "See what's lurking in the shadows." He has a mind for monsters. Witness the horrifying backstory. Shell bent on revenge. Katana-wielding creature feature. As per usual, the open box flap still exists. And here is Leonardo as Igor. This is such a great figure design. I can't believe it. It's honestly one of the craziest things I think anyone's done with a Ninja Turtles figure. First of all, that head sculpt. He's still got the beard and the eyebrows. It's not as long as it is on the actual box, and it's probably just some production thing. I do like it overall, and I like how the bandana is off to one side, so that way the bandana tassels hang down without getting in the way of the hunchback. The shirt he's wearing is really nicely tattered. It's got some patches to it. It looks very, very realistic, and the extra details of like adding the little bug on his waist is really, really cool. You can see the hands, much like the Frankenstein's monster, has a lot of great detail and depth to it. Just really impressive stuff. And also you can see how the knee pads are also very dirty, which is just really cool. And I love that one knee pad has a couple bugs on it. It just adds to the sort of vibe of these figures to have these bugs. And also look how incredibly detailed the rope belt is. It's kind of amazing. On the back of the shell, you can see that much like with Frankenstein, this guy has had some modifications done to his shell. There's a giant hinge on one side. There's a couple different bolted spots here. On one side over here, there's a lock. There's a lock with a couple hinges. I wonder what that's about. And then you can also see how there actually is a hunchback to this turtle. So he's got this massive shell, but then his head is lurched forward. So they really did the work to make sure that Leonardo looks like the hunchback, but also still look like Leonardo because he's got the shoulder strap and belt that he would normally have. Articulation-wise, his head is ball jointed, so it moves around pretty good. A lot of left and right. Shoulders that move out, shoulders that would move almost 360. Double jointed elbow. He's got a wrist swivel and a pivot. Waist swivel, hips move out, forward, back, thigh swivel, knee bend with a knee swivel, as well as an ankle that pivots left and right and up and down, as well as a boot rotation. Hands-wise, he comes with 2 pointing hands, 2 holding hands, and 2 fists. Again, everybody seems to come with fists, but I don't ever use the fists. The pointing hands add a lot of character. It's like a, master, do you want me to do this kind of thing? Or you need to do that. It's expressiveness, and I really do think it works well with the character design. The holding hands can of course hold things like his 2 different shovels. I like how there is different shovels. He would be digging around for parts of bodies to put together to make the Frankenstein monster. And I like that they've given them such a worn design. There's chips and cracks, and there's dirt and rust. This is a lot more detail than I ever expected from a couple shovels packed in with a Leonardo as a hunchback figure. He also comes with a bone. Never know when you might need a bone. Also, once again, an incredible amount of paint on the bone. And then he comes with these 2 accessories, which he doesn't hold as well, but it is a skull and a brain in a jar, which both of these just look absolutely incredible. Also, you can open the jar and remove the brain, which is honestly kind of neat and really fun. Now, the big secret of his giant shell, it opens up. So as you can see, you can open up the shell and there's a ton of space inside to put things. I take this as a direct reference to the Playmates Battle Shell Ninja Turtles that had the ability to open the shells and put the weapons inside. It's just such a cool thing to incorporate into this design because that is part of Ninja Turtle history. There also is this little spider buddy that's hanging out inside, clinging for dear life. You know what? I think he's doing okay. He found a nice place to live. What's also pretty cool is there are these 2 shelves which allow you to put different objects on them. Specifically, the skull and the brain jar. I love this idea that he's carrying around the stuff he needs for Frankenstein within his shell. Because the idea of him opening his shell to carry everything that he's been picking up is just really, really cool and such a great twist on the battle shell idea, while also just being a really cool action figure feature. Also, in case you're wondering, the extra shovels and bone, they can totally fit as long as you line it up correctly. Now, of course, what would he be if he didn't have his katanas? That is the Leonardo part of it. Both of these are very long blades, very, very thick plastic, and I love the little mace heads on the bottom because that really adds to the overall look and styling. You can also have fire blazing from these 2 swords as if he's using them as a torch to climb through the catacombs looking for some body parts. What's really amazing is that the swords actually store in the shell. Not on the shell in a sheath, in the shell. This is one of my favorite things ever. The way that these look from the outside is impressive. Even with the two swords sheathed through the shell, you can still put the two shovels and the bone inside and get the entire thing to close up. Size-wise, here's Leonardo with a Marvel Legend. As you can see, the Hunchback makes him a little bit shorter, but he's still a pretty large figure, all things considered. Next to a movie Ninja Turtle, you can see that he's actually shorter than the movie Ninja Turtles if you're going by head height. He's got a lot more going on in his back than the other movie Turtles, so that kind of makes a lot of sense. But honestly, it's really cool that they're still in the same scaling, but again, they're scaling to the monster, not to the turtle, which I think is just a cool idea. And of course, the Leonardo makes a nice companion to the Raphael as Frankenstein's monster. The two of them are from the same story, and while in turtle history, Leo's not responsible for Raph's creation, it works out in monster stories in terms of looks. I think they just make a really nice pairing because they aesthetically have a similar color scheme and design style that matches them nicely. And yes, while Michelangelo as the Mummy is a little bit of an odd man out considering he's not from Frankenstein, the three of them do look really nice together. It'll be really cool to have Donatello as the Invisible Man to round out the main four turtles, and that'll be kind of a nice set to have. But what's really cool about this line is that they're not just doing the main turtles, but they're doing a lot of characters. So overall, Leonardo as the Hunchback may not be the prettiest figure of the bunch, but honestly, he's just an impressive one. The thing that impresses me the most is that shell. The fact you can put so many things inside of it, the fact he can carry his entire accessory loadout practically in there, minus like the hands and the fire, is just really impressive. And then updating the Leonardo design to fit the Hunchback theme with the swords, it's just really, really good, and I love this line for doing something so oddball like this, and I hope we get to see more choices like that in the future. I mean, Splinter's Van Helsing's also an oddball choice, so I'm really, really excited.
So Leonardo is pretty sweet. I love the battle shell function. Just having that ability to carry all of his accessories is one cool turtle feature. And we have one more Frankenstein-related Universal Monster Ninja Turtle figure from Neca, and we'll be taking a look at her tomorrow. Welcome to the finale of the Triple Turtle Trilogy. This will be the last Frankenstein-related Universal Monsters Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles crossover figure, April as the Bride of Frankenstein. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome to the finale of the Triple Turtle Trilogy. April O'Neil as the Bride of Frankenstein. This is a cool figure. April was the bride in the original Universal Monsters Ninja Turtles line from Playmates. However, Neca did for a completely different design, going for a more action-oriented Bride of Frankenstein, which really fits April's personality quite well. In addition to that, because the line is movie-inspired, they used the likeness of actress Judith Hoag, who played April O'Neil in the 1990 Ninja Turtles movie. And she's been quite involved with Neca in the creation of her own figure from that movie, and the creation of this one where she got to comment on design as well as likeness, and she had her signature of approval on it. This made for a really cool, unique figure within a unique line, and I'm very excited to take a look at it. So let's look at April as the Bride of Frankenstein.
The box for April O'Neil as the Bride of Frankenstein is excellent. I love the color usage and the expressiveness. It's a really, really cool look. On the side of the box, you can see that April is at the top. We got Leo under her, Mikey under her, and then Raphael at the bottom. So this is the original four that were revealed, except now all four of them are there. On the side of the box, we have April O'Neil as the Bride of Frankenstein. And of course, on the back, we have a wonderful collage image in the style of a movie poster, and I love these so much. They also have these really fun phrases, such as, "The shocking tale of April O'Neil as the Bride of Frankenstein. Witness all the gruesome journalism. Warning, the monster demands a reporter. Ripped from the deadlines. Hair-raising horror. Breaking news, she's alive and electrified." As expected, the front flap opens up so you can see the figure. So we have April O'Neil as the Bride of Frankenstein. I like that it took her look from the movie, it gave her like the yellow trench coat, but then tore it all up and gave it a Bride of Frankenstein look. It's not entirely just she's doing the bride thing, she's doing the April O'Neil reporter thing. The head sculpt is great. I love the way they worked in her red hair into a darker brown, so it's not the black hair that the Bride of Frankenstein had, but kind of a mixture of the two, and of course the lightning bolt design up the side. I love the lightning bolt earrings as well. I also do like the hose connecting one of her bolts to her back, which is a callback to the Raphael as Frankenstein's monster. On her torso, she's got 2 different bugs, a lot of different tatters. I love the bandages and how some of them are exposed, and so she's got blue skin underneath. It gives her sort of a Sally from Nightmare Before Christmas vibe. Down to the skirt, I like that there is a cut, which helps for posability, and I do like the unevenness of how many of the bandages have been revealed. I really like the way the shoes are designed. It kind of gives it a kind of a cool idea, and they aren't heels, but they are raised platforms, so she can actually pose a lot better than the normal April O'Neil figure. On the back, you can see that hose is plugging into her back somewhere, and there's a couple more bugs, and a few more bugs on the lower part of that trench coat, plus some really nice discoloration and tatteredness to the bottom. Articulation-wise, she has a ball-jointed neck that can look all around, shoulders that move out, shoulders that move 360 degrees, a single-jointed elbow that does rotate, a wrist swivel that does pivot in and out, a waist swivel, as well as an up and down, hips that move out, fairly okay, hips that move forward, thigh swivel, double-jointed knee, a knee with a rotation, an ankle pivot, and an ankle tilt. The only additional hands she comes with are holding hands, but don't worry, she comes with plenty of accessories too. First of all, she comes with an alternate head which has a smiling expression. It's a bit of a smirk. I like it, it gives her a lot of personality. She does include one of Raphael's size, much like the movie figure did. In fact, the accessories are almost the same as the movie figure, proportionately. And it's really cool to have, even if it's a different color than the one that came with Raph. She also comes with her bag. Her bag does have a chain to hold up as opposed to a strap, which is so cool. And having those metal chains is always great. And I like the bone that is put in the bag with a lock on it, which calls back to the Leonardo as Igor figure. So all 3 figures have some design elements carrying forward between them. It's also fun because the bag can move around in different ways, which means you have more options and it can kind of float with that chain. Her main accessory is this microphone / electricity pole / bow staff. This thing is so cool. It gives her kind of a weapon while also giving her a broadcast device. You can see that towards the top you have the old school radio tower, but then you have the coils and the pole that would be seen in the Bride of Frankenstein for conducting the electricity. There's hoses that connect into a power box in the middle. And yeah, she can broadcast as a reporter through this microphone, which I think is such a cool idea that she's still a reporter even though she is now more ghoulish and more Frankenstein-y. She can also use it as a weapon. It totally feels like a natural bow staff-like weapon to have for her, and that's honestly pretty cool. In addition to all that, she comes with some really messed up looking rats that have like an eyeball and an ear attached to them. Weird. Plus a little spider. Height-wise, she's going to be around Marvel Legends size, at least to Ghost Rider size, and you know, that kind of makes her a nice contrast to some of the other sizes of figures. Here she is with the 1990 movie April O'Neil figure, which also has the same likeness to it, and I like that there is similarities with the bag over the shoulder, with the microphone, which the other April came with the side that the other April came with. So it's kind of like a nice little parallel to the 2 different figures. But I do say that even though the likeness on the right side for the April O'Neil looks more like, you're supposed to look more like April O'Neil, I think the actual likeness to Judith Hoag is stronger on the Bride of Frankenstein April O'Neil. Now, of course, you can put the bride with the monster of Frankenstein, and they make a nice pairing. I like, again, the use of the pressure gauges and the hoses around the neck into the back. That kind of gives them a nice visual symmetry. And then, of course, here she is with the other 3 turtles so far. This line is off to such a great start. I can't wait for its future endeavors with Invisible Man Donnie, with Phantom of the Opera Casey Jones, with Van Helsing Splinter, and hopefully a Dracula Shredder. I feel like that's where we're going. This line is amazing. I will never drop this line from Neca, even if I were to drop every other Turtles line. This is my absolute favorite. It is the most fun and engaging I think I've ever seen. Overall, this is a fantastic figure. It feels like every one of these that I review is better than the previous one, and that's really exciting that the line is continuing to grow in quality and style. I can't wait to see what else they do. I will literally take any figure from this line because there's such inventive, unique figures in the Ninja Turtles landscape.
So that was April's The Bride of Frankenstein, and that is the Frankenstein-related Ninja Turtles Universal Monsters crossovers from Neca. And I welcome you to join me one more time on Frankenstein Week. Tomorrow is the big finale. We'll be taking a look at another Bride of Frankenstein, and in fact that one might be one of the greatest action figures ever made. Stay tuned for tomorrow. It all ends there. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to the finale of Frankenstein Week.
there is an angry mob outside my window. Apparently they think I'm an abomination beyond imagination. And they're probably right. But just in case that happens, we're going to get this last episode done because, dang it, I'm finishing this month of monsters. We're nearly to the Halloween point, and we're going to make it. Today we're talking about The Bride of Frankenstein. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to the month of monsters, Frankenstein Week. This is the grand finale, and of course we have to talk about one of the most famous movie sequels of all time, 1935's The Bride of Frankenstein. Elsa Lanchester stars as the bride, but only in one scene of the movie is she actually the Bride of Frankenstein. An iconic character design with that thunderbolt hair, the overall dress look, the mummified body wraps. Iconic scene. She only appears for 2 minutes in the movie. It's insane. But, that being said, the Bride of Frankenstein is a pop culture icon, and she's always seen with Frankenstein in a lot of merchandise. In fact, we've already looked at the Mego version of The Bride of Frankenstein, but today we're going to be talking about the Jada Toys Bride of Frankenstein, as well as the color version of Frankenstein, who's mostly the same as the black and white we looked at earlier. This Jada Toys figure should not have to do anything besides hold an arm up and scream. However, this figure can do more insane poses than most Spider-Man and Power Rangers figures. Don't believe me? We're going to take a look at the Jada Toys Bride of Frankenstein, and also Frankenstein, on the finale of Frankenstein Week.
So the box for Frankenstein's monster looks the same as the other Jada Toys boxes, but I still like it. Of course, we have a nice portrait of the Frankenstein monster on the side of the box. The back features the entire lineup of the figures, and the opposite side features artwork of Frankenstein, Bride, and Creature. So now we covered the black and white edition of this figure earlier in the week, and that's going to give you more detail than this part of the video because I just wanted to cover the color version before we look at the bride herself. This one's done in a nice green color. I like the overall look, and I like the extra shading of the black paint on top of the green to give it a bit of a wash that gives it more detail. Overall, the color scheme is done really nice, and that texture comes through even more so in the green than it did in the black and white version. Down to the pants, you can see that there's nice grays mixed in with the browns to give it a more realistic texture, and I really appreciate paintwork like that because it gives the figure more life than just being a toy. So articulation's the exact same. So he's got the ball joint in the neck, the usual kind of movement. Shoulders that move out, a little stiff. They move 360, but they're really, really tight. Bicep swivel, double jointed elbow. He's got a wrist swivel and a pivot. He's got hips that turn left and right, as well as hips that move out, forward, thigh swivel, double jointed knee, which is actually a pretty good range. And in addition to that, he does have his ankle joint, which allows him to turn left and right, as well as forward and back. He, of course, has the same alternate hands and alternate expression as the black and white version, and it still looks good here. He does, of course, come with the two different shackles, which I laid out this time so you can see which one's shorter and which one's longer. And here's a demo of how to attach them. The shackles actually open, and you clip them over the wrists, which I think is really cool and gives it kind of a nice tactile play feel to it. Whereas some others, you'd have to remove the hands and slip them over that. So yeah, with the extra length on the chain, does mean you can pose while being chained, which is pretty awesome. And having this Frankenstein next to the Neca Frankenstein, you can see the two different approaches, the more realistic with the Neca, the more cartoony with the Jada, but the Jada does have a lot more range of movement, so there's really a place in a collection for both of these. At least that's what I keep telling myself as I justify this. Now this Jada Frankenstein does stand at about Marvel Legends size, so you can see next to Ghost Rider, he doesn't look out of place. And of course, this is the same size scaling as the one with the table, which we looked at previously, and you could put the color version on the table if you wish. Now let's get to the star of the show, the Bride of Frankenstein. As you can see, similar style packaging as we've seen before. Really nice artwork of the bride on the side of the package. You can also see that we've looked at all 4 figures from the back of the box this month. Hooray! And then we have the same artwork on the side. And here is the Bride of Frankenstein. Now this is a character that does not need a lot of mobility, but as you can see, they gave her a fully clothed dress, which doesn't restrict articulation. I really love the head sculpt on her. It's just got that look to it. It's got the intensity of the Bride of Frankenstein design as we've seen, and I think it just turns out really great. You can see the arms have a nice sculpted detail of the bandages as well as a paint wash over it in order to bring out that depth of detail, and that is fantastic. And you can see that the actual dress lays kind of natural. It is a giant piece of fabric, which is appropriate for the character. Now, the Bride of Frankenstein figures only really need to do a few poses. For example, the hand reaching out pose, or the screaming pose, because honestly, that's mostly what she did. And of course, the pose where she stands there menacingly with the 2 tower pole things next to her, which is a nice inclusion with real metal chains. Now, the deep secret of this figure is that her head removes, and the cloth that wraps around the body is totally removable from the figure. Looking at this Bride of Frankenstein figure, you're probably like, well, that's cool that they sculpted and painted her from the neck down, even though it's under the dress. And I say, that's not even the coolest part about it. Because yes, we have that same sculpting and painting detail that was done to the arms to the rest of the figure, which is impressive. But because the head is removable and because the dress is easily removable, they built an entire action figure under here. And as you can see, they did not skimp on any of the details. The legs, fully detailed and painted. The back of the figure, fully detailed and painted. I think they totally intended you to remove the dress of this figure to truly experience the articulation range she has. For example, she has a ball-jointed neck which moves left, right, up, and down, shoulders that move out, shoulders that move 360, bicep swivel, elbow bend, elbow swivel, as well as a wrist pivot and a swivel, a torso ball joint, as well as hips that move out, hips that move forward, thigh swivel, a double jointed knee that goes really far, as well as an ankle pivot up, down, left, right. This means your Bride of Frankenstein figure can pose as good as a Power Ranger figure or any kind of superhero action figure, and it actually poses better than some of those figures do. She also includes 2 alternate hands, which I can think actually fit the martial arts theming of her articulation more so than the actual standing there with the dress vibe. And as you can see, she can actually crouch down into flying kick poses. She can do all kinds of things that you don't expect a Bride of Frankenstein figure to do, which is what is amazing. It's not just that she has a huge range of articulation. Sure, she's not more articulated than most Spider-Man figures, but it's the Bride of Frankenstein, the lady that's known for standing there menacingly and screaming occasionally. You did not need to go this hard with the articulation, Jada, but I'm so glad you did because this is an amazing action figure. On top of that, scaling-wise, she fits in the scale of Marvel Legends. As you can see, she's a bit shorter than Ghost Rider. She also looks pretty good next to the April O'Neil, which the April O'Neil is a larger figure, but does not have the same range of movement this bride does. And of course, she is scaled properly with Frankenstein's monster. So overall, Frankenstein's monster is a great figure, but the Bride of Frankenstein is taking a character who is known for doing very little and very minimal and giving her a complete range of articulation beyond some other figures on the market. And that is why she's actually one of the greatest action figures I've ever owned, because you do not expect her to do much, and yet she does so much of that articulation. And on top of that, if you wanted to pose her with the dress, it's doable. That dress has enough flexibility, you can extend her legs in any direction, and that is just really, really impressive. And impressive is what I can call Jada Toys' first line of monsters. While we're still waiting on more to be released, these 4 came out last year and just blew my mind with how cool they are. They're not as detailed, they're not as realistic as the Neca figures, but they're so much more fun to play with because the joints feel sturdy, they have double joints, they have crazy ankle articulation, they can pose like any other action figure, but they're the universal monsters, and you can get them to do poses they never could have done before, and that is what is impressive about this line, and that is what is in particular impressive about the Bride of Frankenstein, and that's why she was closing out Frankenstein Week.
Well, that was it. Jada Bride of Frankenstein, one of the greatest action figures to ever exist in my eyes, because she should never have that much articulation, but she does. It's amazing. There are 2 days left in the month of monsters. We have plans, but that mob has gotten a lot closer. And I think I'm starting to smell smoke. I'm gonna have to figure this out. We still got 2 more days to go, and I haven't pre-recorded anything else yet, because, you know, Frankenstein, transformations, mummies, werewolves, vampires. It's been a month, but we're gonna finish this. But I should probably get out of here. Seems like the place is on fire. Good luck, everybody. I hope you're safe, because I don't know if I am. Stay tuned for tomorrow, if I'm still here.
Just kidding, I'm alive and curse-free. In fact, when the fire consumed my entire body, I reconstituted myself somehow and no longer cursed. You're probably wondering, how do you know you're not cursed and gonna like turn into like a gill man next? The answer is, you don't get to know. That's for me to know and for me not to disclose on camera, so you can guess in your own ways. But today is the penultimate, the next to last episode of the Month of Monsters. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome back to Month of Monsters. I'm alive and well, and I can wear hats again, and no longer cursed because I've been a vampire, a werewolf, an invisible man who was actually a mummy, and a Frankenstein's monster this month. It's nice to just be wearing a hat and a t-shirt and talking about a movie I like. It's like what it should have been all along. But through this crazy journey, we have learned many a things. And the fact that is, Halloween is coming up. Tomorrow is the day, Halloween, the whole reason why October exists. And on that day, we have a lot of celebrations to do. But for the day before, I thought we should talk about something completely different than what we've been doing. That would be the 1993 film, The Nightmare Before Christmas. Now, this was a movie released by Disney's Touchstone Pictures label, not Disney themselves. They thought the main character being a skeleton wouldn't be on brand for them. And I'm like, yeah, but you killed Bambi's mom on camera. I don't know what your problem is. But yeah, that was the debut. Because now, Nightmare Before Christmas has a ton of merchandise. This is the dramatic irony when, like, Tim Burton designed a Mickey Mouse teddy bear that was a vampire, stuck it in the movie as a jab to Disney for not releasing it as a Disney movie, and now you can buy this in a Disney park. Sometimes life catches up to you fast, but the thing with this film is that it has inspired many, it is quite a popular movie, and I, of course, have a ton of merchandise for it. It's one of my favorites of all time. Now, when it comes to the actual film, the thing we always have to remember is while Tim Burton came up with the stories and character designs, that dude was off making Batman movies. Henry Selick's the one that should take credit for getting the director's chair and directing this movie through its 3-year production cycle. And every time I can credit Henry Selick with this, I will, because he's really misrepresented as not being an integral part of making this movie happen. Tim Burton was the ideas guy, Henry Selick implemented those ideas. And on that, the overall film is just a gorgeous piece that has just transcended time. It's almost 30 years old now, and it's gotten to the point where it's become a Halloween and Christmas staple. For example, Disneyland transforms their Haunted Mansion into a Nightmare Before Christmas overlay all the way from September through January, which is a heck of a long time of the year, but it fits the entire Halloween and Christmas season into it. So, what is the thing about this movie that I really appreciate? Well, it's the character of Jack Skellington. Hence how, like, 90% of this is Jack Skellington. This is a character of a skeleton who has basically been at the top of his game. He's the Pumpkin King. He's the king of Halloween. Everybody loves what he does, except he's not so into that anymore. He gets tired of Halloween. He does it all the time. He has a routine, and while he's good at what he does, he just wanted to do something different for a little bit. And so he ends up kidnapping Christmas and making it into a giant disaster that probably wasn't good for everybody, but it renewed his interest in doing what he always loved doing and putting everything right. And if that isn't a metaphor for the entire reason I made Month of Monsters, then I don't know what is. So in terms of Jack Skellington merchandise, I thought for this episode, instead of just looking at one figure or a couple figures, let's look at every piece of Nightmare Before Christmas merchandise that I have, and specifically look at how much of it is Jack Skellington, because, well, I really resonate with the character. And on that note, we're going to run through these sort of fast, because I still want to make this a nice, digestible video. But let's look at my Jack Skellington and Halloween Town Nightmare Before Christmas collection.
So when I was in Disneyland back in 2018, I found these really cool Jack Skellington mouse ears, but I like that they put the Spiral Mountain on here and Zero on here. So it's got a lot of the evocative imagery of the movie while also looking like you're wearing Jack Skellington for a hat. Here we have a plush of Jack Skellington. This was released not at Disney, but at Spirit Halloween. He's fairly large. I mean, he is lengthy. Here we have the Pumpkin King, which is the Pumpkin King form of Jack. This was a Disney store plush. But yeah, it's kind of a nice one. It's kind of cool because Jack is the Pumpkin King form in the opening number only, but it does get quite a bit of merch. So we have a plush of Sally, also from the Disney store. As you can see, she looks pretty nice. Jack's companion Zero, also got a Disney plush. He's Zero, he's cool. Here we have the mayor. The mayor doesn't get as much merch as Jack and Sally and Oogie Boogie do, but here's the mayor. He's got, the happy face and then the sad face on the back. He's really neat. So we have the Oogie Boogie plush, also from Disney. This is, of course, he's green to represent his blacklight dance number. Really just neat little plush, full of stuffing. Like he's a packed little pillow. So every once in a while, Disney will throw out a nice little random one we don't expect, like Wolfman. Wolfman, of course, is a werewolf based on, you know, pretty much like every werewolf. Love this guy's design. Love the look here we got going on. You've probably already seen this guy. He's been in the introduction set for like all of Werewolf Week and a few others. He's pretty cool. Now, I mentioned him in the opening. Here is the vampire teddy bear, another Disney plush, which is again really ironic because this design was basically put in just to mock Disney because he's got the Mickey Mouse ears and everything. Love this devilish little guy. He's just a joy, and I love his little like cape thing, and he's just ready to like chase children down on Christmas. It's fantastic. The last of the Disney plushes, here is the snake, another one of the Christmas toys. This is like quite a lengthy plush, as you can see here. He is that delightful snake that ate a Christmas tree. And what's also fun is he's also a puppet. He's not just a plush, and he can just like nom down that Christmas tree, and that is fantastic. Here's one I picked up at Walgreens this year. It is the Harlequin. He is like a fashion designer by trade, based on his scene from the Making Christmas song. He's one of those weird designs, and I just don't know why he got a plush, but I'm happy, and I got it. This is actually my first Jack Skellington plush. This was made by Neca back when they had the Nightmare license, which I guess they're getting again. But this one, he's got a giant head and a little place you can hang him up, and he's got a tiny little body, and it's kind of adorable. And he also kind of works like a baseball because he bounces really nice. Here is a bust of the mayor, also by Neca. This one, he does have of course, the angry face on the back, the sad face, the happy face, the sad face, but yet again, you can't turn the head, so you can't get the like rotating function of his design. But you can see him from both sides, and he's got stuff. Here's Jack and Sally from Disney's new Emo plush line. They have magnets in their hands. They can hold hands. They can get different outfits. I gave them each a Halloween outfit. Like this is a pumpkin suit on Jack that totally has like Mickey Mouse pumpkins on it, which is just hilarious. And then Sally's got this nice Haunted Mansion dress. What's also cool about these is they are posable. So they actually have bendy wires in their bodies, so you can actually pose them. They advertise these kind of like an Instagram photo op thing, but look at them. They're adorable. So Funko Pops make these little houses. So we get this little house. It's Jack's house, obviously. I love the design of this because it's always got like this really tall doorway where you're like, how does anybody else but Jack get in there? But this pop is him, you know, he's sitting on the books about Christmas. He's holding his portrait of him as the Pumpkin King. It's just really cool, and I like the overall look of this. So Funko's been doing these Disney trains recently. I have a couple of them. These are Nightmare Before Christmas, of course. So we got Jack, he's got the engine. I love the design of it. It really fits it well. We've got Sally here in this little car. She looks really happy with a black cat. You've got Zero sitting in the duck with the bullet holes. We've got the mayor who's sitting in the vampire teddy car. And the mayor, just like always, has the alternate sad face, except you can actually turn the head, but then the sad part is he doesn't have open eyes, so you can't have like him going, oh, this crazy train. He's like, ooh, crazy train. Of course, we got Oogie Boogie, who's in a dice cart with the 2 dice. And then the clown with the tearaway face is in the Jack in the Box box that he stuffed, which is pretty awesome. But yeah, these are pretty cool. I have them on a table for display, and they're all like linked up and chugging along as a train. Here's a Jack Skellington head knocker from Neca, like 20 some years ago. He's got a bobblehead, and then Zero also bobbles, which is pretty cool. Here's a candy tin I bought at Disneyland. It's got Jack on it, nice bone design. It's, coffin shaped. It had sour gummy worms. Those are pretty cool. I ate those in like 10 minutes. Here's a Jack Skellington race car that was from, I think it was a Funko mystery box of stuff. He's in like the coffin that he used as Sandy Claus, has like the actual like skeleton head on it. It rolls. It's pretty adorable. I know it was like listed as 01 in a series, and I don't think they ever made any more because Funko's had like 1,000 toy lines by this point, but that's kind of a neat little car. So for a time at the Disney parks, Vinylmation was a thing. I think that's what they're called. This is a Jack Skellington one, obviously. The idea behind these is that it's Mickey Mouse. You can see the nose, the face shape, the ears, the body, but then they're painted like different Disney characters. Me, I wonder if that's called vinylmation. Also me, doesn't look at the bottom of the feet where it tells you everything you need to know. Good job, me. Here is some Lego Sally and Jack that aren't officially Lego. These are like unlicensed, I think, or whatever we're calling them. I bought these at a convention. They're like, just so you know, these aren't like legal Lego. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I don't care. Here's a Jack Skellington sketchbook ornament. This is a Disney store. It's got Jack. It's got Zero on it. It's pretty cool. He's in front of the fountain that he comes out of from the Halloween Town. This is Halloween scene. But what's pretty cool is you can turn this on and there's a little light from the fountain. That's nifty. I don't use this as a Christmas ornament. I just kind of set it on a shelf because it's flat. So Disney Infinity was a video game that just as it got good, Disney like publicly executed it. It was really sad. I own every single Disney Infinity figure. I love the art style. I loved the way that the characters looked, and I loved playing the games because especially version 3 was like the best. Nobody else got made, just Jack. I think maybe some power discs. I don't have all the power discs. But luckily, these designs didn't go completely away because for a time, Disney had another toy line, which was called Disney Toy Box, which is done in the same art style. So if we have this guy here, he's like a 5-inch action figure compared to the little static figure, but you can see they're the same type of designs. And this was really cool, and it was great because you could pick these up at Disney stores. And the line was pretty affordable. It's just you needed to have a Disney store, and then Disney publicly executed Disney stores. And now we don't have those in most places. And the line is mostly just multi-packs and repacks with the occasional new figure here and there. It's kind of a bummer because I did like this line. But here's Jack. Out of all the Jack Skellington figures I have with joints, this one feels the sturdiest. So I actually feel like I can pose him a little bit, and he's not going to be like breaking on me, which is great. Love it. I do know there was a Santa Jack. I just wasn't able to get it because my Disney store never got it. And then my Disney store closed, and I never ended up buying it off the website. But here's Zero. Zero looking all cool. I like that that is his accessory pack in. Yeah, really cool Jack Skellington figure. It's the only one I don't have to worry about like posing around with. So we've been looking at Jada Toys' articulated action figures lately, but they used to do stuff like this, which was just basically like 1-inch tall die-cast figures. Is where I got to know them from. And of course, they did a series of Nightmare Before Christmas. So first of all, they have this nice little diorama of Jack's house, which you can see has the moon, the spiral mountain, Jack's house. I put Zero here. We got Sally down in the pumpkin patch. And the little gate actually opens on this, which is pretty cool. And then, yeah, so we got that. We got some variations of Jack over here. Of course, we've got the Pumpkin King version, the pajamas, the Santa Claus, and of course, regular Jack with arms crossed. Down here, we've got a kidnapping in progress because we got Oogie Boogie. He's kidnapped Sandy Claus, thanks to Lock, Shock, and Barrel there. And then over here, we've got some citizens of Halloween Town. So, of course, we have Dr. Fickelstein. We've got Mr. Hyde. We've got the Lake Woman, the Behemoth, Wolfman, Cyclops Kid, and then, of course, the Vampire Teddy and the Duck with Bullet Holes. I wish they would have done more play sets, more figures, because they could have done the entire town and made it a nice little micro scale thing, but I do like what I got. Disney pin collecting's the thing. I dabble in it. I usually pick up a couple pins when I'm at the Disney parks. Here's a Disneyland 2021 pin with Jack Skellington on it. So here's one of the only Game Boy Advance games I still have the box for because, well, first of all, it's the night before Christmas. Second of all, look at that lenticular cover. Oh, there we go. So you can see we got Jack, and he turns into the Pumpkin King. And he's back to Jack, and the moon moves to where it's like Oogie is on the moon, and he's in front of the Spiral Mountain. But I love this. This game was kind of fun. Early 2000s, they put out 2 games, one for consoles, one for handhelds. The one for consoles, I believe, was a sequel, and the one for handhelds was a prequel. So this is the Pumpkin King. Pretty neat game from what I remember. I haven't played it in forever. But I still got everything inside. So, of course, we have the cartridge, which is usually what I kept of Game Boy games. I didn't keep their boxes very often. This is the thing like nowadays I would have, but yeah, back when I was a kid, it didn't matter to me. But yeah, so we got Pumpkin King, and this is like instruction manual. I would be remiss to not mention the Diamond Select Nightmare Before Christmas line. These 3 are all I have. This line is incredible. They've pretty much made everybody from the movie that had lines. I mean, they even made Mrs. Claus. The Diamond Select Nightmare Before Christmas line is impressive. All of them are quite large. A lot of them came with building pieces to kind of build out a Halloween Town diorama. And personally, I just don't have the space. I love this movie, but I just did not have the space to dedicate an entire line. But I did get Jack, Sally, and Zero. They've re-released these three quite a bit, but you can see that the height on these is kind of impressive because here's like Ghost Rider, who we've been using all month, as our size comparison. So these are pretty big. They're supposed to be 7-inch scale, and they are really nice. Now, they are very, very true to the animation models, the actual stop-motion models. So, for example, Sally here will not stand without this big old stand. But you can also see that the problem is that she's really heavy, and this stand is kind of garbage in terms of connection stability. But you can see that they have some articulation, but not a lot. I kind of do wish they were just statues, like a statuesque line. Because Jack here, he's got joints. Like, you can move parts of him, but other joints won't move. Like, I can't get his shoulder to rotate, so he just pretty much is stuck like this. And he's so spindly that I'm like, yeah, I don't want to break him. Hopefully Super 7 fares a little bit better in the stability and joint department because they are modifying the designs. I think Diamond Select went a little too close to the actual puppet models because these are amazing, but they're also really, really fragile, and I worry about them. Zero's pretty good, though. I mean, he's a hunk of happy little dog plastic and a nice clear stand. So now we're getting to my top 3 favorite Nightmare things I own. First of all, this is going to be I think this is going to be number 3. This is a nice little burlap sack, right, with Oogie Boogie on it. But that's because this contains the wonderful things I've always wanted until they made them years ago. Oogie Boogie's broken, cheated dice. The way that has the skull patterns. There's no snake living inside of them, which is why it always rolls snake eyes. Love that detail in the movie. But yeah, these are completely unbalanced, and look at that. I did exactly what I was hoping, which was roll snake eyes. That was perfect. That was a perfect roll to have on camera. So I haven't bought a snow globe in a few years, except for this one. This is my number 2 favorite here. This snow globe is just gorgeous. I love it's got the logo. It's got Jack's hand around it, kind of like the snow globes he was holding during the Christmas scene. And then it's got this beautiful piece of Jack and Sally in shadow on top of the spiral mountain. And it looks really nice because they put this orange and black confetti inside. And then it's also a music box. So we're gonna play a little bit of this. I don't know how long, it's a music box version. I can probably get away with a lot of it. And my number 1 favorite piece is this Jack Skellington bust. This is amazing. So this came out back for, I believe it was the 20th anniversary DVD, which was the big deal when Disney really started to embrace this fully. This is just a beautiful piece. We got Jack, you've got this wonderful bust. It's really hefty. It's, God, I don't remember what it's made out of. It's probably made out of resin or something. It's really, really nice material. It's just a really excellent piece. And this is when like home video releases for stuff got crazy with like, here's a statue bust. As you can see, it's got the Walt Disney Pictures Presents logo on it, finally getting it out of Touchstone, putting the logo on the movie itself here. On the back, there's this little Jack on a little coffin. You pull this out, and inside you have this little drawer. And what's inside here, of course, is the collector's edition DVD. So here's disc 1, which has the movie on it, and then disc 2, which is the bonus features. I don't ever open this up for these anymore because I just, I have other versions of the movie. We're not going to go over all the versions of the movie I have. But this is like a little here is basically everything that's included and just all kinds of cool stuff. And then what's really awesome is that just in time for Christmas, if you want to keep this out all year round, you can have Halloween Jack getting ready for Halloween, or you can, this is amazing. I haven't done this in forever, so bear with me. You can just Velcro this into this, and Velcro this into that, and put this over his head, give him the beard and the hat, and there is Santa Jack. I love this. This is great because you can have this displayed, for your Halloween and your Christmas seasons. And then to top it all off, this thing's got a voice box activated by this little button down here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas. Ho, 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 ho. I believe it was our most aren't you? I knew you would be. Call a town meeting and I'll tell everyone all about it. There's got to be a logical way to explain this Christmas thing. To the head of the team, Zero!
So while yes, nowadays I will watch the Blu-ray of the movie versus the DVD, this thing is irreplaceable and absolutely gorgeous. And I'm gonna leave him a Santa Jack, because guess what? Halloween is here. Halloween's almost over. We're ready to go to Christmas. So yeah, that concludes, I think, all the merch that I'm gonna show off in this one video.
So at the end of the day, I do own a lot of Nightmare Before Christmas merchandise, and while I don't own, like, everything, and it's not like I buy every single merch that comes up, it's not like it's Tron, where there's so little merchandise I have to grab every single item there is, because who knows that that'll be the last one. Nightmare Before Christmas merchandise will always be around, and I always love collecting it, and specifically different versions of Jack Skellington. So I wanted to share this as we're approaching Halloween. But, what should we do for Halloween? I'm curse-free, I'm feeling good, I'm at the end of this month. Let's take this camera on a vacation. You know what? Let's go to Halloween Horror Nights. Stay tuned for tomorrow.
Hello, this is Soundout here, and we're at Halloween Horror Nights 2022 in the lower lot, specifically because to wrap out Month of Monsters, we're going to be visiting the Universal Monsters maze featuring Dracula, the Mummy, and the Wolfman. So this should be pretty exciting, and hopefully all this audio is coming through, because I don't do this vlogging thing very often, but we're going to give it a try. Joining this adventure is Orlando and Eric. You guys have expectations for this?
I'm expecting it to be scary.
I think that was a good cue to say that that was expecting something. That's some pretty spooky music.
The curse. Cursed to walk only in shadows. Cursed to be an eternal slave. Cursed by the cycles of the moon. If I told you the truth, you'd think me mad. But sometimes the truth is what drives men mad. My truth, my curse, began the night I was bitten by a werewolf and became a werewolf myself. Whenever the moon was full. The moon. I've seen that moon rise and fall on every continent. Traveling the world, searching for a cure that could finally end my suffering. Finding only death. There are far worse things awaiting man than death. Death. Eternal punishment. Gods will arise to destroy those who desecrate the temple of Amun-Ra. Amun-Ra, God of gods. It was in his temple in Egypt that I found the answer. A cursed bloodline that stretched back through the sands of time to Anubis, the god of death, the head of a wolf with the body of a man. Listen to them. Children of the night. Children of the night. They howl for Caris to awake during the cycle of the full. Caris will rise again to destroy the unbelievers. The amulet of Ra keeps his heart beating. The amulet of Ra gives him power. Power over the sun to be freed from the shadows and finally walk in the light of day. The power to be truly want. Power over the moon. Power to finally break the curse. The curse. The curse. Now, here in London, where the treasures plundered from the ancient world have been assembled, I will find the answer. I will find the amulet of Amun-Ra. Before the next full moon rises, I will put an end to this curse.
How'd you guys do? You good? Alright, we'll get thoughts in a minute. So we were just talking. Orlando, you're pretty freaked out, huh?
Yeah, that was really scary.
Lots of jump scares. I kept laughing. I don't know what came through on camera. I hope this made for a good video, because honestly, I don't know. That was freaking cool.
If you want to be scared, do this.
Yeah.
I was in my element.
I was in my element because I got excited every time I would see like a Wolfman or a Dracula or a Mummy. I mean, this is a video part of a 31 video series dedicated to these guys, so this is just 100% my thing. I love there's like one scene where they all jump out at you at once. Incredible.
Just really great stuff. Yeah, no, I mean, score rating out of 10 in terms of frights?
2.
2? 2 for frights?
10.
10. I'm gonna give it like an 8. Mostly because I kept getting like, let's do this. I mostly kept getting caught off guard, but every time I don't know how much screaming I did, as much as I just started laughing, because that's my like default reflex. But also it was just like so cool. Like every live actor in there was just doing a great job. All the sets were great. I love how they put you in this lighted room for the mummy, and you're like, oh, I'm safe, it's fine, everything's good. And then it's not, and that's the kind of stuff I like.
I really like the props and stuff were really well done, like, especially like the Egyptian stuff was like really, really nice.
Yeah, what do you think?
The music. That's what I like the most. That's why I give it a 2. Music.
Music?
Yeah.
Well, anyways, we'll find out if I'm recording more later, but I'm gonna do we'll do the classic sign off here with everybody, including Eric. We're doing a sign off now. Jump in the frame. Thanks to them for joining me. Thanks for joining for Month of Monsters. Check out the other videos if you haven't, and enjoy whatever other footage I put in this, because I don't do the vlog thing very often, but that maze was pretty cool. So until next time, this is Soundout saying goodbye.